I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion, I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain, I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky, yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here. The world from up here, from up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here. Go ahead, call me crazy. I always see the good in everyone. Blue-eyed and naive, wow. Way up here, I can see the sun. I would climb the highest mountain, I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky, yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here. The world from up here, from up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here.
Hey there, welcome to 757's Spy Flight. Thanks for coming in today. Did you know that there are some websites that you can go to and you can buy a wingtip from an actual Airbus, a surplus wingtip? They're out there. It looks like it's like 600 British pounds or something like that over in the UK if you wanted to buy your very own wingtip fence. And hello there. Hang on. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you're new. Thank you for stopping on in. I hope you are doing really good. Happy Finally Friday to you. You've got a lot of updates and stuff out there. You know, we've got a new Vegas that has been updated by Flight Tampa. The 737-600 is just out. By the way, they did not update scenery. Flight Tampa didn't update the scenery for Vegas for Area 51, but there's a free Area 51 that you can get at flightsim.to if you'd like to go and snag that. We've also got, let's see, Christchurch, Queenstown. We've got Denver, Dallas, and Vegas to Area 51. A lot of flying to do today. So really looking forward to hopping on in and checking out the airplanes. Yeah, I know, free is a really good payment. Hi, Polyot. Hi, Cracker. Toby's here. Idris, welcome back to you. Alanap, did I say your name right? Alan P. Enceladus, and I know I'm mispronouncing your name, but thank you for coming by too. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming on and flying along today. Let's see. We have got all sorts of fun flying. So we got to just jump right in. I'm in the middle of recycling the music. So I have to have two different playlists right now. I got to figure out a new music player here. But everything else is going really good. I hope you are doing great today. Let's see. Media, folder, the main playlist. And there we go. And that should work for us. Good Navid Hemyang. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by. It's off to Frankfurt. So I just have to go and delete those files. And it should automatically play. Yay. Also, all the PMDG 737NGs got an update with the release. Got that taken care of. T-Bird just did a resub. You know, T-Bird's been here for a long time, 66 months. And it's not just a one sub or two. T-Bird did a tier 3. So just incredible support. And thank you. Also, T-Bird puts in some really great emotes. Just seems to know the perfect moment for popping in a fun and happy emote. So thank you for the really great support. And being here, and thank you for helping me to keep the lights on like nobody else. Welcome, welcome, and thanks for coming on in. Let's see, I got to get the no playing widget going here too, and then we can go and hop in the airplane. So there have been a couple of updates for Chase Plane, okay? And you might have noticed that I was having a problem with the new update because I've got a couple of buttons. You know the buttons on your keyboard, the up, down, right, left, kind of buttons on your keyboard. You know, so I have it set so I can move forward, backwards, right, and left. That kind of a deal, right? There, that's a little better. So it used to be after the last update, it would look up and look down and look like this and look like that, and it was really, really weird. So there was a problem with that, and I figured out how to fix that. So if you want to just be able to use those buttons, it's what the astronauts call translate. So what I'm essentially doing is translating forward, backward, right, and left. That's what I needed to be able to do, and up and down. So what you do to fix this here in Chase Plane, and I haven't heard about CTDs yet, Irvi. Oh, I really hope that there aren't any CTDs, please. So what you do is to fix this, we go over here and grab Chase Plane and go over and hit the menu button and hit preferences, okay? And then what you're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna do camera movements, okay? And then there's gonna be move laterally, move forward and backward. And you'll notice down here, and I can't really zoom in, but you can see all of the buttons that are active to move forward and backward. And one of the things that I did was there were some things that I kicked out of these. So I believe the top one moved laterally. I took the right and left arrows out of this one, and now it works. So I'm, you know, move forward and backward. So there's the down arrow and there's the up arrow. Oh, this is where I think I did it. It was the look right and left and look up and down. This is where I did it. Okay, I figured it out. You see where it says look right and left and look up and down? I took the up arrow, down arrow, right arrow, and left arrow out of these two. Those got reassigned during the latest update. And that is how it is that now I can start moving around the way I normally move around in the airplane. And that one was really, really helpful. So that's how you do that. Hi, Rich. Welcome aboard. And absolutely, yeah, T-Bird is one really kind person. Also, you know, if T-Bird discovers that someone's been having a rough day and stuff, always takes an extra moment to just say hello. And say, hey, you know, I'm here to chat and all that. And that's really, really nice. I've noticed that in the past too. All right, let's see. Let's turn on the airplane. I've got my airplane up and running. I've got Volanta going, so the Volanta voice isn't angry yet. Believe you me, that will change later. Flight management guidance computer is up and running. That looks good. Let's go get a flight plan over here. I think we're going to be on our own for our departure. And our departure is off runway 22. Loviz found out that Geneva flipped the runways in the real world. So departing off of runway 22 now, which is too bad. I wanted to depart over the lake, but we still get to see the lake. I really think the lake in Geneva looks really nice. Received messages and load sheets. We're not going to get a clearance. We'll just squawk 1000, and that should get us out of the gate just fine. Okay, this looks really good. Let's do init and init request. Gosh, I love really love the WinWing stuff. Having an actual McDo sitting on your desk is just really, really kind of cool to have. And we are a beer flight, BER, flight 441, and that looks good. Let's come up and do ADIRS. Oh, dears, we don't want to forget the ADIRS, right? You forgot the other. So, Tim Dog, you forgot. Yeah, see, that's what you need. Everybody needs an angry Volanta voice to remind you to do Volanta, right? Yeah, see, now I can all of a sudden, you know, do the translation moves the normal way again and get around the cockpit, which is really, really nice. Okay, all of that looks really good. So come on down here and we'll get the rest of our information in and get out of here because we got a lot of flying to do. Pilot brief, cost index is 49. Cruise altitude is going to go all the way up to flight level 330. Wind report, here comes the wind report. You never want to blow the wind report. Toomey Roscoe, welcome aboard. I hope I said hi when you came in. And there's the wind data. And let's go and do init page B. Init page B, our zero fuel weight is 52.6, 52.6. That looks really good. Page 2 is 28.8, 28.8. Accept and return. I saw that Tim Dog has been talking about doing a vacation. It looks like to SoCal. I think that that's going to be kind of cool if you're going to do that. You said you were going to take the train. How'd you get railroaded into taking the train? Gotta get the jokes on track here. Did you see how I was able to couple those train jokes together? 3 in a row. Welcome to the Spy Flight. Doesn't matter for me. Does the airline still use the 600? A few do. As Pauliette said, Air Algier. There's one. Doesn't, is it Scandinavian Airlines? They've got one 600 left in their fleet, and they basically use that airplane to donate. They do emergency hospital flights. Oh, they don't use that one anymore? Okay, not anymore. I always thought that that was really awesome of them that they did emergency hospital flights. You're thinking about flying to San Diego for a couple of days and then taking the Pacific Surfliner to Santa Barbara for a few days and fly home. That'll be a good time. Was that the 700? I thought it was a 6. Okay, so it's a Scandinavian Airlines Boeing 737-700. That's what they use for the hospital flights. Well, again, I think that that's really great of Scandinavian Airlines. You know, that they do that. That's a hell of a donation, and the way the world is today, really needed. 1.50 is taxi fuel. Contingency is 0.628. Right? 1.5. 7 is going to be alternate. And final is 0.944. Did I do taxi fuel 0.15? Yeah, I got that right. Hey, Danny VDW, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. So Tim Dog might do a train trip in April. That sounds like a great adventure. It really does. A FedEx truck did show up at my door, thanks to some really great suggestions, and I from JSG Droid. I was able to order some YubiKeys, and internet security is going to be a thing. It's just going to be there the rest of our lives, and that's going to be a really great way to just lock a few things down a little bit better. And if you haven't looked into them, I'm still learning. I'm still just a little kid here. I don't know what I'm doing, but I have got. I'm going to start doing that just because you got to do those things these days, and I think that's smart, especially if you're going to be active on the internet and do things. So I got a lot to learn. Let's see. Let's do flight plan. LSGG is now departing off of runway 22. But yeah, FedEx was here, and it's really nice of them, Rich. We're going to be doing the Sosa 1 Romeo departure. Sosa 1 Romeo. And insert. Coming into Frankfurt. Right now they are active on the 2.5s. SimBrief put me on 2.5 left because we're on the south side of the airport. But I bet they might kick us off to the right side, so I'm ready for that with an extra chart. MPAX 5 Bravo, I believe, is what we're doing coming in. And it's via DF 626. Only reason I know that is I looked at the charts earlier. What makes you think that? PMDG is hoping that people will grab the 600, so they're holding off on releasing the 700 until they're happy with 600 sales. Sim Update 5 Beta Update is out. You know what, Mountain Man? I didn't see the number 5 correctly, and I thought you said Sus Beta is out, and I thought, uh-oh, what's Sus? What's that? Mr. Guy Lambert is in chat over on YouTube. So that's Sim Update 5. Sim Update 5 is the beta. That's the way they update Microsoft Flight Simulator. And I think that's probably good. I don't get the betas because I live stream, and the betas are great if it's just you and you love to play with new things. And I love to play with new things, but it just makes my world too unstable as a live streamer. So I don't really do that. Unfusible just did a nice raid. Hey, Unfusible, thanks for the raid today. Thank you. Welcome on in, Unfusible friends. Good to see you. I'm done. I'm ready for a 737. I'm ready for a 737. I mean, no, a 747. I'm done with 737s. Honestly, what do I need? Yes, I know. I say this all the freaking time, and I go and get it anyway. But why do I need another 737? I want 747 now. Tim Dog has used the YubiKey. Now I just use an authenticator app. I thought about doing an authenticator app. I have enough apps in my life, and YubiKey is buy it once and you're done. The authenticators, they're starting to do monthly subscriptions, and as somebody who arguably lives off of subscriptions and survives, and I'm grateful. Thank you for being here. I didn't need another one, and I just thought, you know, the YubiKey is fine. I can manage a key, and I think it's really nice too, because that way it either has me. Loviz, yeah, the F100, right? The F100, Air Berlin flies F100s. So yeah, we want that. Most authenticators are free. Really, the one that I looked at was $4.99 a month. I needed something that worked on Mac, on Windows, and on an iPhone. I kind of wanted them all together. Dad Game Time wants an MD82 freighter. I have not heard of an MD82 freighter, Dad Game Time. All right, init page B is next. Passengers are loading. We're gonna squawk 100, 1,000 I mean, because, no, we're not gonna do that. We have ground. We can get a clearance. Runway 22, transition level 990, and ground is 121.855. Let's go get a clearance. 121.855. Leonardo is going to make one. Almost every MD82 flying right now is a freighter. Okay, well, if Leonardo's going to make one, it's going to be a good airplane. I mean, it is. That's the way that is. And I don't hear anybody on the radio because guess what I forgot to do? Swear. One of the coolest free apps of all time is the KD Pilot Normalizer app, and I always freaking forget to turn it on. It's probably because you turn it on just once and it just works. You don't have to worry about it. That's why we love the KD Pilot, Normalizer app. Okay, radio's up. We're on frequency. We are at stand 32. Information Foxtrot is aboard. Geneva ground, hello there from Air Berlin 441 and A319 at stand 32. Information Foxtrot is aboard, requesting clearance to Frankfurt.
Air Berlin 441 Geneva Airplane, bonsoir. Information Foxtrot current, runway 22, cleared Frankfurt. 431 Juliet departure, climb flight level 90, squawk 1000.
Berlin 441, we are cleared up to Frankfurt via runway 22 in the Social 1 Juliet departure. Climb flight level 90, and our squawk is 1000 for Berlin 441.
Berlin 441, is that correct?
Okay, we're good to go there. They put the Juliet in. Let's flip the Juliet. Mr. Goffrey, Geneva's your place? I really like this area. I don't know much about it in the real world, but I absolutely love the lake that you've got, and the airport's pretty cool too. So, yeah, I really like this part of the world. This would be a great place if I ever pick up and move. That'd be a great place. Geneva'd be great if I could get a lake view for, a weather cam and stuff like that. I mean, that lake looks like it's great for sailing. All right, we need to flip-flop the runway, the departure, and it's going to be the Social 1 Juliet departure, and insert that one. Okay, we flipped that around. Tijuana to Acapulco, that's a nice flight. Lorne Littlejohn, did I say her name right? Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Dad Game Time, are you taking the ATR? The EFB doesn't work? That should not be a problem, Dad Game Time. The EFB hasn't been a problem for me. I'm not sure why that would be a problem. How is it not working for you? Tim Dog, I have Bitwarden Password Manager. It stores passwords and does OTP authentication, but you've got a few other apps too. I do, yeah, I've got a paid password manager over on the Mac, but I also have a password scheme that works pretty good for me too. 20 bucks a year, it's better than what I'm paying for my password manager. 52.6 is our new zero fuel weight. That is correct. 28.8, that is our center of gravity. That is correct too. It's almost time to go. Polyot uses password 123. I need 4.8 tons of fuel in the tanks. I have 6.96 because it's Frankfurt. Hi, Mr. Jazz. Mommy Toucan. Is that it? Hi, Mommy Toucan. Welcome aboard on YouTube. Mr. Jazz, we are very jazzy on this Friday. All right. I think we're all ready to go here. Let's go to ground services. Low-vis is taxiing out. Let's go ahead and get the APU fired up. Yeah, as long as that isn't your password. I mean, seriously, the worst username password combination in the world is username and password. It's your password for everything. I think that's, you know, one of the best things that have used is, I don't know if I should, well, I shouldn't. I think it's clever, but gosh darn it, I can't say it. I need to be smart. Hunter Girl, welcome aboard. We are on our way to Frankfurt. Where should we all meet for pizza when we get there? Man, wouldn't it be great to do that in the real world? Be able to meet, go and have real pizza in all of the cool places that we go and fly. Altimeter is 990. 990. The Real World Spy Flight Pizza Tour. Our initial climb clearance is 9,000 feet. Good evening, Kirong. Did I say that right? Hi, Michael. Dusty had a minus 48 in the ATR today. That's really nice. That's really nice. Everything uses a custom alias email address. Well, Polyot, you have to have some really special stuff because of your real world that you live and work in. So I would imagine it's got to be pretty industrial. Okay, ground power going off. And fuel pumps. Fuel pumps going on. GPU can go off. Parking brake is on. Disconnect the chocks. Come on over here. Departure performance. Sync the load sheet. It's dry in Geneva. This looks great. Close enough. Good to see you. Oh, it's Kieran. Are you kidding? Uh-oh, we have two Kierans in chat today. All right. All of this looks good. Let's come on over here. Get a chart. So far, so good, Kieran. Thank you for coming by today. And welcome aboard. APC, airport parking. Let's see. Trying to get into my justice.gov.uk account is like getting into Fort Knox. Well, come on, Polyot. Ian Fleming gave you a whole guidebook on how to get into Fort Knox. You have to hire Pussy Galore's Flying Circus. You have to do some dirty deals with some shady characters for some stuff. And then you have to have some really good James Bond music, and you can get into Fort Knox. I mean, come on. Hey, World in LNAV, welcome aboard. Baby bus to Prague. That would be a great flight to do. All right, all of this looks good. Over here, over there. Constraints are good. It's like trying to get into Justice 120. Hi, Dad, game time. I have the same issue with our courts only because they keep changing the security system. Well, as Dr. McCoy said a long time ago, engineers love to change things. All right, let's see. All of this is good. Performance is aboard. I think it's time to go. Let's get on the radar scope. Turn the radio back on. And we start engines from the gate here. Zach, welcome aboard.
177, confirm initial climb flight level 90 and squawk 1000.
Initial climb flight level 90 and squawk 1000. Austrian 177.
Austin 177, is that correct?
Geneva ground, hello again from Berlin 441, stand 32. Foxtrot remains aboard, requesting startup. We won't need to push back.
Berlin 441, startup approved, QNH 990.
990 on the altimeter, start approved for Berlin 441. Ready to go? Seatbelts on. And beacon on. And looks good. Starter. Ignition start. And everything looks good to go there. Starting engine number 1, which is SOP for all Airbuses.
Lufthansa 120, monitor advisory 122, destination, over.
Low-vis is already on the way out in the 737-600.
Information Foxtrot runway 22, cleared Frankfurt, Social 1 Juliet departures, climb flight level 90, squawk 1000.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, cleared Frankfurt, via Social 1 Juliet departure, climb flight level 90, squawk 1000.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, read back correct.
I don't know if you were here, Polyot, earlier. I was looking around at cool airplane things online, and there's a company in the UK that is selling Airbus wingtip fences for like 600 pounds or something like that. You can get a British Airways and a few other ones, but you can get the actual wingtip fence from an Airbus A319 2021, which is kind of cool. And I guess it's available in the UK. So I don't know, do you need to have a wingtip fence hanging on the wall or something like that?
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, push and start approved, facing northeast, QNH 990.
Engine number 2 going. Is that going to be your next purchase? I saw that they had British Airways. Obviously, they're not going to have Ryanair. I think they had Scandinavian, Air France. At least that's what I saw, and then I had to get busy. You've got a statue next to your front gate. You could replace it with a wingtip fence. See? That would be a real collector's edition. You know, a real curiosity in your neighborhood. And you know, for people that don't know about it, you know, you could say, "Oh, it's an enchanted sculpture that keeps away the nargles," and they probably wouldn't understand, you know, keeping away the nargles either. Flaps 1 for takeoff, right? Yep, flaps 1 for takeoff. Let's do control checks and get out of here. ATC control, we are on your apron and we are being very, very good pilots. We're not causing any trouble at all. We're about ready to push on out of here. Great to be flying out of Geneva. One of my absolute favorite places because you've got that really groovy lake. It's going to be up 0.9. There we go, 0.9. And speed brakes, auto brakes, cabin call. Let's go. Let's see, to get out of here, it's probably going to be inner to either link 3 or link 4, and then outer down to runway 22. It's probably going to be inner to link 5. It's going to be inner to link 5. Let's see if I'm right. Geneva ground, hello again from Air Berlin 441. Started up at stand 32. Foxtrot remains aboard, requesting taxi.
Traffic.
Air Berlin 441, taxi holding point runway 22 via inner, link 4, outer and alpha.
Berlin 441, taxi to holding point runway 22 between via inner, link 4, outer and alpha. So I forgot there's a little bit of the outer taxiway over here before it changes. It changes up here. See, over here it changes to alpha. And that was going to be inner, link 4. Okay, so I see how we're going to go. Let's do it. All right, let's come on over here and do taxi light. And parking brakes, toe brakes. I said your name correctly. Mommy Toucan is from Brazil. Hey, thank you for coming in and thank you for the subscription.
14, Alpha
I hope you're doing really good. Thanks for coming by. And welcome in from Brazil. Actually, I noticed on the VATSIM calendar that tomorrow there is a Rio Air Bridge flight. So that is going to basically be Sao Paulo to Rio de Janeiro and Santos Dumont.
Outer line Alpha, and then holding point 22 for runway 22.
And so that'll be our second flight tomorrow.
Mr.
Mr. Posh Martin is back. Hi, Mr. Posh Martin. Thank you for reminding us to keep things a little bit on the posh side here. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the resub. 13 months, a year and a month. Thank you for being here and helping us keep things just a little on the fun side. All right, so 32, it's the next one. And there's our cute little Air Berlin.
Ground hello again. Austrian 177 at stand 34, information Foxtrot from the board, requesting taxi.
Austrian 177, stand by.
And we're going to kind of make our way around here.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, taxi holding point runway 22 via inner link 5 and Alpha.
There's link 4. Make the turn here. And link 4 comes around here.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, negative, it's inner link 5 and Alpha.
And there we go. That looks really good. Anybody coming over here? No, we're going this way. And there's outer.
Austin 177.
The little mid-field terminals, the little satellite terminals look pretty cool. Kind of wonder what they're like in real life. Takeoff config, predictive wind shear. ECAM checklist is green. We're ready to do flying stuff. Turn on the autopilot. Ooh, that's a little bright. There we go. Got that taken care of. And a fabulous wind wing autopilot. Wind control. And thanks to Chase Plane, we have flybys and taxi-bys now.
Air Berlin 441, monitor advisory 122.8. Good standby.
122.8 for Berlin 441. Thanks for the clearance and the taxi. Have a great weekend. 122.8, and away we go. Frankfurt, here we come. What could possibly go wrong, right? I need just one more click there. Got an airplane behind us. Looks like it's a little bit of low clouds tonight. Maybe trying to rain here tonight in Geneva. I imagine having that, having the lake there is probably a little bit of a moisture. Can contribute to some of the rain and stuff like that. Uh-oh, text message. I bet I forgot to pay a toll. Yep. The "you have not paid a toll" people are out today, so. Hey Toby, welcome aboard. So somebody told Toby that, yep, on a Boeing, you have to turn off the packs before you can start your 737. Oh, and I also noticed that they didn't just release the 737-600. There's also an update for your 800 and 900. So they updated those two. But yeah, you have to turn the packs off on a Boeing to...
traffic, Western 43, lining up runway 22
before you start the engines. Hi, Ben.
New recruit
Ben's here.
detected.
Welcome aboard, Ben. Good to see you.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
That's right. I bet. Pick a 5-string. That's one of the options. You've got one too, haven't you? Pick a 5-string, right? One of your options is, if you want, you could also purchase Amazon gift cards and mail them to pay off your toll bill. Malty, thank you for following the channel. Welcome aboard. We've got a 730. We got two 737 flights today. You know, Pollyann, I don't know if you have a, a lobby area or at the practice, but you've got all of the airline clients that you have. I think maybe, a collection of nice wingtip fences, if you were to like backlight them with like some colored lights and mount them to the wall of each of your clients. I don't know if they ever come to your law firm, but I think that might be kind of a cool display. I know, I interior design is not my thing, but there you go. Okay, there goes the Speedbird. Let's see if anybody's coming in to the airport. Anybody over the lake? Nope, nobody. Where are you going? You're not going here. Okay, let's go ahead and line up and wait. Give them a little second here. Let's see. Geneva traffic. Berlin 441's an A319. Lining up and waiting for just a few minutes on runway 22. You've got a Speedbird A380. Okay, you've got all sorts of models in the various offices that have been gifted by the airlines. Okay, and a very big A380 in the lobby. That's okay. You don't need my interior design advice. Hey, you never know, Rich. And in fact, they're starting to do more holds on Frankfurt Friday. They are starting to do more holds now. I'm just kind of taking my time so that the airplane ahead of us can get downrange just a little bit. I don't know if they're going to the same place that we are, but we'd like to have a good 10 miles separation between us and the airplane that just departed. You can see the lights of the airplane that just departed there. But the best thing to do is look here and see, okay, see, there's the airplane that just departed. Notice how they're not making the turn. They're not going the same place we are. Let's go. Here we are. Throttle's up about halfway. Engines are stable. Elapsed timer going on. Engines popping up there. Captain Lambert just followed. Thanks, Captain Lambert. And manual flex, SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. It is up and away time. Geneva traffic, Air Berlin 441 is on the roll, taking off runway 22. Geneva. Hi Kuma, hi Ben. Oh, Ben's been here, I'm sorry. V1 and rotate. Up and away time. You're going up. Hi, Danik. Gears up. Ooh, must have moved my side stick a bit here. Frankfurt Friday, it sure is. And lever climb. So throttles. There we go. And start our turn. Passengers getting a nice view tonight. Don't see an awful lot of snow on the ground here. Okay, a little bit too steep. I started the turn late. Push the nose down just a little bit. Flight directors should be a little bit happier now. Kuma, the DC server that you sent yesterday, right? Flaps. Speed brakes disarmed. AP. And here are the passengers getting a view of the airport. Geneva traffic, Air Berlin 441 is clear of the airport, departing to the north. Happy landings, Geneva. And nobody here. I'm going to just go ahead and clear us up to flight level 330. They also did a really neat update of FS Add-on Compare. So FS Add-on Compare got a big update. So there's FS Add-on Compare. You can now do a log-on. And I believe that part of the log-on for all of this is it lets you keep track of what you've got, maybe? I haven't read it all. But FS Add-on Compare, this is a great place to go and find airport sceneries. It really is a nice thing to have. So this is definitely something to put on your favorites toolbar. 10,000 feet landing lights going off. Nose light, taxi lights. V-Spy is going to Mali. Thank you for the pronouncer. G-Ref is going to Boston. That's Joan Jett. And SX DVV, that's the Aegean that used to have Athena on the side, is going to Thessaloniki. So it's doing a Greek hop tonight. V-Spy is the airplane that's named after Miss Moneypenny. And who doesn't know about Joan Jett, right? Bonsoir, Tim. Thank you for coming by. And I've got a discontinuity after social. We're going to go and remove the discontinuity. And Berlin, here we come. No, not Berlin. Frankfurt. Kuma it was on the global events page, and you did a small description about what was happening. And you put that over on screenshots, right, Kuma? I saw some Southwest flights. There was a cool thing over on, maybe I wasn't over on there. Maybe you didn't put it on screenshots, so I might not have seen what you're talking about. I did look through screenshots. Hey John, welcome aboard. Don't worry about being late. Welcome in. When I launched Microsoft Flight Simulator, it says GSX profiles are turned off by user settings. I think that might be a setting within GSX. I have not seen that though. Legend Disciple. I have not seen that before. Yeah, Sim Update 5 is out. Sim Update 5 is out. So if you're getting betas from Microsoft, you can go and test Sim Update 5. I'm gonna turn the sound of the airplane down. We got a lot of flying to do today. And let's go to 122.8. That looks really good. I'm not sure. I haven't heard anybody who is signed up for betas this time around. I know that Sim Update 4 was a really good update for me. I got some frame rates back. It seemed to smooth a bunch of stuff out. So they're really doing stuff. Some really nice things there. Oh, you did global events. So global events over on the Spy Flight is essentially a channel that you can look at, and that's going to be places for real news and stuff like that. Was it the rainstorms? You were talking about the rainstorms and the flooding yesterday, right, Kuma? This was the flooding that you were talking about, and the heavy rain. Hi, Corin. Welcome aboard. I sometimes don't go over into the into that one because real news is in there, and as we all know, real news is pretty scary. You know. On the other hand, you know, I'll post some things like I did a post there from Neil deGrasse Tyson's Star Talk, which I really like. That's a really great YouTube. No, don't worry, Kuma, that's what it's for. It's absolutely for that, and you should feel free to post whenever you want to. I just don't go there all the time right now. I think in the time that we're all kind of living in, it's important to take those in manageable doses, in a manageable way. Hi, Dwayne, welcome aboard. But no, you get to post stuff there whatever you want. Hi, Abelars. Happy Finally Friday. Okay, seatbelts are off. And away we go. Frankfurt is 325 miles to the north. Well, I did, you know, we chatted about this a little bit. You know, the spies of the round table, little polyot and all, and I felt that we needed a place to be able to talk about the real world. But you just don't go there all the time. And out we go there. Let's see how it looks going into Frankfurt now. Okay, here's a little Berlin 441. And away we go. So Switzerland's pretty quiet tonight. Love some of the lakes and places around here. All right, so we'll start picking up ATC around Stuttgart. And let's see, oh, Frankfurt is up, and they do have an ATIS. Let's see what they say. So Frankfurt arrival ATIS. ILS Yankees. Oh, they flipped to the 7s. They've changed to the 7s. So new runways for us. We got a MacGyver new runways here. 7 left and 7 right for arrivals. Okay, that's why on an event like that. Captain Chris said that Stuttgart is only up to flight level 145. All right, so we got to go and redo some of our numbers here. EDDF. So let's see. Airports. Seven right or seven left. Okay. Let's go and get what we need. So, 7 right. ILS Yankee for 7 left, right? ILS Yankee. They're not in any kind of order here. ILS Yankee 7 left is what they said, right? Okay, so we got to have that. Now then, we need to get the proper arrival. So we're already set up on a social arrival. This is going to be 7 left, 7 right, social. Raleigh, Dixat, MPAX. No, it's not social, it's MPAX. Social is the departure. So we need MPAX for the 7s. MPAX for the 7s. MPAX, there we go. MPAX arrivals. Okay, let's see what we're up against here. There is 5 Charlie and 5 Delta. 5 Delta is if they put us on the north runway. Stindo Fly, yeah, I feel like that's what they're going to do. They're going to put us on 7 right. So my guess is, yeah, 7 right for the arrival. Oh no, I figured, oh, depending on, see, I figured they always put the little airplanes over on 7 left because they need this for the bigger airplanes. Let's plan for 7 right, like Stindofly says. We're coming in from the south, so we'll plan on 7 right. The ILS for 7 right. That would bring us in here at either... Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? There actually is a waypoint called Frankenstein. You're kidding. We have the Frankenstein waypoint. My guess is we'll be at DF 654 though. Right? On the MPAX arrivals. There's 644 and then vectors. I want to do the Frankenstein arrival. That would be great. It's even, Tim J says it's even a VOR. There's the Frankenstein VOR. Now if only we had the Vlad VOR in Romania, right? If we had the Vlad in Romania, we'd have Frankenstein and Dracula. That's right, it was made from parts of salvaged and decommissioned other VORs. All right, let's go and program this in. Flight plan, arrivals, and it looks like now we're expecting the ILS Yankee, 07 right. 07 right. Now, is it the right side? Okay. The Yankee was over for the left side. 07 right. It's going to be the MPAX. Already forgot. It's the MPAX. If it's going to be on the south side, it's going to be MPAX 5 Charlie. EMPA 5 Charlie. Via DF 654. And insert. All right, we flipped the runways around. We're all ready to go. Stindofly, yes, that's right. If traffic permits, there will be south flights on the south and north, but it often doesn't work because there are just too many airplanes. Stindofly. Captain Chris, okay, so the Frankenstein VOR is near where Captain Chris lives. There is an actual Castle Frankenstein, really. It's a very popular attraction. They do huge parties at Halloween, and that's why the VOR is called Frankenstein. Low-vis got the MPAX 5 Charlie, so they're bringing low-vis on the south side runway. Captain Chris, am I putting too much emphasis on Stein for that pronunciation, or is that about right? Flight level 330, looking good. All right, lights check. Strobe beacon, I usually do the wings for cruise. Nav and logo lights to 1. All the other lights are off, seat belts are off. Over here, engines are groovy. Pressurization, we pressurize the cabin to 6,400 feet. And the cabin is no longer climbing, so we're not killing our passengers, which is an important safety tip, unless you are a personal injury lawyer hoping to get business. Captain Chris, so that's the proper way to do that. If there are 20 flights from the north and nothing from the south, they will obviously split it up, and that happens a lot. Tim J, in the U.S., that's right, in the United States, the Americanized version is Frankenstein. That's the but, you know, when in Europe, I'm trying to do the European pronunciation. Okay, we are 104 miles from top of descent. We need to come over here, and we need to do the arrival data. Kuma will be right back. We'll be right here. 120930. Captain Chris says Langen radar's on. We will get ready to talk to Langen radar. All right, arrivals. Recycle. Hi, Keith. Welcome aboard. I hope it is a nice evening in Liverpool. I was at the Western Approaches Museum website the other day, Keith, from Liverpool. That's one of the most brilliant stories of the war, is what happened there at Western Approaches. Arrival ATIS for Frankfurt. Okay. Information Charlie, METAR parallel. Yep, good. Radar vectoring. All right, transition level is 70. Winds right now are 350 at 4. The altimeter is 993. 993. Whoop, need an extra 9. Is our altimeter. The temperature is 8 degrees. Not as cold tonight in Frankfurt. Winds again, 350 at 4. 350 at 4. Transition level is 70. Transition level is 70. I'm going to do config 3 for landing because it's the baby bus. And the Barrow for the runway on the south side is... seven right, too small for me to read. Category 1, 530 feet. 530, Barrow is set. Descent is in 85 miles. That looks good. Jersey Pilot, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Natalia's back in chat. Welcome back in. So we've got a quick ATR flight in New Zealand. Watch out for walking trees. Then we've got Denver to Dallas. That's Friday night ops. And then a fourth flight today, Vegas up to Area 51. The airport that must not be named. All right. And I also saw 120.93. Captain Chris says Langen is up. That's low vis. I'm just coming into Langen radar here. 120930 is next for us. Tumi Brasco is learning. There's so much cool stuff to learn, right? 120930. Low-vis is already with Rhine radar. Well, low-vis is in the little 737 600, so low-vis is in the little rocket today. So done with the heating element on the coffee cup. 73 miles to top of descent. If we have to start our descent before we get beeped, on the MPAC's arrival, flight level 360 by MPAC's 290 there. We're direct to Lado. I don't think we're close into the arrival yet. MFS, welcome back. You're going to fly again on Sunday. Hope you get to come in and fly on Sunday. Should be a good flight. The only thing that I think I've got up for the Sunday flight right now is... Actually, I don't have anything up for the Sunday flight. We've got a Rio Air Bridge tomorrow. We've got Reykjavik to Akureyri. Oh, Skiathos to someplace. I think we were talking about going over to Corfu. LGKR, right? Corfu. LGKR on the Greek island top. Stindofly says they also do the same things in Berlin and München with the south and north runways. So airplanes coming from the north get the north runway, airplanes coming from the south get the south runway, unless there's a mad rush coming from the north or the south, and then they kind of split them up. Well, that makes sense. And it works really good in Munich, the splitting up the runways like that. They'll also do it the same way for the departures. Well, the good thing is the Airbrow Brewery is in the middle of the airport, so you're not going to have pilots begging to be on one way or the other, which is closer to the brewery, right? So we're not going to do Langen because we are above flight level 245. So we're going to go to Rhine radar is going to be our first ATC that beeps us. $50 miles to top of descent. Fuel for landing. EFOB is 4.7. Let's see. WISA gonna die fuel is 2.5. And half an hour of fuel is 9.4, so we've got an hour of extra fuel in case we need it. I wonder if, so there's MPACs. Visa, MPACs. I did not see. Okay, here it is. So on the 5 Charlie, there is a hold here at Cha. There is also a hold at Spisa, I guess, if you're going on. So if you're breaking off, there would be a, and that's Charlie. So there is that, and 120930 wants to talk to us.
400, this is Victor Charlie.
Low vis, I had everything set up on the arrival too. They flipped the runways on us. Good Abend, Ben. Thanks for coming by tonight. Happy Finally Friday. So EDUU SLN Center. EDUU.
Rheinradar with the einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Testing flight 320, climbing to 330. 5 kilo.
This is Rhine radar. Rhine Radar, good Abend. Air Berlin 441's at 330, just overhead Ladal.
Hello, Air Berlin 441, cleared MPAX 5 Charlie, arrival. When ready, descend via start flight level 250.
Air Berlin 441, clear on the MPAX 5 Charlie, arrival. When ready, descend to flight level 250 via the star, Berlin 441. We do lots of things on the fly, Natalia. I didn't realize that was a joke. It needs a joke. It needs the joke sound, right?
Hello, identified. Descend to flight level 350.
Performance 29 miles, and then we will press the button. Yep, we do all sorts of things in flight simming on the fly. You know, go grab an adult beverage out of the refrigerator on the fly. Order pizza on the fly. Jokes. Most definitely on the fly.
To proceed direct to Petna after Oswald.
Contact 5 Romeo Alpha, you can request that from the next sector and climb to flight level 360.
John Sorvino says if we go to Corfu on Sunday, we ought to do runway 16.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie,
Don't they do one runway? Don't they like flip-flop directions, and so not to fly over the city, so you land over the water and take off over the water at Corfu? Well, if there's one thing for sure, Natalia, we try to keep things appropriate here. Except the jokes. Sometimes they get a little inappropriate, but it's the internet. We're allowed to do that, right? 20 miles, and then we press the button. We've got an ATR flight next, and if you're new to this flight sim thing, you might want to join us on this flight from Christchurch to Queenstown. It's in New Zealand, and there probably isn't going to be a lot of ATCs, so this would be good if you're new. Toral, we are having a good flight today. Company message, how did we do? Are we late? No ADC required. We'll have good fights too.
0.6 Alpha Tango, contact dimension 136.230.
136.230,
That could be our next one.
Contact 5 from Alpha, contact Langen 122.785. Bye-bye.
That might not be it. He's probably going another direction.
It ranks 554, contact Langen 123.280.
I bet that's ours. I bet we're going to go to Langen next.
554, contact Langen 123.280.
I bet that's our next one. Langen is next. And 8 miles to top of descent. Coffee cheers from GT Boy. Coffee cheers instead of beer cheers. Are you having coffee today, GT Boy? That's a nice coffee cup. Loviz got 07 right. So Loviz is on the south runway. Well, that makes sense because they put you on
441, contact Langen 136.315. Bye-bye.
136.315 now for Air Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You too.
136.315. Keith says that it rained for the past 30 days. Somebody said in some parts of England and the UK, it's rained every day so far this year. Every day so far this year.
The sea room Mike is at 2,000 feet per minute or greater.
2,000 miles per minute. Langen Radar from down to Mike at 5,000.
The 1 to Mike, contact 125 decimal 050.
125.050, okay.
Langen Radar, good Abend, Air Berlin 441, descending on the MPAX 5 Charlie arrival.
Evelyn, correction, Evelyn 441, Langen Radar contact. Descend via start to flight level 100.
Descend via the star now to flight level 100, Air Berlin 441. Continuing on down, Retriever Neil is back in chat. That's correct. There's places in the UK where it is rained every day. No kidding. Get constraints on. The airplane should keep us going there.
125355. Lufthansa for Tango. Danke, ciao.
Airplane would like a little bit of speed brake action.
0094, and left heading 180.
Can't see him tonight. So speed brakes are out just a little bit here. Keith says it's been terrible. Has it just been really soggy and gray, or has it resulted in actual flooding in the area, Keith? You know, if there's been a lot of rain in Liverpool, I'd be one of those people that would have gone out to the yellow submarine at the airport and put a dock line on it so it doesn't float away in the rain. Hi there, Buckeye. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Retriever Neil says, yeah, it has been flooding in some areas. No kidding. So, rain, you know, not a big deal, but flooding, big deal.
Color 2109er, contact Rhein radar on 120, decimal 930.
120,930, under 2109er. Danke, ciao.
Lufthansa 0 Mike, contact 125.
We're a little bit high here. Let's get more speed brake out. We need to increase our rate of descent quite a bit. So I've got full speed brakes out now, and we're descending at about 3,000 feet per minute. See if we're actually going to catch up to the descent someplace. Yeah, the squiggly's all the way out here. And that means we're going to catch up to the descent way over here. That's not the official Airbus term for this little thing right here. It says where you're going to catch up with your proper descent path. I call it the squiggly, and, you know. Curls 1, this is the Phoenix A319. Retriever Neil will be getting webbed feet soon. And Keith, it depends on where you are, where you're seeing the flooding and stuff.
Langschiff Bahn direct 8, Tango Victor, passing, flight level
25,000 feet,
Tango
seatbelts.
Victor, Langen radar, radar contact, climb to flight level 230. Climb to flight level 230, direct 8, Tango Victor.
Schönen guten Abend, Lufthansa 31 Charlie, passing flight level 311 for 250.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, Langen radar, radar contact, descend via start to flight level 100.
Descending via start to flight level 100, Lufthansa 31 Charlie.
Descending at about 5,400 feet per minute now. Flash Duck's back. Hi, Flash Duck. Hey, welcome aboard. Have you got some good wisecracks for us today? Thank you for coming in today, Flash Duck. I hope it's been a good week, and you have plans for a fun weekend. Yeah, we're a little bit of a dive now, almost 6,000 feet per minute. Something kind of woke the airplane up, said, we're a little bit too high here. We should probably, you know. We're going to catch up to this real quick, though. Oh my gosh, it's pointed straight down. Captain Chris's descent is a little bit more orderly right now. Flash Duck says weather in North Carolina is going to be nice next week. It's going to be in the 70s. I don't know. I would think 60s would be more normal for North Carolina in February, but you know, that's nice. And speed's coming on up.
Mike, monitor advisory, bye-bye.
And there's the end of our crash dive. And now we're back on the profile. We'll put the speed brakes away. And the passengers who, you know, didn't appreciate the fact that they were temporarily, you know, weightless on our descent. And back to thrust idle. It's going to start slowing us down now. And all of this is good. Speeds, it's 230 knots after we make the turn at Spisa. I didn't see any other speeds around here, though. It was a bit of a skyfall. Kuros, yes, we're going to do the 737-600. I have the 800 for our third flight and the 600 for our fourth flight today. I forget there's some... there's a YouTube video that I saw that showed the actual flight path of the Vomit Comet, or, you know, the airplane that NASA operates for. So you're kind of flying along, doing a little bit of a climb, and then you kind of do a bit of a, you know, dive around there a little bit fast, and that's how everybody in the cabin goes weightless. And there's some cool scenes of that too in some of the features on the DVD for the making of Apollo 13, because they actually use that airplane.
441 descend at 2,000 feet per minute or greater.
2,000 or greater now for Berlin 441.
Berlin 441, are you able to comply with level restriction at Adnis?
We should be able to hit the altitude restriction at Adnis just fine, Berlin 441.
What's up?
Loviz is getting a proper Frankfurt Friday workout today. Jerry's back in chat. Captain Chris, so I was going to wait a week since I stopped using the music that I'd been using that was making Twitch upset. And
Berlin 441, contact Langen, radar 125, decimal 355. Keep your rate until passing level 110.
125-355, and we will keep up 2,000 feet per minute until passing flight level 10 for Berlin 441. 125-355. But after, and if I don't get any more notices that Twitch is upset, then I was going to go and put VODs back in. It's only that one song, but they couldn't kind of get it straight, so. Frankfurt Guten Abend, Air Berlin 441, approaching flight level 100 on Adnis.
Berlin 441, good evening, radar contact. Proceed direct Charlie Hotel Alpha, maintain speed 250 knots or greater.
250 knots or greater, we are direct Charlie Hotel Alpha, Berlin 441.
The 3 runway Mike, descend level 80.
Cha, known as Charlie. High ground controller, welcome aboard. I still like the TFDI MD-11, a fabulous little airplane. And there's direct Cha. Speed breaks down, so I'll get it going again. I'll get the VODs then, Captain Chris. They did one thing that made no sense. I turned off VODs and they yelled at me about the song even after I turned it off. So something was a little kinky. I just wanted to make sure that that ended. When it does, I'll get it going again.
Level 60, direct Delta Fox
3 confirm please at level 80.
Sorry, 8.
The 64 Mike, descend 4000, QNH 993.
Descend 4000, QNH 993, 6.
Austrian 014, turn right, direct 330 for sequence, descend level 80.
Right, heading 330, descend 80,
Oh, we don't do landing lights until we're cleared to land. Although, I usually, when I'm cleared to land, I don't have time to turn the landing lights on, the taxi lights on. I'm a busy camper in the cockpit. Keith, yeah, I want to make sure that I, you know, don't get in trouble with them. And the thing is the theme song was not a part of Epidemic Sound. Everything else is good, except for that one track. And I didn't want to get rid of it because I've been using it as the theme for the spy flight since the first day. but, you know, you can't argue with Twitch about this stuff.
Berlin
So.
441, expect ILS 07 right.
Berlin 441, expecting the ILS 07 right.
Lufthansa 47 Golf, turn left, heading 25.
Got it. We're all ready to go.
250.
That's right, ground
Lufthansa
controller. We'll
47.
just. So the reason I don't turn the taxi lights on, landing lights at 10,000 feet, but taxi lights, I don't turn them on until I'm cleared to land. That is, when they say clear to land, I flip that switch. That's my little reminder that, hey, yes, indeed, I have been cleared to land. Because sometimes you forget,
Expecting 7 right.
and that's not good.
Lufthansa 6 for Mike, connect arrival 118.505. Cheers.
118505.
18505, Lufthansa 3 Mike, get on.
Negative, that was for 6 for Mike, Lufthansa 6 for Mike, connect arrival 118.505.
That might be next.
18505, choose.
Lufthansa 120, descent 4000, QNH 999
There we go. Hola, AvGeek. Welcome aboard.
Lufthansa 47 Golf, direct Delta Fox 635.
Delta Fox 635, Lufthansa 47 Golf.
Next flight is
Berlin 441, after Charlie Hotel Alpha, continue present heading, reduce speed 220 knots.
220 knots, and it's present heading after Charlie Hotel Alpha for Berlin 441.
Lufthansa 5 Mike Lima, reduce speed 220 knots, turn right heading 305 for sequence.
5 Mike Lima, speed 220 and right,
There isn't a wow moment in there, so I'm still kind of looking for music.
And you can expect 7
You know, when I get some time, I usually just, I mean, they've got a huge catalog at Epidemic Sound. So every now and then I just go and listen to stuff, and if I can find something so that we can have a good wow time
6
again.
November, descent to flight level 80.
I think that was just, you know, a Jim Yosef thing for that song, which was great.
12014, turn left heading 250.
Dankeschön, guten Abend, Lufthansa 3 Golf Charlie, passing 122 for 100.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, Langen identified.
Happy Friday,
Direct Charlie
AvGeek.
Hotel
The
Alpha.
start of a February break for AvGeek. AvGeek, really? Enjoy your February break.
Expecting the ILS 07 right.
Good 6 November, descent 4000, QNH 999.
Descending 4000, QNH 993 for contact 6, Tango November.
Lufthansa 120, connect arrival 118.505.
Arrival 118.505, Lufthansa 120, thanks.
There's low vis. It's looking like a quick arrival.
441, descent to flight level 80.
Descent now, flight level 80, Air Berlin 441.
Lufthansa 5 Mike Lima, descent to flight level 90.
On the 5 Mike Lima, descent 9 on the phone.
Hayden is back in chat on YouTube. Welcome back, Hayden.
Contact 9 Zulu Romeo, arrival, good evening, information Delta, expect ILS 07 right.
Amazing ATC that the controllers can keep things moving as well as they do. It really blows me away.
Continue the arrival. Got 6 November, connect arrival 118.505, good evening.
Arrival 118.505, thank you very much, bye-bye.
Hi, Jim.
3 Romeo Mike, descent 4000 feet, QNH 999.
Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in today.
Berlin 441, turn left heading 305.
Left turn 305 now for Berlin 441.
The 759, reduce speed 220 knots, descent
Good afternoon, AC. Welcome aboard. Jim, thanks for coming by. Mr. Posh Martin is doing a Shanghai to Japan today in the A340. That's the Anybuilds A340, right? Maybe time for me to start thinking about picking up the A340. I'm starting to hear more good things about that, and people like the A340. It's a cool little airplane from Anybuilds. Hi, Two Dogs. Welcome to you. You're enjoying the A340? Yeah, I think I'll probably put that into the hangar next week. AZ is sleepy today. Irvi likes it, and Mr. Posh Martin likes it.
No reports detected. Welcome aboard.
Left turn 260, Berlin 441.
The 3 Romeo Mike, connect arrival 118.505.
Hunter Girl says it's cloudy. Well, it sure looks cloudy to me.
Lufthansa 3 Romeo Mike, correct arrival, 118.505. Tschüss.
118.505.
The Aerosoft TOLUS is just around the corner, though. I think it is, Tim J. So, doesn't look like it's too cloudy.
For 1, proceed direct Delta Foxtrot 635, continue the arrival.
Delta Foxtrot 635 will continue the arrival from there. Berlin 441.
Lufthansa 5 Mike Lima, turn left heading 260.
Doesn't look like it's that cold, though. And I don't see any reports of moisture or anything, so probably a relatively pleasant night tonight. Are you doing night shift things, or is it a night off? It was cloudy the whole day today? I would imagine so. And 220 knots, and looking like we're continuing the arrival from there, which is 246.
759 knots on right heading 305 for sequence.
We got a nice spacing of airplanes here. Looks great.
The 31 Charlie, after Charlie, continue present heading, vector sequence, descend level 900.
Night off tonight, but you work tomorrow. That's got to be a little bit better. Hope work's going good. Day shift. No need to worry about vampires on the day shift, right?
Lufthansa 759, descend to flight level 80. Lufthansa 47 Golf, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 999.
Passengers not getting a very good view outside the airplane. Yes, it is. There is a good A350 for X-plane. It was a combination, I think it was between Flight Factor and TOLUS, make an A350 for X-plane.
Delta 3, Langen identified, hello. Delta correct, 7 right. Lufthansa 5 Mike Lima, heading 180.
It's good, yeah, it's good, but it's not awesome.
Austrian 0140.
I like the A350 that we've got right now for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Only problem is it's susceptible to WASM crashes. Sunjammer says it's okay, but it's not up to the standard of the TOLUS. Well, you know, Kuros, an awful lot of the people that you hear doing ATC, some of them, more than a few of them, I think, do, oh, anti-ice. We have icing. Anti-ice on. They're real ATC people. There's real ATC people that are doing ATC on VATSIM. And they do it kind of to, you know, education. They do it because it's a great way for them to keep their skills frosty, do different things, learn new things. Plus, there's people that have been doing this for years in the VATSIM Germany, and they're that good. They're really good at ATC. Frankfurt should be right outside the window. There's the Frankfurt airport. Can't see a thing tonight.
Left 190, when able, direct Delta Fox 35 and continue the arrival.
The 5 Mike Lima, turn right 270, when able, direct Delta Fox 636.
Approach phase, arms, low vis is on final.
270 and direct 636.
It's one of the reasons kind of why we do this like every week. This is like the best VATSIM event. Great ATC. Now you got to know what you're doing. You've got to be able to control your plane the way they tell you and when they tell you. You've got to be fast. But it's 998 on the altimeter, descending now 4,000 feet. Air Berlin 441. 993 for Berlin 441 on the altimeter. Thank you.
Yeah, it's crazy low pressure here. Lufthansa 5 Mike Lima, descend to flight level 80.
993, there we go. Sasran, did I say that right? Welcome aboard. You got done LGAV to LTFM.
You can go direct Delta Fox 640.
Starting 640.
Did you get the new the really good freeware airport for LTFM?
Romeo, descent to flight level 80.
You got a whole tour of the air. It's big, isn't it?
Lufthansa 283.
I mean, the airport is huge. What is it? 1, 2. It's 6 runways there now.
Air Berlin 441, contact arrival 118.505. Good evening.
118.505. Good evening from Air Berlin 441. Have a good weekend.
You too.
118.505 arrivals. Yeah, from flightsim.to. It's a really nice airport, but wow, is it big. Arrivals. Good Abend, Air Berlin 441.
Good evening, Air Berlin 441. Austrian 014, turn right heading 340.
5 runways, so it's 5 now.
Lufthansa 47 Golf, reduce speed 180.
180 knots, Lufthansa 47 Golf.
Lufthansa 3 Romeo Mike, contact tower 119.905.
I'm sorry, if you don't know, LTFM is the new airport at Istanbul.
Austrian 014, descend altitude 3000 feet.
Frankfurt's got 4.
Lufthansa
EDDF?
47
I
Golf,
thought it was
reduce further
3.
170
No, it
knots.
does have 4. The one to the south.
170 knots, Lufthansa
Runway 18.
47.
Yep, you do have 4 runways. You've got the one
Austrian 014,
that
turn
points
right
direct
heading
south.
030
Hi,
and
Chris.
cleared
Welcome
ILS 7
aboard.
right.
Arrival, hallo, Lufthansa 5, Mike Lima.
Guten Abend, Lufthansa 5, Mike Lima.
993 on the altimeter. Oh, how could I forget the one on the south? That's usually the one
Lufthansa 47 Golf,
that we
speed
take off
170
on.
until 5 miles.
That's right, Terminal 3.
Until 5. Lufthansa
So there's a new terminal that's opening up. This was actually the
Austrian 014,
staging
reduce speed
area.
180 knots.
The staging area for the last time that we did the
Lufthansa 47
Berlin
Golf,
airlift.
contact tower 119.905.
But
Ciao.
this is the new Terminal 3 area.
119.5, Lufthansa 47 Golf. Danke, ciao.
Air Berlin 441, turn right heading 340 and descend altitude 3000 feet.
Descending 3,000 feet, right turn to 340, Berlin 441. Descending 3,000 feet. Oh, we're coming in fast.
Lufthansa 5 Mike Lima, expedite descent.
We're coming in fast. LS, here we go. Cabin call, coming on in.
Air Berlin 441, turn right heading 030 and cleared ILS 7 right.
Right turn 030, cleared for the ILS 07 right for Berlin 441. I've got glide slope and localizer. Arm the approach. Get all the help we can get.
170 until 5 miles.
You need to call the pizza place in Frankfurt. Say we're going to be there a little bit early.
Subscriber confirmed.
It's not Halil. Did I say that right? You just got into 2024 and you're flying the Cessna. That's what you should be doing. You want to move to airliners. Okay, so the next thing that you're going to want to do is you're going to want...
Air Berlin 441, reduce speed 180.
180 knots on the speed for Air Berlin 441. One of the things that you're going to want to do is move up and try the TBM. It's a free airplane, but you're going to want to start flying the TBM. And then after the TBM, maybe look at the Citation X or the CJ4
Good
jet.
evening, Lufthansa 7
Do a
flight
biz
90.
jet first.
Lufthansa 5 Mike Lima,
That way
turn
you
right
can
heading
build up
310
to
and
some
descend
jetliners.
altitude 3000
And I
feet.
think that, it takes a little bit longer, but it gives you a better feel for that. And then after that, you're ready to go.
Lufthansa 759,
Hey, Rangi.
expedite descent.
Welcome aboard, Rangi. Thanks for coming by. Okay, glide slope
Austrian
localizers
014,
armed.
contact tower 119.905. Ciao.
How about wheels?
Air Berlin 441, speed 170 until 5 miles.
170 knots till 5 mile finals, Berlin 441. On the other hand,
Lufthansa 5 Mike Lima, turn right heading
Rangi just did a
040
nice
and cleared
resub.
ILS
Hey,
7 right.
Rangi. Thanks for being here for 25 months and some great jet fuel. Oh, Lucidity did one. I totally missed it. Lucidity. 3 years. Thanks, Lucidity. Welcome aboard. How could I have missed that? Thanks, Lucidity. I appreciate your support too.
Air Berlin 441, contact tower 119.905, ciao.
119.905 for Air Berlin 441. Ciao. Good weekend. 119.905.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
119.905 Frankfurt Tower. Just got a really nice raid. It's Arch NDA. Hey, Arch. Welcome aboard.
Charlie, connect 121.955.
Okay, here we go. Over on this one.
Taxi,
Probably getting Mike 15 or 13. I don't see the runway. We'll let the airplane. Arch doing good today.
2 kilo, contact 121.
Thanks for coming by. I hope all is good and your VOR is safe from crazy pilots.
6 Tango November, taxi Mike, Tango, hold shot of Tango 4.
Mike Tango, hold shot of Tango 4 for contact 6 Tango November.
Frankfurt Queenstown, Berlin 441 on the ILS 7 right.
441, Katharina, batterie.
Subscriber confirmed.
Rangi
Top
just
clearance
gifted some
grant
subs to
payment.
the community.
Loyalty noted.
Hey, Rangi, thanks for gifting subs to the community. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for some awesome, awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Appreciate Rangi, thank you for always being here. Thanks for being here as long as you have been and being nice to other people because not everybody can afford a sub. That was great.
Mike, taxi Mike, Mike 8, hold shot of 07 center.
I think that tomorrow we'll, we'll have one of the September things, the 35% off things soon, maybe next Friday. We're hoping for butter. Okay, about to capture the glide slope and 6 mile finals, right? Auto brakes, speed brakes.
120, cross 07 center, taxi left Lima, hold shot of November 5.
Gear down 3 green, everything's looking good. It has been a busy night for Streamlabs.
The one at Charlie after the next departing 340 from full length, line up 07 center, wait behind.
Not very windy tonight. That's probably why we got such low clouds, almost kind of foggy here tonight in Frankfurt. Coming over the river, X-Subs, welcome to you.
3506, 07 center, ready for takeoff.
07 center,
Hey, Rich.
clear for takeoff, Lufthansa 437.
So 6 for Mike, contact Apron 121.955.
Apron 121.955. Good job, Marshall.
Lufthansa 755, contact
Speed for landing. Flaps are 2. Got the airport.
Contact 121.855.
Next should be a nice chill out flight if you're new to Flight Sim
014
and new to VAT Sim.
07 right incident. Berlin 441, reduce to final.
Final approach speed for Berlin 441.
The 47 Golf, taxi right Mike, Mike 8, hold shot of 07 center.
Mike 8, hold short, 07 center, Lufthansa 47 Golf.
We'll actually be flying right over the north-south runway that Hunter Girl was talking about here. You can't really see it because the lights are very directional, but we'll be going over that runway too. Exiting left. Hammer goes slowly but surely.
437, identified, contact 120.155,
120.155, Lufthansa 437, ciao.
Berlin 441, expect that.
Expecting late landing clearance, Berlin 441.
Condor 6 Tango November, cross Tango 4, hold shot of Lima.
Shooting Tango 4, hold shot of Lima 4.
Okay, let's look at missed approach. Get ready for missed approach maybe. Missed approach, straight ahead, and right turns to hold at Frankenstein. I don't know about that, Dad, game time. If you're gonna get a 737, I would get a PMDG or the iFly.
The 1 May Charlie 2 catching 020 degrees.
Traffic's getting off the runway.
100 above.
cleared for takeoff 07 center, Lufthansa 18 Charlie.
Berlin 441, wind 020 at 6, 07 right, clear to land.
07 right, clear to land, Berlin 441. Taxi line.
014, taxi right, Mike 8, full shot of 07 center.
Mike 8, full
20, retard.
The 5 Mike Lima, expect clear, Atlantic clear.
Reverse. Reverser's green.
Romeo Mike, cross 07 center, taxi left Lima, hold short of November 5.
Cross 07 center and Lima and CMD clearance limit.
Full short of November 5.
Full to November 5.
The 5 Mike Lima, wind 020 at 6, 07 right, clear to land.
Lufthansa 5 Mike Lima, 7 right, clear to land.
Berlin 441, taxi right, Mike Tango 4.
Right, Mike, and you cut off just before Tango 4.
Taxi Mike, Tango, full shot of Tango 4.
Taxi right to Mike, Tango will hold short of Tango 4, Berlin 441. There's Mike. There's the really cool building with the neon lights and the train tunnels in the middle of it. The train tunnel down there looks really good, and it's really nicely modeled in the sim. Okay, right, Mike. And we go Tango and Tango 4. Hey, Thalo. Welcome aboard. My nose wheel is not mushy today. Mike, Tango, hold short of Tango 4. Okay. So, real simple taxi right now. Okay, strobe lights are off.
line up 07 center.
Open up flap.
The 47 Golf, cross 07 center, on the other side, taxi left Lima, hold short of November 5.
That landing felt really good.
07 center, left on Lima, hold short.
Was it a good landing today?
Contact 4 Tango November, contact April 129 at 55.
Minus 221, 1.7 G's. Man, I thought it was a lot better than that. I thought it was a lot better than that. Jeez. GT boy, it's where the airport train station is, and the building above it is a hotel. Well, if I ever get to go and fly in and out of Frankfurt, that's where I'm staying with the cool train station in there. Because, GT boy, that train station architecture is really pretty cool. Hello, Senor Tomas. Welcome aboard. I don't know what it's like in real life, but in the flight simulator, the train station in that building with the blue light around there, it looks like a Starfleet warp core. Yeah, I mean, it just looks like that's like a warp core or something that's over it. It really was weird looking. Okay, everything's pretty good up here. And a jazzy little song for taxiing here in Frankfurt tonight. And we're just doing a snappy little taxi here. They're not going to the same place we are. We're supposed to get off at Tango. Is that Tango? Is that it? Does that have a name? I don't think we're going with that where that airplane's going. No, that's not ours. We're going to the end. I was wondering what that emoji is. The one that you've got there with the little sprinkly thing. Irvi had a minus 237 and 0.98 G's.
What is the 157? Danke, tschüss.
014, cross 07 center, taxi left Lima, hold short of November 5.
Alright, we're done with the LS buttons. Hey Curly Air, you were able to get in before. You came in on the north side.
020 degrees 6 knots 07 right, clear to land.
Well, the thing is the ATC in Flight Sim here in Frankfurt, they work really hard to keep the airplanes moving fast.
Mike 6, holding short, 07 center.
I mean, they work really hard to keep the airplanes going fast. Okay, Tango 4 should be our next available left, and we hold short. Look at that, it says Tango.
12185.
Yay.
Lufthansa 47 Golf, danke, ciao.
Would this be considered a last Tango in Frankfurt? That's a pathetic shout out to an old Marlon Brando movie.
Yep. Berlin 441, cross Tango 4, hold short of Lima.
Crossing Tango 4 will hold short of Lima, Berlin 441. Lima is right there. Cool. Tim J blames Polyot. Avgeek. It's Secret Squirrel. It's the airport that must not be named.
Okay, attention 3, 1 Charlie, taxi Mike 8, hold short of 07 center.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, Mike 8, short of 07 center. Lufthansa 31 Charlie.
That's 5 Mike Lima, contact 121
New
855.
recruit detected. Welcome aboard, agent. Stay sharp.
759 in Mike 6, cross 07 center, taxi Lima 1, hold short of Lima. So 759 in Mike 6, cross 07 center, taxi Lima 1, hold short of Lima.
APU's coming on up.
Mike 6, clear to cross 7 center, and Lima 1, holding short, Lima, Lufthansa 759.
Alex just hit follow on the channel. Welcome in, Alex.
Mike and Tango, hold short Tango 4, San Angelo.
The 759 on the other side, contact 121 955, stop.
On the other side, 121 955, thank you, ciao.
The 283 wind 02086 07 right, clear to land.
07 right, clear to land, Lufthansa 283.
Station power back in 1 minute, bye.
Somebody just disconnected their autopilot while they were answering. Did you hear that? Alex, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Thanks for the follow. We're waiting for a clearance after holding short of Lima here. So we just landed over there. There's the new terminal that Hunter Girl was mentioning. So there's the new Terminal 3 that's just about ready to open here in Frankfurt. And usually they park the Air Berlin airplanes down here in just these parking stands. But we're supposed to just stay right here. Captain Chris had a minus 554. Saverick says, happy Friday. Happy Friday. Welcome aboard. Next flight is a total chill out flight. If you're brand new to Flight Sim and brand new to VAT Sim, this might be a good flight for you. Christchurch to Queenstown. Gonna take a ATR, which is a slow propeller airplane. And I don't expect a lot of ATC. 121-955 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Never worry about a late. We move 121-955. I don't know which way we're going. If we're coming down the canyon, or if we're gonna come. If we're gonna go over the canyon or down, or over the lake or down the canyon. Down the canyon's more fun. Apron, good Abend. Air Berlin 441 is on Tango holding short of Lima.
Berlin 441, good evening. Left Lima, Victor 110.
Left on Lima, Victor 110 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Shall we go? Parking brakes off. Left on Lima. Here we go. Real fanatic. Did I say that right?
Detected. Welcome aboard.
You always come in when you land. Really? You sat for 15 minutes. Hey, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in, Real Fanatic. Thanks for the follow. We got some more nice landings today. We're going to be landing at
036, contact
Queenstown.
apron 121855.
Queenstown is always a good flight.
Frankfurt
And we've got Dallas Love and Area 51 today. Okay, Lima, and it's going to be, let's look at, I think we want the west side. Victor 110, nope, we have the east side.
Super 909, contact apron 121855, bye-bye.
12185, Super 909, good day.
Emirates 13 uniform, taxi
I may
via
have
November,
taxied
November
past
1,
it, I hope not.
November 1,
Via 114.
441, you missed your gate, next to the right.
Next to the right for Berlin 441, thanks. AvGeek says they may be landing over the lake. Real Fanatic did a headwind float today.
2 Alpha Charlie, give way to Lufthansa Boeing, correction, Airbus A340, joining opposite direction.
Yeah, we missed our gate. We'll just take this one.
A340, other direction, scanning 2 Alpha Charlie.
Station to the south of the 3 Charlie, short of Lima and 3 Victor 1, take the backup.
November 3 Charlie, guten Abend, left Lima, hold short November 5.
Left Lima short of November 5, December 3 Charlie.
Let's get into Alpha Charlie, you're clear of traffic.
Parking brakes. Engine number 1 and engine number 2.
Continue November.
Engine 1, engine 2, we already got the APU on. And it's all set up there. So that looks pretty good. Engines are spinning down. And everything looks good here. Let's stop squawking. And I usually reset the rudder trim for the next crew. While we're waiting, we'll do fuel pumps. All 6 of them can go off on the plane. And we'll do ADIRs. Those can go off. Crew supply of oxygen, beacon, and seatbelts can go off now. Come on down here. And we do have to go in here and go to ground services. Request a GPU, request some stairs, open up some doors, and we made it. And the doors are actually pretty cool too. Made it. Landing rate was a little bit high, but they're all a little bit high right now. Watch it bounce at the top. The cargo door bounces at the top, and I've seen that happen on the real Airbuses too. When these open, it kind of bounces like that. That was really kind of a cool surprise to see, but we made it. Oh, steak. Real Fanatics talking about steak. We made it. Nobody was hurt. What a good flight. Let's go to New Zealand. Again, it shouldn't be really complex, so if you haven't gotten to fly with us on VATSIM, now's a great time to join us. Thalo, yep, now they're handing out the Air Berlin chocolate hearts. And welcome to Frankfurt, a great place to be welcome to. See you at the pizza place, the burger place, or wherever the best food is for friends. So New Zealand is where we're going to be. We're going to be on the South Island, Christchurch to Queenstown. So that should be really nice. I've got a profile already set up in here. So we'll just kind of let things simmer down here in the computer. We don't need SimApp Pro, so we'll turn that off. And we'll turn off the autopilot and turn off the McDo, so we don't need those for this flight. AvGeeks found a Lord of the Rings livery. Tim Dog, I figure there's still people flying in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 and also X-Plane. So that's him, but I don't really think there's going to be a lot going on. So it's a short little route, perfect for the ATR. You could also, if you're new, you could also take a little Cessna on this flight too, and that would be just fine. Daniel, I've actually got it in the flight plan for tomorrow. We're doing Reykjavik to Akureyri in an ATR, in the Iceland ATR. Loviz is going to fly with us in the FNO and Area 51. See you there. Tim Dog's taking the Baron. And let's get Sim. Ruben says that they would also use an A320 on the route. I just thought it'd be fun to take an ATR on this one. Okay, new flight. And this is going to be ANZ, Air New Zealand. We're going to depart from NZCH. We're going to NZQN. And we're going to take an ATR 7. So it's the AT-76. And Loviz sent a really nice livery yesterday. So we've got that. No real ATC. I'm going to guess that our runways 20 and 23 are probably the best choices for this airplane. Let's go options. And we'll just do 15 minutes of extra fuel just in case. So all of that's good. We got a nice departure, a nice arrival. The only thing that doesn't work really well for me on this particular airplane is the nav data. Sometimes I haven't been able to get the nav data to work in Flight Sim 2020. In 2024. This the airplanes in 2024 look for nav data in 2020, and I deleted 2020, so that seems to be a problem. All right, we'll generate the flight. You will need the printed flight plan, the PDF file of your flight plan for this. And I think I switched the livery should be for kilograms. I can't imagine they're using pounds here, right? And ATR Adventures. Control C. That should take care of that. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. 16,000 feet. That's a very nice altitude for the big ATR. We're filed. All right, NZCH. And I think the ATRs were down here. All right, what else can we do? Let's see, Rangi, if you go into the content manager and then go to the library and search for the ATRs, you'll see them, and you probably need to re-enable them. You know, you can disable some things in the ATR. You could re-enable it, and I had to do that too when I first started looking for them. Buckeye says we need to stretch and hydrate. Yeah, these are all 2020. They need a little bit of an update so that they work they work okay. Tom's checking in from Frankfurt too. Guten Abend, welcome, welcome. Had a great landing. It was a little, I don't think it was as hard as Volante said it was. I think it was a butter landing all over the place. It was a really nice landing. If you don't know where that is, Rangi, I can show you where it is really quickly. You'll also need the Navigraph maps for this. Emerald City's taking a detour and fly over Milford Sound at Fiordland National Park. Is that part of our flight route today that we should do, Emerald City? Tomorrow for Iceland Air, yeah, I was going to try. I think I've already got a livery for that too. So we should be good for a nice Iceland flight. All right, NZCH. Are you in Flight Sim 2020 or 2024, Rangi? There's our route. Tom did the Diamond DA42 in Malaga today, and it was rough. It was very windy. You're in 2024. So I think it's still a 2020 airplane, but it's available to you in 2024, so you have to enable it. That was the word I was looking for, enable. And if you don't know, you just if you see it in your library, in Marketplace and Library, then right-click on it, and you'll see where you can enable it, and that'll work for you. And I think we park these down on the south side here. And on the airport, we're departing off of runway 20 and landing on runway 23. Runway 20. So taxi out, Alpha, and there we go. That's pretty simple. And our departure is going to be the ATSAT to Quebec departure. It's a to Quebec departure, ATSAT to Quebec. And after departure, no altitude, so straight down the runway to ATSAT and then Guput, I guess. Guput. Captain Zane, I've been using it pretty much exclusively now for 10 months or so, and it's been working really good for me. All right, coming into Queenstown, we're doing, and we're getting lost. Elvers 5 Bravo. Puts us out at Kill. And for runway 23, we have an RNAV. There's at Kill, and we come down, and we're doing the approach through the valley. Okay, that looks good. The valley approach, I think, is a little more fun. Airports and parking stands. This one is more fun. It's even more fun in a big jet, but there you go. You found it? All right, let me know how that works. And now we're just waiting here. Let's wrap up the coffee here. Probably should not have an Airbus hat in an ATR. Probably shouldn't have an Airbus hat in an ATR. Almost done loading the data. Rangi's gonna fly today. Good luck with that. All right. After the sim starts loading and it says it's ready to start, I usually wait about 3 or 4 pictures here, 3 or 4 scenes from the movie, just to see if it smooths out a little bit. And let's go get our ATR. And we got an ATR. And save it. This was easy to find. All right, let's go to Christchurch, NZCH. Tom is on a PC, the X-Plane exclusively. You tried 2024 on Xbox, but it wouldn't work. I don't know much about the consoles. Generally, it seems to work for everybody. But I don't know specifically about what might have been a problem. You probably got your X-Plane looking and working really good anyway, so. I'm going to wait till the map shows up. Let's try gate 5 or gate 6. There we go. That looks good. Gate 5 is free. Bump that line up a little bit. Clean out some of this other stuff. We don't need these. All right, that all looks good. And there's our ATR. Let's hit ready to fly. In the cockpit we go. And let's get VATSIM turned on. That's right, none of the plugins are going to work on Xbox, but some of the really good airplanes have migrated over there, so there's a couple of paywares that are going to work. But eventually, I think you'll want to fly Flight Simulator on a PC. Actually, Bryler Gaming has got 2024, and you're flying it on an Xbox, and it's working good for you. ANZ, and this is going to be an AT-76, ATR-76. There's a couple more Air New Zealands there. And let's get Volanta going. Could have been a bad download or something. Maybe the download was a problem for you. I don't know how that works over there. All right, bring in the flight plan. I think things are starting to get busy in Frankfurt. We got in just in time. All right, I think we're ready to go. So welcome to our cute little ATR. Really fun little airplane. It is not fast. And if you're taking the long one, the 76, these things have the tendency on takeoff to drag the tail. So you want to avoid a tail strike. Rotate very, very gently as you're getting off the runway there. Okay? All right, everything's good here. Let's come on down here first, and we can go to the aircraft tab. And we want DC power plugged in. We'll open the main door, put the tail prop in, and we could also open the cargo door too. So cargo door and the tail prop. The tail prop is back here in the back of the airplane in case you put too much in the back of the airplane and not enough in the front of the airplane, and it tips back. So that kind of stops it from tipping. Because, you know, you don't want to have an airplane that's tipsy. All right, flight plan. Import OPF. And there's our flight, and there's your weather. So we get weather out of this too. We've already got our charts. And let's go start turning on the plane. Captain Chris made it to gate last Friday, 20-minute taxi out, 20-minute taxi in. Into Frankfurt. I had a pretty long taxi, but it wasn't that bad. Atlas Systems, yes, those tipsy airplanes, you got to watch out for them. All right, everything else is looking good. We've got our throttles idle, parking brake is on. The condition levers are at cutoff. That's what's important there. Windshield wipers are off, and the first step is to turn on the battery. 2 clicks, but you only want to use the first click to on. And look up here, you'll see the MFC multifunction computer lights flash. The backup landing gear lights flash, and the cabin and cargo doors shows that the doors are unlocked and open. And if you look down here, you can see the big T's are showing up on the monitors, but only on 2 of them. We're only on battery power. Turn on external power, and now the rest of your monitors are going to go on and start starting up. While that's going on, we're going to turn on some lights here. So we're going to do nav light. We'll also turn on emergency exit lights. Got to do those. Look up here. We want windshield heating and oxygen because I guess people want to breathe. I thought it was Tomas, right? And our airplane comes to life. Wait till the T's disappear while the airplane kind of turns itself on. There we go. That looks good. So after this, I will go and I will hit set fuel. And I will hit set payload. That should make it all right. Trav has done analytics homework is complete. Now Trav gets to fly. Welcome on in. Daniel, we got to go with the original spy hat. This is an ATR, not a Boeing or an Airbus. All right. FMS tracker. You see my nav data is out of date. So there's something wrong with that. I think we're going to have to wait for an update from the developer for this to work, especially if you've only got Flight Sim 2024. Let's do init. And the first thing you're going to want to do is the weight. Look at your flight plan. And page 1 should give a zero fuel weight of 20509 is our zero fuel weight. It says 19656. So it didn't load the rate correctly. So if that doesn't do that, you could go to the payload button and hit load aircraft, and then you could put in the right numbers. So it should be 20509. And fuel should be 2237. And then you can hit start loading, and that should update your numbers there. Somebody just did something nice on YouTube. I didn't look up fast enough. Thank you. I think it was a new subscriber. Thank you for being a subscriber on YouTube. Now let's check our numbers here. That's a little better. 20412. That's about as close as we're going to get. Fuel is 2237. That is spot on. So we need to be sure to get that. And you have to put in your reserve fuel manually, and mine's 1050. 1050 is reserves, and that goes in there. Our trim's going to be up 1.1 based on all this. That's not bad. Return. And we're going to do performance in it. Our altitude is 16,000 feet. 16,000. And we're going to put that in the top. Next is going to be our alternate and our cruise altitude if we have to go to our alternate. You find that on page 2 of the top line. We would go back to Christchurch at flight level 230 if we have to do our alternate. So NZCH, NCCH, and then you have to do a slash, and then the altitude, 23,000 feet. And the past, it's got really kind of cranky, so you want to be sure that you only click this in once, and it takes a second. So only click it once and wait. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Then all of a sudden, it sort of like clicks in like you just saw. There we go. Rangi is Air New Zealand 529. See, and just a look out. You're on the right side. We got a lot of Air New Zealand here. So there's an Air New Zealand there. That's probably Rangi over on the right side. We've got another ATR and a couple jets for this flight. Let's hit the caution button. That gets a little bit annoying. All right. Let's see. Probably could use a little bit of air conditioning. It is summertime here. So let's go and get this airplane's version of the APU going. And to do that, we need 30 seconds of hydraulic power first. So hydraulic auxiliary pump, ground only, click it, and then you can come up here, and the prop brake says it's ready. Turn on the prop brake. Antonius, it is. Take your time, Rangi. It does take a little bit of setup, but it's not bad. Okay, now we're going to turn on engine 2, but the props aren't going to spin. So turn on the wing lights. Come over here and turn on engine 2 fuel pump. Go ahead and get the starter to A and B. And we're going to start engine number 2. And at 10%, we're going to move the condition lever up to feather. And now this engine is starting, but you see the props aren't spinning. The airplane does not have an APU, but they use engine number 2 as an APU. They just don't make the props spin around, and that'll give you a little bit of a bleed in here too. If you're having a hard time reading the labels on the panel, go ahead and kick these things up to bright. And now if you look up here, you can see it's easier to read. Well, not really easy to read it at all, is it? Let's get the starter off and start doing the rest of the flight plan. Tim Dog is over on the western apron today. All right, let's do flight plan in it. And we're going to do the route. We are in ANZ flight 441. And then we do our departure and arrival. So Icy Cows, NZCH to NZQN. NZCH/NZQN, right? Yeah, NZQN. Put that in the from to and let it breathe a little bit. It doesn't pop in there immediately, but eventually it pops in. Trav can smell JP8 when the doors open. On this airplane, I would imagine so. Captain Chris swapped over from Frankfurt to NZCH. Welcome into NZCH, Captain Chris. All right. I've found that at this point, yes, you could go and come over here to flight plan and set the flight plan into this, but it really gets kind of cranky, at least for me. So what I do is I just build it up from there. What do I select to be able to start the prop brake? Okay, first thing you do, Ruben, for the prop brake is come down here by the throttles. See the throttles? You see this little button down by the left throttle? It says hydraulic auxiliary pump, ground control only. Press that button. It gives you 30 seconds of hydraulic pressure. Then what you do is you come up here to the prop brake, lift the lever, switch it to on, and drop the lever back down. Then you can come over here and turn on the engine 2 fuel pump, turn the starter to A and B, and start the engine. And that will get you engine 2 running in what they call hotel mode. All right, let's go and start putting the flight plan in. So click NZCH. Our runway today is going to be runway 20. Click runway 20. And our departure is the ATSAT to Quebec departure. ATSA to Quebec. And the transition is going to be GoPut. And insert it. There we go. Yours isn't working. So after you know how to start the engines, right, Ruben? Could you not turn on hotel mode or something like that? Tim J was on the phone. Did you miss anything? I told some really, really great jokes, Tim J. Sorry. Piero, welcome aboard. In which country? I live in the U.S. Piero. So Ruben, the prop brake ready light does not come on. What happens when you press that button? Now, you have to press that button, and the ready light should come on. Do you have both the battery and the ground power turned on? Okay, after GoPut, we have an airway, so we have to click GoPut. And what we have to do is we have to do airway. And we have to find the airway, which is going to be the Yankee 266. And we exit that at LRUV. So click it and click LRUV and insert it. It's a little bit weird. And that's our only one. That's our only one. Okay, so all this looks good. At NZQN, we are expecting the RNAV to runway 23. I don't know if we're doing the Yankee or the Zulu. Let's look and see. I've got the Zulu. Is it not working for you, Ruben? We're going to come in via ATKIL, and the Zulu to the runway. RNAV Zulu runway 23. LRUV 5 Bravo via ATKIL. And insert. And check for route discontinuity. Up next, LRUV. Yep, let's delete that. Clear the route discontinuity there. Pop that in. And that should take us right down to the runway. Flight plan is complete. Now we can do performance. Okay, it doesn't know the runway landing access for takeoff. Okay. So the runway length in feet for us here, 10,787. 10787. Doesn't like that at all. So it doesn't like that, but we'll rotate at 113 knots, so okay, fine. Cruise winds. That's page 1 of your flight plan, upper right-hand corner. 314 at 29. Doesn't like that either. Some stuff didn't seem to load in here today. This doesn't like New Zealand. Another Ruben, is it going to work for you on ground power? There's some stuff in here that doesn't seem to have loaded very well. That's really weird. Okay, now it's in. All right, I don't know what I did, but it didn't like something. So NZCH, there's our runway. Now we can put in the winds. 314 at 29. I'm sure I did something wrong, but it works, so that's good. That looks good. Over here, our arrival is going to be NZQN, the altimeter 1011. You can convert it here. So change the altimeter to 1011. And that's 2988. 29.88 is our arrival altimeter. And the transition level going into Queenstown is flight level 150 coming in. So 15123 is our transition coming in. So we'll be landing at about 118 knots. That looks good. That looks good. Transition going out. We got to do that. Transition level out is 13,000 feet. And 13,000 feet, and that looks good too. No spiders and no panicking. Our next flight will be Denver to Dallas. It's the VATSIM event. The Sonic is back. Did you miss an event? There's a lot more people flying in New Zealand. No, we're just spies coming down and looking. This is a chill out flight. This is kind of for new people that have been watching and want to try and fly with us here. That's kind of what it's all about. I think we just got to hydrate. If you're flying with me, it's time to hydrate. All right. I think we're almost ready to go. The altimeter here is 1012. Altimeter's checked and set. Rangi, it is runway 20 today. All right. So one of the things that this airplane does have is it does have a really nice checklist. So let's set up just a few more things. Cruise altitude, 16,000 feet. It's a ridiculously small number on the primary flight display that's very hard to see. And now come down here and look. Okay, there's 14.9, so there's 15,000 feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should be 16,000 feet. Look at that, it's perfect. Departure heading on runway 20 is 196 degrees. Okay, 196 degrees. Ruben got the thing going with the and that should be about 196. No, it says 042. Okay. There's 180. That should be 194. Missed it by 2. 196. Okay, we've got altimeter set. We've got altitude set. We have heading set. Now, like I said, this airplane does have checklists, and we don't want to forget anything. Parking brake is engaged. Altimeters are set. Landing elevation is set for 11,000 feet. Is set for 1,100 feet, not 11,000 feet, sorry. And that is correct too. FMS comms and nav are set. We need to set the radios. And VHF1 will be 122.800. I'm sure in the real airplane, these the common stuff is cool here. But I gotta tell you, it's really weird here. And let's just squawk 2000 and enter. And that looks good too. Okay, comms are set. Fuel quantity and fuel on board. So this gets a little bit weird. I think I'm missing a step here. Reset fuel used. Confirm your takeoff data numbers, and all of that looks good. The problem is I don't know how to reset the fuel on board there. I don't think is right. Don't know what to do about that. I've got to go watch some more Magnar videos. Engine fuel used is reset. Memo power management is set to takeoff, and that's good. Before propeller rotation checklist. We're almost ready to go. Daniel, where can you get the Iceland Air? You mean the liveries for Iceland Air? I think it's flightsim.to. I haven't looked. I know that I've had it before. Yeah, we'll be announcing intentions on Unicom 122.8. Aircraft. So let's close the cargo door. There goes the cargo door. Passengers are aboard. Let's pull the tail prop aboard and go to the main door, close that. Let's go ahead and we're going to disconnect ground power. That means we're now powering the airplane with the APU. Hi, Dr. Quigley's. Parking brake is on. Remove the wheel chocks. And now we've cleared this page. Let's get off it right now. Just go to the flight plan page. And it's almost time to start rotating the props. So we're going to come down here. Seat belts and devices are going on. So put your laptops away, that kind of deal. We're going to turn on the beacon. So the beacon's going on. We need another 30 seconds of hydraulic pressure to turn off the prop brake. And hydraulic fuel pressure. And now we can turn off the prop brake. And our propeller should be spinning. And it is. Do we use CTAF here? .ctaf.NZCH. Do we use CTAF here? I don't think we do that on VATSIM right now. Maybe down the road, but not yet. Okay, let's go ahead and start the prop. So that condition lever goes up, and now this prop's going to spin faster. Of course, Daniel, we're on the VATSIM network. We're just going to do a chill-out flight and enjoy the scenery. We're going to look for walking trees and a big red eye that's hovering over a tower or a mountain or something. Okay, that looks good. I forgot to do this. CDLS cockpit door locking system is good. Flight sim and takeoff data. Trims are not set. Yes, the trim sounds like Pac-Man. And it's supposed to be 1.1. And trims are set. Doors are closed, seat belts, beacon is on, and away we go. Yep, we're all ready. Let's go and start another engine. Fuel pump for engine number 1 goes on. Starter for engine 1, and start the engine. Look over here, the NH percent's going up. At 10%, you add fuel. And condition lever to feather. And this prop starts spinning. Somebody forgot to file a flight plan. I did. I hope. And that prop's going pretty good. Let's come down here and go to auto. And everything looks pretty good here. Starter back to normal. Probe heaters on. And everything else is pretty good up there. Flaps are going to be 10. And before taxi checklist. FWS recall, that's good. Cockpit comm hatch is closed. Condition levers are auto. Anti-ice, I don't think so. Electric true. On. And anti-skid test. Anti-skid test is over here. Tim Dog has departed. There's a 737 flying. Flaps are set. Nose wheel steering is on. Out we go. Shall we depart? Radio is on. We're 1 to 2.8. Go to surveillance. We're squawking mode Charlie. That's good. ND overlay.
Looking a little better.
I'm going to turn that off. We'll turn off nav aids and airports. We'll look above for now. Let's get ready to rumble. Over here, we're basically going to go Foxtrot Alpha runway 20. So we've got one airplane over here that just started.
That was good enough. Perfect.
We'll wait for that one to move. And then we'll go. Somebody just took off. Watch up here. So somebody just took off. We could do a taxi light. We'll also turn the wing lights off. We don't need that, but we'll turn the taxi light on.
Christchurch traffic to 1398, taxi runway 20 via Foxtrot Alpha.
Christchurch traffic. New Zealand 441 is an ATR taxiing out of stand 5. Foxtrot and Alpha to runway 20, Christchurch. Shall we depart? Come on down here. Parking brakes off. Tow lights on. Control locks off. Look over there. Release. Throttles forward a bit.
Christchurch traffic, New Zealand 331 is lining up.
Hang on. Here we go. And you see a little arrow there, so we do a nice little turn. If you haven't looked at the main landing gear of the ATR, it's actually really pretty impressive. The modeling on this. Tim Dog has departed. All right. We've got a, whoops. Taxi checklist, taxi and takeoff lights, brake check, and config check. I think we're all good. The config check's a little bit awkward. You look down at the throttles, tilt up a bit, and the button is over on the right side for the co-pilot. And something here is really small, and it should be green, and that's how you do the config check. After departure, it's going to be an LNAV departure, so I'm going to arm nav. Nav is now armed. This was a nice scenery. We've had this one for a while. Tim Dog says it is 9:37 a.m. in New Zealand, and it's already Saturday morning. Hi, Jukebox. Thanks for bringing the pizza. Welcome aboard. And I'm just not doing a fast taxi because we're behind a jet, so we'll let them get out of here. Make sure nobody's coming from over there. Tim Dog is a Beechcraft Baron.
Christchurch traffic, New Zealand 331, taken off runway 20.
A very nice, cute little taxi by. Polar Bear wants to know if anybody has gotten the PMDG 737. I am installing it right now. I have gotten it. I haven't flown it yet. Loviz got it and flew it in Frankfurt Friday. And I didn't hear any profanity coming from the Loviz cockpit, so I'm guessing it's doing pretty good. Irvi has done 2 flights already. Got an Airbus departing. So, and we're gonna fly it as a Janet Airlines flight from Vegas to the airport that must not be named because it's a secret, as our last flight today. And we got kind of a long one after this, Denver to Dallas Love, so that we can get into Love at about the time that the Friday night op starts.
Christchurch traffic, New Zealand 331, passing 1,600, Christchurch.
Polar Bear is going to do ENTC. You're going to do a Toronto trip with the 737.
Christchurch traffic, New Zealand 1390. We'll be holding on 1120 for about 1 more minute. Let the traffic go to that.
Polar Bear is English. Uh-oh. Don't tell Polyat. Hang on.
Volonta offline.
Oh.
Again. Spy, do you need a checklist?
Oh, it was Irvy that did it. All right, Air New Zealand. I do have it going. No, I did set it up. Irvy, look, I didn't click this. Oh, I think I forgot. I have to refresh the overlay. I did the Streamlabs overlay. I didn't do the Volonta overlay. I think that's what I forgot to do.
Christchurch traffic,
So I already did this. So I was good. Tim J hasn't had enough sleep. Okay, there goes that airplane. Okay, we're going to take just a second at the end of the runway. Get that airplane downrange a little bit. Bryler Gaming says we should hydrate before departure. Good idea.
Christchurch traffic, New Zealand 1390.
All right, parking brakes on. And checklist, takeoff briefing is done. Gust lock is off, flight controls, transponder TCAS is on. Everything else is good. Checklist is complete. We can depart. Christchurch traffic. Air New Zealand 441 is going to line up and wait for 60 seconds on runway 20. Christchurch. Something's bad. What, Bryler Gaming? Was it a joke? It was probably a joke, right?
Christchurch.
All right. Let's come over here. And we're going to do RND. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Curly Air is getting rain in Scottsdale today. Scottsdale, Arizona. It's the first rain and probably the last of the year. Yeah, you only get like one rainstorm in Arizona, right? You got a Denver scenery and you're excited to check it out. That's our next flight, Denver to Dallas. I took my time there, so we should probably be pretty good here. All right, everything looks good. Let's do landing lights, strobe lights, and I think it's almost time to go. Daniel is already taxiing. Christchurch traffic. Air New Zealand 441's on the roll, taking off runway 20, Christchurch.
Traffic. Yeah. Traffic is now to the down on the location here, so should go. Your airplane is all traffic.
V1 and gentle rotate so we don't drag the tail. That was pretty good. And gear going up. I haven't set the landing gear cameras for this airplane yet, but it's really good, the animations. Christchurch traffic. Air New Zealand 441, the ATR is now clear of runway 20. We are departing to the southwest. Happy landings, Air Christchurch. Flaps up. Climb power.
Don't sink. Don't sink.
I was pushing the nose down a little bit. Whoopsie. There's wing views, Chris. AP. There's our climb. There's ATSAT, and looks good. Let's go to IAS climb. That's most efficient. After takeoff checklist. Landing gear is up. Flaps are up. Power management is set to climb. Engine bleeds are on. Taxi and takeoff lights are not off yet. And our cute little ATR has departed. We didn't even scratch the paint. If you want to see the scenery, you have to stay low. Curly Air says there's a cloud layer. That's to conceal all of the walking trees and the orcs and stuff that are lurking around New Zealand, right? They have to have this low cloud so nobody sees it.
Also cancel the touch and go. It's going to be a full stop landing traffic.
Bryler Gaming said to hydrate. I forgot to do that. Oh yeah, Low Viz has gotten that one too. I've been told, yep, we've all been told, you know, follow that virgin. And of course, those of us that have the sense of humor of a 7-year-old, we go, okay, you know, just cause that's what we do. But yep, they've done that. Okay, nice climb. TCAS is supposed to be above. And we're done with the takeoff page. So now what we'll do is go to performance over here and go over on this page to progress. 196 miles away from Queenstown. But yeah, we've gotten that before. And I think that some of the controllers say it on purpose, especially because they know that some of us are gonna, you know, make a comment, you know, giggle like a school child, that kind of a thing. Because, you know, we're all so, you know, mature in this world. Not. We have no intention of growing up, right? We're at ATSAT. We departed at Gooput. And there we go. Next is a VATSIM event. I don't know what to expect out of the Denver area, but full ATC going into Dallas Love Field. You laugh more at the airline that must not be named. Yeah, some people get a little pissy about that one, don't they? Loviz says your response was, huh? Where? Who wants to grow up, right? Okay, I was gonna do something important. Oh, I was gonna check and make sure that my Dallas Love Field's loaded and ready to go. We have nice scenery for Dallas. There's the new DFW. If you don't want to, you don't have to go into Love. You could go to DFW, and we got a brand new scenery for that airport. And it's actually pretty good. It's almost $30 US, so a touch pricey, but not bad. It's a good scenery. I haven't looked around it very much. We've done a couple of cargo flights and I think one passenger flight out of the United Terminal there. All right, just wanted to check. KDAL, Love Field. Yep, I didn't have that engaged. Great. It's the eye blue yonder for Dallas Love Field. Okay, got that set. Howitzer, welcome aboard. Love was too far away for the rent-a-car center. It was. Welcome in, Howitzer. Loviz is going to do a 737-600 flight. I was going to 738 as Southwest and 736 to Area 51. Captain Chris is going direct to your bed. Is it getting a little bit late? Passing 8,000 feet. Let's see. That's the cruise page. Transition here is 13,000 feet. Yes, Visonic, you do have to do that. Absolutely. You do have to do that. And if I wouldn't load a flight in that I was currently on. So if we were going and doing the Denver to Dallas flight, I just wouldn't bother because you have to restart it. I just loaded in the scenery for Dallas Love now because I'm going to restart the sim anyway before our Denver flight. That's why. Captain Chris wanted to do a jokey joke. Thank you. Every joke counts. Every joke is appreciated. And there's 9,000 feet. We are 183 miles from Christchurch. We'll be landing at about 2139 Zulu. If you look over here at the clock here, you can see that it is 2053 Zulu. So that gives you an idea of how long this flight is. And in the ATR, I mean, this is not a fast airplane. It is not a flat. You don't take this airplane if you want to go get there quickly. $10,000 feet. Let's do the lights. Landing. Taxi. We'll turn off devices. Let people pull out their laptops now. I actually do like this. It's a cool airplane. What I do like about it also is Real World Pilot has taken the time to do some very, very good tutorials over on YouTube for this particular airplane. And I'm probably doing about 60% of what the Magnar videos are doing on the plane. Like, one thing, I know that I loaded the correct amount of fuel in the airplane, but you have to reset the FOB over here. And I've forgotten how to do that. So I got to go back and watch the Magnar videos on resetting the fuel and loading it correctly. Got some mountains off to the on the right side of the wing. Curly Air says the wind favors runway 5, but we're going to do the canyon run. Let's see. We can get a runway analysis here and see what it is that we can do. So go to runways over here. And then if you look on the side, you can see. So runway 23, it's a 5-knot tailwind. Runway 5, it's a 5-knot headwind. The crosswind is just 3 knots, so I think the canyon run is a lot more scenic going into Queenstown as opposed to going over the lake. The lake is really good too, but I think 5 knots is not a big deal. So we could go ahead and do 5, continue with the current plan. Just looking at the tops of the mountains here to make sure there aren't any like floating big red eyes with lightning bolts coming out of them. That's an important thing to check, especially in New Zealand. And when you're on approach, make sure that there aren't any big tall trees that walk in front of the runway. And 13,000 feet was transition, right? 13,000 feet. I don't think it changes color at transition here. We'll wait till it gets to 13.3 or 4 to see if it reminds us. I don't think it does. Liam O'Brien. Which movie is that one from? Oh, which one? Gosh darn it. I haven't seen him in a long time, but yeah. For all things are possible with God. Man, I haven't seen that in a while. It doesn't remind you, you have to remind yourself. So click the barrel set button to standard altimeter. It has been too long since I've seen those. The RNAV Zulu minimums. Let's start cranking those in. Minimums are 2,718 feet. It's pretty big minimums, right? There's 2,000 feet. Thank goodness we can just hold it and click it. 4, 5, 6, 7. 2,718. The closest we're going to get is 20. So we've already got our minimums. 2,720 feet. Cool. On the arrival, we're going to manage our descent down to 3,300. And almost to top of climb. You see, I mean, we're climbing at what, 700 feet per minute? Not the most powerful airplane, but I bet it's really efficient, and you know, you can get a cabin full of people and some cargo to where you're going. And now we're direct to Sunner. A flight like this, if you're new, especially on VATSIM, this is when you learn, this is how you learn to, you know, chat on the radio, you know, announce your intentions. You learn how to just basically sign on to VATSIM and stuff. And then you get to enjoy really great scenery, especially in New Zealand. At 16,000 feet, it will automatically change us down to cruise mode. You can see it's already down here, but we do have to flip the power from climb to cruise. Altimeters are checked and set, and that checklist is done. I am surprised at how easily I took it back after having not flown for 6 years. Now, I was away from flight simming for probably 8 to 10. About 8 to 10 years. And then I just started, you know, flight simming and stuff just for fun because, you know, I worked in the weather center at the new station I was at, and nobody ever came back there. It was always cold and nobody came around. So I brought my Mac and I had X-Plane on it. And so I would just use X-Plane and fly, you know, while I was sitting there plugging the weather in and designing weather graphics and getting ready to do the weather. And it was a good time. And then about 2 years after I started just playing around flight simming, I really liked the Flight Factor 757, and I knew that they were going to update the flight management computer in that. And so I decided, well, let's start Googling and try and find out what this new flight management computer is going to be like. And one of the things in the Google search was this 4 or 5 hour YouTube video or video from this guy by the name of Cat Strader. What the heck was that? And I said, first of all, who watches a 5-hour video on the internet? And that's when I learned about live streaming. And that's how I learned about live streaming. And really got into flight simming then. And I was doing it, you know, just for a hobby and fun for about 3 or 4 years. Then the people I worked for decided to start setting off nuclear bombs and decided to do this full time. And there's our top of climb. And I'm waiting right now to see how we do. It's going to try and put us up to a cruise speed of 211 knots. Cat Strader was yeah, here's Cat Strader will go over to Squirrel's channel. He stopped live streaming a long time ago. And they were playing golf? Really? No kidding. Yeah, I know Squirrel is still doing stuff. Every now and then John Fly pops online and does a flight, like once every 3-6 months or something like that. But if the live streamers that were out there when I started, when I first discovered Twitch, I think most of them are gone. So it looks like 204, 205. I'm going to go ahead now, and this is when I go and take it off auto and go to manual, and I just dial that down to 210. And then we can come over here and we go to cruise power. And we just kind of cruise. Yeah, Ty was at X-Plane Pioneer. And they were huge. You know, once I discovered that, I was always there. You know, it was how I was learning about all the cool stuff in flight simming. Well, another Ruben, it's been a while, but yeah, I also loved Project Fly. You know, one of the things that I really liked about that, the Project Fly app, you know, now we got Volanta, but Project Fly had one of the little tabs in there, and it had a passport picture for every country. And every country that you flew into, when you flew into a new country on VATSIM and Project Fly, you got a stamp, a new passport stamp that you'd been to the new country. I thought it was really great. Irvy has been around a long time, so you were there when it was Justin TV. No kidding. That's pretty good. Captain Chris, are you going to go to the opposite direction? It's got a list, but it was really nice. And, you know, active in you know, in the Spy Flight chat and really helping me grow the channel and stuff is Polyot. Polyot actually worked with Matt on Project Fly for a while and had a little bit to do with the passports, which I thought was super duper cool. Everything looks good here. Oh, we got to change TCAS to normal now. So ND overlay, and we go to normal on TCAS. Let's turn on terrain radar. Uh-oh. What happened? Engines changed. I think I just had a WASM freeze. I've got a freeze. It isn't a pause freeze. I've never seen this before. I think everything just froze. Yeah, the time has somehow stopped. Is Hunter Girl's leaving. Good night, Hunter Girl. Thank you for coming in today. Have a wonderful evening. Safe shift tomorrow. See you next time. Did I do pause break on the keyboard? No. So Tim J has had a few pauses before. Let's just sit here for a little bit and see what we've got. Okay, let's also look and see if I'm in anybody's way. I'm just gonna blow off a VATSIM right now because there's an airplane right behind me. None of my controls will move. None of my controls are moving. It happened when I came over here. Everything's frozen. Okay, I can turn this. I can't click anything here. I think this is a WASM freeze. Although usually with WASM what happens is you're still flying and all of your screens turn to orange. You mean pause up here? Nope. I don't think it's a button. I don't think it's a control button here. I've never seen this before. This is really strange. The flap lever works. Will the flaps go down? The flaps are not going down. Yeah, I think it's a WASM, but I don't think it's orange screens. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is you keep flying. I'm gonna just go and reset, but I'm going to go and just go over to, I'm just gonna go over to Queenstown and see everybody land. But I'm gonna recycle the sim and see. That was really strange. I have no idea what that was. But yeah, the WASM stuff, usually all your monitors in the airplane go to orange. Jonathan, I was doing Air New Zealand. So you keep flying, don't give up. I'm gonna go and reload and just put the airplane on the ground, and we'll check in with some landings, see people land. And then we'll go and do Denver to Dallas Love. That was really strange. Yeah, it was like a top of descent pause, but we weren't anywhere close to top of descent. Maybe it's because Hunter Girl hit the I've got to go button. That's what it was. I know, Mr. Posh Martin, I was looking forward to doing this approach. We've got to stay on schedule today. We need to keep going because Denver to Dallas is a bit of a haul, and then because we definitely want to fly Vegas to Area 51. Want to fly to Area 51. So that was super duper strange. That was really, really weird. But it's Flight Sim, and Flight Sim does really, really weird things. All right, I see there's a FedEx flight that's coming in, so we're gonna have a whole string of nice landings here. I think now's a good time to hydrate.
Tell me what you
be in a 737 next. The FedEx is coming down the canyon right now. It's a FedEx 757-200. All right, this will be nice. Yep, we got the little rocket ship. Aretha, we're going to do that on the on the flight after Dallas Love Field. I don't think I'm going to make it on the ground in time to see the 757 land. It takes forever for this thing to load. Just does. Watching this one come in right now. There is the FedEx 757 that's going into Queenstown. Air New Zealand 231 is making the last turn. Danny VDW had Wasam orange screens earlier in the ATR. Really? Well, I thought that there might be some yellow screens too, but I didn't see any yellow screens. So, okay, it's probably not that big of a deal, but I don't know. Can't imagine what else it could have been. Maybe it was sunspots. Remember when sunspots fried something in Airbuses and they had to reload navigation computers or something? Maybe it was sunspots. Or another party balloon. I mean, maybe it was party balloons that could have been it. Because, party balloons. They caused all sorts of trouble in El Paso, right? It was aliens, that's right. Cosmic rays flipping the bits around. That's got to be it. Cosmic rays. Rich on Wheels is back. Weather for Queenstown. Winds are 050 at 6. Not bad. Good visibility. 12 degrees. 1011 on your altimeter. Here comes Air New Zealand 331. This is going to be an A320. Those kinds of aliens right there. You never know when they're going to pop up. While we're waiting, we can do a quick rabbit hole for our next flight. We could get some gates and stuff. So KDEN, KDAL, Love Field. And it's going to be a Southwest flight. We'll take a 738. So departing out of gate Charlie 51. So Charlie 51 and gate 17 at Love Field. So there's some actual gates for us. Still loading world data. Yeah, I think that 2-3 is the nicer approach. The lake that you come in is pretty nice, but the canyon that you get to come in, I did click on terrain radar. Maybe it's because I clicked on terrain radar. That was the last thing I tried to turn on was terrain radar. Maybe that's what crashed it. Because there's certainly a lot of terrain around Queenstown. I'm guessing that's what tripped everything up, was trying to turn on terrain radar. I think it's time for a new movie for the startup here, Microsoft. It's time for a new movie. Air New Zealand 1398 has started the trench run. And be sure and, bullseye a couple of womp rats while you're in the in Baker's Canyon. Everybody has fun doing that, except, of course, for the womp rats. They don't enjoy it very much. Hi, Canadian Bear. Welcome in. Happy, finally Friday. Happy weekend. Time to start thinking about weekend food and pizza and stuff. Oh, come on, Microsoft. Takes forever. Loading unusually long. Log saved to report-loading.toml. Yeah, you think?
Loyalty noted.
Hey, Jim, thanks for the resub. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Jim's been here for 42 months. Thanks for great support, Jim. Even as we're watching an incredibly long loading screen, right? Thanks, Jim. Appreciate you helping me to keep this going. Is it Valentine's Day? NZQN. And we'll watch landings. So, little plane spotting here. Looks like one airplane did a go-around. Air New Zealand 331 is going around. I think that's close enough to being out of the way. Valentine's Day is Saturday. I didn't know that. Captain Chris was a little bit too high. Got it. Yeah, you run out of space really pretty fast on this one. You really run out of space fast. All right. That's going to sit and spin for a while. Of course it is. It loves to sit and spin. Looks like we've got a bunch of airplanes coming into Queenstown in the opposite direction right now. These all came in from Auckland. So they're doing what you're supposed to do. I didn't think anybody else would be doing this flight. Oh, is Kenco coming in? Uh-oh. There's going to be a collision between Spies and Kenco flights. We're all going the wrong way. Uh-oh. I didn't even think anybody'd be coming down here today. I really didn't. All right. What we're going to do is go on to VATSIM and just park here. Auckland, right, Loviz? That's where it looks like they came down. So they came a lot further than we did. All right, let's go outside the plane and get the drone cam and do some droning and watch some people land. So let's see here. Little bit of a breeze. This side is the canyon side. Okay, we got one coming in over here. It's over a little bit of a lake, and it looks like it's making a turn. So there's a lake up here. It's on the other side of that hill. And we've got one airplane that's turning around. But you can see the terrain here is really freaking amazing. And there's the other side, and that's the lake there that you come in over. Air New Zealand. All right, we got a flight coming in over, about ready to make the turn over the lake here. So here's one coming in on runway 05. This one's a little bit hard. So we've got this little taxiway here. It's really kind of skinny. So if you're landing this way, it's great if you've got a small airplane, but you can clearly see that taxiway is not very big. So you kind of have to do a back taxi on this one. Buckeye says to hydrate. Okay, so the airplane that was turning out over the lake is now turning back into the runway. So we've got one coming in over here. Hi JF, welcome back in. Buckeye says now's a good time to hydrate. So keep an eye right over here in the middle of the screen, and you should see an airplane coming around the bend. Off to the right is where they're going to be coming in. And Drumma just arrived too. Welcome, welcome. Canadian Bear has a 787. You don't have to bring small planes in here for sure. All right, Air New Zealand 1398 has made the turn back into the runway. There it is. Here they come. Pretty good landing there. Okay, we got two ATRs. We have another airplane, part of the Kenco group, and they're going to be coming in. So one is just about ready to come in over the lake. And then this one can get off the runway pretty quick. The scenery at this airport is actually pretty nice too. Airbuses love to float. Oh, yes, they do. All right. Next up, it looks like we've got an ATR. There's two ATRs, and then it looks like the first Kenco arrival. There's a KLM flight oh, there's the ATR. All right, we got that one taken care of too. Now, if the second ATR makes it in really quick and gets off the runway, then we're not going to get in anybody's way. But if you're the KLM flight that's coming in, if you feel like reloading in the approach and coming in over the lake, that would be a good thing to do. I think that we can get the other Air New Zealand. Now, actually, it's not an ATR. It is I think this is the Baron that's coming in. Vasonic, you know, that's kind of the way it is. Some people just float Airbuses, some people float Boeings. I generally float Airbuses. Now, I also, on my Boeings, unless I got to go on a really short runway, I always do flaps 30. I don't do full flaps in the Boeings, too. All right, here comes the little prop liner, and that one needs to get off the runway really, really quick. Okay, looks like the KLM is making the change to go over the lake. Good call. This is, I believe, a prop liner, but that's just basically my generic airplane. All right, next is going to be a couple of Kenco arrivals. That airplane clearly did not want to land. All right, out over the lake. See if you can spot the first Kenco arrival. It's actually right in the middle of the lake there. I don't see lights on it, but it's coming in pretty quick. There's a little island and a little inlet in there too. So there's a bigger lake on the other side of the little island in the middle here. Captain Chris says there was bouncing, and Jim did Ryanair landings. I'm still looking. They should be just coming over this little breakwater island here. But I still don't see them yet. If you're drone camming around, if you move back and forth like this, you can generally see the airplanes as they're coming in. And I don't see it. The thing that concerns me is how are they going to taxi? That's a short taxiway. Jim says the gear is down. Yep, that's Kenco coming in right now. I think they're going to have to backtrack, but they're coming in pretty tightly packed here. Okay, the first airplane is over the water area between us and the little island. I don't see them. Don't see them at all. There they are, lined up right on the runway. You're going to do 05 for the second approach. That's a good call. That's actually the runway that is in use in the real world. And a perfect on the touchdown point spot. Hi, Mighty Morph. So what are they going to do here? I think they're gonna, nope, he's gonna do the backtrack. He's gonna do the backtrack. Yeah, Jim, he's almost, yeah, the other one is almost over the island right now. So he's gonna have to do a high-speed backtrack here. Oh, the drama. Can he get off the runway in time? The other one's over the island. I don't see him over the island. Did they miss the exit? I don't think that they're taking the little baby. Oh, look at that. We're doing a high-speed taxi. A V1 taxi to get off the runway. Very, okay, no problems on that one. All right, that one made it. Hi, November 321. Flying Walnut, hi, how's it going? Yeah, I didn't realize Kenco was coming in here to, we're coming into Queenstown. Arithers, yeah, I was just thinking the brakes on that one are going to be a little hard. Okay, so that one made it just fine. All right, next one is over. There they go. Okay, I see them now. Here they are coming in. Oh my gosh, somebody's going around. It looks so good. Somebody's going around. Maybe the runway was too hot from that high-speed taxi. That was Loviz. Loviz says that's Kenco that did the go-around. It looked good here. So there's flight simmers that actually go around? Really? That was a Flight Sim Labs A321. I didn't think that flight simmers actually went around like that. Oh, it's because there's all these spies here at the airport. That's it. Okay. All right, let's see here. Got another one over the little island. Okay, so we're on the wrong part of the planet. I wonder if any of Nessie's family is down here in this lake. Not everybody is affected with we got to get their itis. Oh, that's true. I have done a go around in the past. That's right. There's got to be a Loch Ness Monster here in New Zealand, right? Maybe it's where Gollum is hiding in the water, looking for the precious. Over the beach. Okay, that one was a touch and go. So we had a touch and go there. So that was a pretty good touch and go. We have another Air New Zealand, and then I think we've got 2 spies coming in, and then we can move on to Denver to
New recruits
Lovefield.
detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Nilwo
Station.
just followed the channel. Hi, Nilwo. It looked pretty good, maybe a little bit early. So let's see. We got one at the over the middle of the lake. One over the middle of the lake. A pretty nice, cool purple building there. We've had this scenery for a while. All right, let's take a look at the map here. So we got a couple on the go around here. Air New Zealand 2331. I think that's the last one of the spies that are coming in. We have an Air New Zealand over here in ATR. That one came with us from Christchurch, 529. I would definitely reload your flight plan and land on the other runway. I would definitely plan on that. There's too many people on 5 for you to come in on runway 23. Chris, this is Queenstown in New Zealand. And we got 2 kind of going opposite directions on the go around here. We'll hang around while Air New Zealand 331 comes in. And you can see there's this little island thing that I'm calling there. Little bit of land that kind of juts out. And there's a little place that you can fit your boat in. That's about it. I believe, yeah, this was a payware scenery that we've had for a while. I think we got it. I think I probably got this payware scenery for a Cross the Ditch event. I think I picked this up for a Cross the Ditch event. Loviz says there's a nice default scenery here too. Okay, another one coming in. Air New Zealand 211. They're over the island. They're halfway over the middle. Okay, I see them in front of the clouds. Here they come. Look at this. You know how it is that trees change color in Microsoft Flight Simulator? It's fall down south, right? Because getting close to spring, trees are starting to change color. Well, wait a minute. No, it shouldn't be changing color now. It shouldn't be changing color now. It's not fall anymore. It's dead winter. And a nice landing there. All right, wonder if this one can make it all the way back on the back taxi. We've got one out over the big lake. Air New Zealand 331 is halfway to the lake right now. See if this one can manage the back taxi. This one's taking the taxi way. I guess it's okay for an A320. You don't have an awful lot of wiggle room, though, on that taxiway. There's like zero wiggle room on this. Okay, KLM. Okay, the KLM. This came down with us. This KLM flight, I think, came with us. Very adventurous. And then we've got an Air New Zealand, and that should be good. Looks like the ATR's going around too. New Zealand's trees change color in autumn from March to May, with the peak colors in April. Really? Okay. I would have figured they would have changed colors later, but March to May. Well, they're changing colors early now because it's summertime there, and it's going to... So it's March to May. Well, we've got some nice fall colors over here. Got to watch out for the trees. You never know when they're going to just take off and we'll start walking here. Really awesome mountains all around this airport. Okay, we got an airplane just coming over the little island. Well, you know, it's warmer up here right now, so maybe it's changing. Maybe it's, I don't know, it doesn't make sense. If it's warmer up here, I would have figured they'd change later. don't know. To spot the airplane, if you just kind of move back and forth like this, it's over the island and it's about mid-channel, mid-lake right now. IQB, good day to you. Welcome, welcome. This one's kind of cool because there's a little last minute turn to final. Tim Dog wants to come to New Zealand. There they are. Here they come. Next flight is Denver to Dallas Love. There is a KLM arriving and a very nice landing. I wonder if this one's going to take the taxiway. Like I said, that is a very narrow taxiway for a jet. And I'd imagine that a real jet would kind of probably tear up the sides of the taxiway here since it's not so wide. Now maybe it's okay for an A320 or something. Carlwyn Davis, welcome, welcome. Yep, this one's going for the taxiway too. Stay right down the middle there, Captain. I think it probably is. I don't think that I think that the jets have to back taxi. I think this is for small airplanes. Can't imagine that they want to leave it like that. Yes, going very, very carefully. Yeah, this is a GA only taxiway. That's okay. Flight simmers can do whatever they want, right? Okay, that one's clear. Here comes Air New Zealand, Flight 331. Clarky, Loviz says that this is a default airport. That Queenstown has a nice default airport. The airport we departed from was Christchurch. I think that was either a freeware or a payware that I had, and it looked like it was pretty good too. All right, Air New Zealand 331's coming around, and I think this is probably the last of the spies. So we may need to start thinking about doing our Denver flight. They only have one airport movement an hour. Oh, AvGeek. If they've got one flight an hour, Juggernauts. So this is somebody that was flying with me on my live stream. We're all spies. And here comes this one. Everyone's welcome to be a spy here. Everybody's welcome here. Okay, I think the first Air New Zealand from the Kenco flight, the first go-around is next. There is one prop liner that's coming in, and I think that's the last of the arrivals from Christchurch. So we've got this one and then this one coming in. This one actually went around. This one has come in with us from Christchurch. So, and I think that's the last one. Yeah, that's the last one. So we need to wait for Air New Zealand 2529 because they flew in with us. So we'll do that. And this one's going to be super slow so they can come in kind of tight unless this airplane's going to back taxi. then they may have to go around. Kenco is, I believe, Ken is this one here. Air New Zealand Flight 617. So I think that's the Kenco flight, Walnut. So everybody's slowing down just a little bit. And these two actually went around. One of them was a touch and go. Is that 637? Okay, that's 617. 637 is over there. Next for us is Denver to Dallas. It's part of 637. Okay. And we've got another one. I think this one came down from Auckland too. All right. We got 3 landings and then it's off to Denver we go. Hi Manaphy, welcome aboard. Everybody's taking the taxiway. It's really pretty in the land of fantasy movies. Well, you know, we all saw the incredible scenery from Lord of the Rings, and a lot of that, you know, the production was down here, and we did a flight a long time ago. Sunjammer did a really cool tour around New Zealand for us, and we actually flew over. We flew over the Hobbits village, which is still there. The Hobbits village is still there. And you can see it in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So that was really cool. Rangi, you're in the ATR, right? So we'll wait we got 3 more landings that we're going to watch. It's somewhere in New Zealand. I don't remember where. I'm not sure that I remember where. It looks like the ATR is turning around in the middle of the lake to let the jets come in. But yeah, apparently you can see those. Next time we try runway 14. I've never used these runways. I think these are just GAs too, by the way. But we've never used the opposite direction, the cross runway here at all. All right, we've got 1 jet over the island, 1 in mid-lake, and it looks like Rangi is out in the middle of the lake too, making a turn in the ATR to come in behind the jets. Jim says Kenco's at 900, so the next one should be Kenco landing. The scenery out here is just so amazing. The really, really cool mountains around here. I don't know what it's like to actually live here, but I imagine the scenery is really just amazing. Okay, I see the one. It's right in the middle of the screen. Really hard to kind of pick out here. And I think that's supposed to be the A321 from FS Labs. I think that's the FS Labs. Thank you, Loviz. Yep, Flight Sim Labs. I think that's the that one there. Two more arrivals. Let's see if this one's gonna back taxi or take the taxiway. Looks like we're trying to get a little pre-turn here to get in there. First landing was more on target. Must have been hunting for butter. What? Flight simulator pilots hunting for butter? I never. Oh, we're doing a back taxi. We're doing a back taxi. Or are we just doing a donut here? Nope, back taxi. All right, let's see if this one makes it before. Okay, the other airplane is over the island. So it's over the island. Oh, he's going to make it just fine. I'm shocked to hear that a flight simmer is going to go hunting for butter. That's right, the spies are crawling all over Queenstown. It looks good. I know that my frame rates in the flight sim labs were just dismal. And so eventually at some point I'm going to go and re-download it and give it a try. I didn't do it the last few days off that I had because I was doing taxes and stuff. All right, this one clearly made it just fine. Okay, so let's see. Another one is right in the middle of the water. Let's see if we can see the one right in the middle of the water. Here it is, coming on in. Boy, that one just cleared in perfect time. Like that you see the speed brakes deploy. This one doesn't look as big. I wonder if this one's going to try the taxiway. Nope, this one's going to do, this one is going to do a... Okay, so this one's doing a loop-de-loop in the middle of the runway for back taxiing. And then we have one more ATR and then we can go to Denver. Was there a drift on the runway? Daniel, I'm not sure where you picked that up. I haven't looked yet. I haven't had a chance. I know we've got an Iceland livery. I don't know if it comes with the ATRs or not. I just don't. Will this one make it to the end of the runway? Oh, look at that. V1 taxi. I really like the Phoenix too. I'm really, really happy with it. Uh-oh. Rangi's going around. Flying off into the sunset. But yeah, I really do like the Phoenix. Flight Sim Labs does incredible work. They really, really do. It's just a little bit heavy on my system. I'm wondering how Rangi's fuel is, though, right now. Let's see. What time is it? Zulu time. We need to be ready for Dallas here. So it starts at 2300 Zulu. The current time is 21:54, so it's 22. We should probably start thinking about going. So, Rangi, would you... keep going. Let us know how your landing rate is, okay? Let us know how your landing rate goes. A lot of high drama here, right? So let's go ahead and get ready for our next one. I'm going to go to the main menu. And let's get ready for Denver. Rangi, keep going. So you see Rangi's doing a turn to the right and going to go back around here. All right, let's come over and see what's going on here. All right, nothing going on in Houston. So Houston and Hobby are open. Nothing at DFW or Love yet. Nothing there yet. So let's go and get Digital ATIS for the departure. Yeah, it doesn't do individual liveries. Some of the liveries show up, but not all of them. All right, KDAL. Dallas Love Field. So Love Field is visual and RNAV approaches runway 13 left and 13 right. So 13 left and right is what they're doing for arrivals in Love. Rangi, don't give up. Let us know how your flight, how your arrival comes, okay? And now let's look at Denver. This is an hour old. Departures in Denver. Hazardous weather. And departure runways 2534 left. Two, 5, and 3, 4 left. My guess is we will depart on 3, 5. So that's what we have there. Something about a wood chipper. Captain Chris, thank you for flying along. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for being here. All right, so let's get ready for Denver. And I'm southwesting, so that means I have to be up here on the north side of the airport. My departure is 51, but I don't have I don't have any of the 50s here. So I'm going to have to be in the middle down here somewhere. All right. We need Boeing. We're in Boeing land, so we need to swap out the Airbus stuff. Happy Friday, Chris. Have a good weekend. So, got to get an Airbus autopilot. Flight directors are off. Autopilot is reset. And let's plug it in. And that should plug it in. And we need to engage SimApp Pro. Senor Tomas, yep, we're going to have to flip the hats, aren't we? Got to flip the hats. All right, SimApp Pro. Here it comes. And the Boeings are just, it just loads up and it works good. And here's the autopilot. There's the autopilot. Curly Air, are they also departing on runway 8? I didn't see runway 8, Curly Air. Not in that ATIS. It just showed runway 25 and 34. So we could also depart on runway 8. That's a longer taxi, though. That's a longer taxi. But we'll see what SimBrief gives us. Let's do Microsoft Flight Simulator. Let's see. Bonsoir. Romuland? Did I say that right? Welcome in. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. I promise it shows 8. Do I just not know how to read Curly Air? I probably just can't read. So, Digital ATIS. Let's look at Denver again. KDEN. Denver. Departures. Departure runways. Oh, it was right there. So it was, wait a minute. This is a new one. Remember the last one was an hour old? This is a new one. Now it says 8. It didn't say it before. I know. I was there. I was there. I saw it. I saw it. Loviz says departing runway 8 is close to the Charlie Gates. All right, let's do a flight plan. New flight. And this is going to be SWA, Southwest Airlines. We are going KDEN, Denver International Airport, KDAL, Dallas Love Field. Let's come on down here and get a Boeing 737-800. We'll fly the 600 for our Janet flight later. Boeing 738. There it is. Daniel, of course you can join. There's going to be a bunch of ATC going into... There's going to be a ton of ATC going into Dallas, though. So be ready for that. Okay, all this looks good. It gave me runway 8 and runway 13 left. So let's plan runway 8 on the sleek departure. And it's VATSIM. I'm going to go and load 30 minutes of VATSIM fuel. Generate the flight. Chris got the 600. It's going to be a fun airplane. I think it'll be a nice plane for you, Chris. We're flying that one next. All right. Let's get a PDF of the flight plan. And I can save this over here for you. We'll put that in chat. And that looks good. And Friday night ops. Put that in chat and we're good to go. All right. I'm going to save one to the desktop just in case. But we don't need it for a PMDG airplane. Now let's go and pre-file on VATSIM. And pre-file. And we're going to be flight level 350. Yeah, it sounds about right for this kind of a flight. And file. We're filed. Looks good. Okay, so we'll go and grab one of the gates down here. And what else do we need to do? Controllers are set. Autopilot is on. Man, that's a fuzzy picture. I have to fix that. The focus is being weird. And we're going to reset our spy hats with a Boeing. Now's also a great chance. We've been flying for about 4 hours. Check your beverages. Now might be a good time to stand up, walk away, come on back. Check the weather outside. Ooh, almost 60 degrees. Sunshine and hazy. Arether's making tea. Will it be tea, Earl Grey hot? Have you got that all set up in your food replicator? And I also finally got around to updating the Las Vegas scenery. So the Vegas scenery is all set. It's now up to version 3. And it looks like they combined the city and the airport together. So it looks really good. Seems to be loading up okay. I am devouring. Chris has got Chinese food tonight. And Chinese food and Coke tonight. Good stuff. I cracked open a bag of snow mist black tea from Taiwan. Ooh, that sounds good. Rangi, congratulations. Were there a bunch of airplanes there welcoming you? Rangi had a landing rate of -118. Thanks for sticking with it. Good landing. -118. How did you like your ATR flight, Rangi? Angry Wolf, welcome back in. Thank you for coming by today. We're getting ready to fly down into Friday night ops into Dallas Love Field. Or as the radio announcers on the radio there, down into the Dallas Metroplex. Daniel had shark tonight. Let me guess, it tastes like chicken. Tim Dog, we are ready to go southwesting here. Rangi says it's good fun flying the ATR. Yeah, I was really glad that mine kind of managed. It kind of like
new recruits detected.
Magically
Welcome
fixed
aboard,
itself, but I'm glad it did. It really was nice. Ryback, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Just waiting for the flight sim to load. And let's see, I think we got everything else loaded and ready to go. Let's see, Jaroslav Kubak. I don't know if I said that right. It's kind of small text on the upper screen up there. Thank you for becoming a subscriber over on YouTube. Thank you for coming in. If you are on YouTube and if you became a channel member,
top clearance granted.
Ryback also became a Twitch Prime
noted.
sub. Thank you for a Twitch Prime sub. Tejas, thank you for coming in today on YouTube. And if you're also, like I was about to say, if you are a channel member on YouTube, remember there's a video every day that we fly that I make just for you, first thing in the morning, so you can get a step ahead of our first flight, especially if it's going to be one of those flights like you know, Frankfurt Friday, Vectors to Copenhagen, the really big, you know, experts only VATSIM events. Loading world data. Almost time. Everything else is ready for our 737 flight. Don't need anything else over there. Up, here we go. Almost time. And then after the little green, blue start thing shows up on the bottom, I always like to just wait a sec, let a few more scenes of the movie play by, just so that it's really finished loading. November 321, take your time. I'm taking the 800 on this one, and I'll take the 600 on the next one out of Vegas. All right, this looks good. Let's do free flight. And we're going to switch over to the 800 and a Southwest. $737-600 split scimitars. And we have to reconfigure it for Southwest. And then Southwest is going to be single class instead of high density, I believe. Go to the livery, and there's a Southwest livery. Oh, and also Southwest does not do a D-rated takeoff. They don't do a D-rated takeoff, but they do a D-rated climb. All right, KDEN, Denver Metro. Denver. Curly Air, 736 and X-Plane 12. So you're going to do a 752 SAM flight tonight. That's the Air Force executive things, right? All right. What do we have? I can go all the way to... Yeah, this scenery doesn't have the new Denver stuff set up yet. I've got to either find a new Denver scenery or maybe update something. I do see, so some people do have the scenery. I mean, you can see this is the extended concourse at Concourse C. So it's about the same length now as it's about the same length here as Concourse B. So somebody's got a new, got the new concourse, but it just doesn't show up in mine. Loviz, I ended up getting the Xcoder Denver for 2020. So Xcoder is the new one for Denver, and that's good. I'll probably look at doing that too. I remember Xcoder from other sims. A really good Denver scenery. I think that was who did the scenery for us in X-Plane. Yeah, Chris, it does take a while to load, doesn't it? And I haven't been to Denver in a while. So, oh, it also might be taking a little bit longer here because I updated the 737-800 today, and that's why.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Underscore Leonard, thank you for being a resubber today. Thank you for resubbing for 45 months. And awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for coming in today. Curly Air, yeah, the Xcoder scenery for X-Plane. And this is going to take a minute, so we can go and find it real quick. I can't update it today, but we can look at FS add-on compare and look at what's available, KDEN. And you see, here's Denver Field there. I think this is the one that I have, is the field there for Denver. But there's Flight Beam. There's VA Systems. Here's the Xcoder scenery. And it's good for all of them. You can get it for 21 bucks in the marketplace. Orbix has it for Flight Sim 2020 and 2024. and it's less than $25. And the Xcoder sceneries was really good. Leonard really likes the AnyBuilds A340, and it's working good with your wind control McDo. I would imagine it works really, really good. Loviz says it's a nice scenery and they update it. Flightbeam Denver is the reference. Yeah, I think that's the one that I've got. So, you know, this I'll go pick up the Xcoder in a few days or something. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's bigger than the A320. I'm sure. Yamasaki, welcome in. Yes, you like it too. It's better than the Flightbeam. They really haven't updated this. That's right. There we go. Finally. It's not a bad Denver. You know, it's not a bad one, but you're right. The Xcoder would be a lot better. You could get it from the marketplace, but that would probably be another 10 minutes for the Xcoder. So let's just fly now. I don't know. I don't understand the WASM stuff. You know what I would really like though is if we've got to wait, would you give us a WASM progress bar? Love to have a progress bar. That would be super duper nice. Okay, just let stuff load in. And Shift C, get into the cockpit. Curly Air is flying the Zebo mod, an X-Plane classic. It absolutely is. All right, this is gate 47. And I'm going to go 47. There we go. And while we're waiting, we're going to go to ground ops and flip it over from stairs to jetways and request a ground power cart and load up vPilot. And that's going to get rid of the stairs. And then we can request a jetway. K-Bob, I'm not a grandpa, but you're welcome to come on in. Fly on by. Welcome aboard. All right, let's get on VATSIM. Connect. SWA Flight 441. We are a Boeing 738. And connect. And we should see a bunch of Southwest airplanes parked over there. Oh, look at that, out in the grass. See, I really do need to go and update that scenery. You got, I guess the WASM comp, I think it does, I'm not sure. But again, what would be really nice is if they would please give us a progress bar. Okay, request the jetway. Here comes the jetway. Gotta have a jetway, right? All right, we're on VATSIM. We should probably get on Volanta. Max Lightweight just came back with a nice resub. Noted. Another Ruben, we'll see you in Dallas. Do not wait for me. Don't wait for me. This is, it's Friday night ops. Get up in the air as quick as you can. Add a flight plan. And we need to refresh Volanta to make Volanta work. There's Volanta. And we're good to go. All right, airplane time. So let's see. Over here, we've got that. Let's see. I bet we need to open the door. And you can actually open the door in this airplane. I did fix some stuff. So now I can move forward and backward again. First thing, if you're going to open it manually, make sure that the bar down here has been lifted up. Otherwise, you'll blow the escape slide. And you don't want to do that. And there's your door. Tim Dog says it isn't possible because they have more than one WASM module. It could do, yes, compiling module X out of Y. It's something like that, just to give us an idea of how long. All right, we got a door open. We've got ground power. Let's see if I have to put in my login stuff. Electronic flight bag, request data, ready? Here we go. Oh, we don't have to do it this time. Gee, something's wrong there. Oh, wait a minute. This is the PMDG. Hang on. I've got to go make a couple of cups of coffee. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist. I know. That's mean. Parking gates. Airport info. Departure. Yeah, I'm afraid poor Robert Rendazzo, that's going to be a PMDG crack for a long time. But seriously, man, they've got some expensive coffee there, and it took you a while to get it. Yes, I have to go get a couple of cups of coffee. Sleek 2 departure. The Sleek 2 departure says... Initial climb clearance is flight level 230. CTAF is 124.3. Thank you, Loviz. 124.300. Thank you. All right, coming into Love Field, we're going to be doing the Jeffries. It's the Jeffrey 5 arrival, or J-Fry. And the J-Fry is going to put us out at Jeffrey over here on a heading of 143. SimBrief says 13 left. Let's also get the chart for 13 right. The controllers may flip the runways on us. Okay, so after Jeffrey, we'll kind of be vectored back around, and in we go. Airports, and that looks about like all we need. And there's Love. Okay, cool, we're ready to go. Come on over here. And the airplane does have, Boris sounds, and so the startup sounds are relatively good. I figured you'd rather hear the startup sounds than me yap about the plane. If you're new to Denver, that's right. If you're new to Denver, Denver does not spin the airplane, except there are a couple of gates where they will spin the plane, but not all of the gates. Okay, that's all the good startup sounds for this. Let's see, arrival altitude in the DFW is 487. So 487 up here. That's going to be about 500. Is as close as we're going to get there. Yep. There are a couple of gates where they will push the airplane nose right or nose left, but Denver, straight back. Nav, on DC, and a line. Those look good. FMC, position init. We are at KDEN, Denver International Airport. We are at gate Charlie 47, Chuckles 47. Of course, it's not in the database. GPS position, and in it goes. Cool. The terminal in Xcoder, the terminal looks really good. I'll get that I'll get that before too long. We'll do another Denver flight or something for the weekend, so we can check out the Xcoder. Tim Dog says that Southwest usually pushes straight back. They might turn a little, but it's rare that they will do the full 90-degree turn. Okay, here's all the numbers there. We got an auto ATC, squawk 1405. Let's just plug in the data. And let's put this up here. And request the flight plan. Click it, wait till it flips back. Well, Denver is so big, I don't think that they have to turn the airplanes. They probably turn the airplanes at a lot of other airports because they don't have a lot of room. See you in Denver. Oh, Daniel, you made it. Great. Russ's brother flew Southwest last Wednesday and had a seat selection. So, Russ, the jury's kind of bounces back and forth on the seat selection thing. Since your brother flew for it, what's your brother think about seat selection? Payload, loaded, clear. Fuel, loaded, clear. Flight plan. Some people like it, some people hate it, Russ. Flight plan request is good. APU is starting. Get that going, get some ventilation in the airplane. Here comes the APU. There comes the APU. Tim Dog has already picked seats for your Southwest flights to Expo in June. Well, gee, I think by June you should probably be able to get a lot of really good seats there. All right, uplink, load it. And while it's loading, we'll get some APU bleed on. Loviz cannot wait for the Boris sound update for the 739 and the 736. Tim Dog will be in row 7 or 8 in all of those. Those are good rows, I think. Packs going on. All right, it's comfy in the cabin. Route data uplink is good. And all that looks good. Activate and execute. Departure and arrival. SimBrief gave us runway 8. So runway 8, and it's going to be the sleek departure. Sleek 2, no transition, engage. Come back. Arrival, SimBrief said plan for 13 left. It's going to be the Jeffries arrival via Stinley. Probably Stanley, maybe? I don't know. I'm not very creative when it comes to the names. Okay, all that looks good. Back to the route page and performance in it. Cruise altitude is flight level 350. Cruise winds are 242 at 85. Cost index is 44. Reserves are 5.8. Our zero fuel weight should be 134.6. Hey, spot on. Almost like I know what I'm doing. Okay, so Tim Dog has told us the way to start this thing is go to the performance tool, select Denver, and we're departing off of runway 8. Import weights from the aircraft, import the weather. The altimeter is 2995. Let's set the altimeter. 2995. Now, what we do is our config, the rating we have to change to takeoff, not optimum. So we only do a takeoff and then calculate. And we'll put in the temperature, but we don't change that. So 37 degrees. And what we do is it's takeoff. But then didn't you say you'll change the climb to maybe climb 2, I believe? So you takeoff is no derate on the takeoff, but you derate the climb, if I remember correctly. And then over here, yes, climb 2. So no derate on the takeoff, but climb 2. Takeoff. Flaps are 5. Flaps are 5. Center of gravity is 24.7. Thanks, Tim Dog. Yep, 24.7. Speeds to take off. 145, 147, 150. 145, 147, 150. 150 comes up here. So 150 up here. That's good. Our initial climb clearance is 23,000 feet. 23,000 feet. Good. Our runway heading on departure is going to be over here. And airports. I did not get... Oh, we got to go to pinned. There we go. Now we should get it. How does James Bond like to sleep? Under covers. And runway 8's heading is 083 degrees. 083 on the heading for departure. That looks really good. We did get a squawk code. Auto ATC has said we should squawk 1405. That looks good too. APU is up and running. Let's flip on the generators. Generators are good. Flip off ground power. Well, turn off. We don't want to be doing flipping off. That's just rude. Okay, so we can disconnect ground power. And let's come to door management. We're going to close the door. And you usually hear the door close. Then we'll come over here and release the jetway. There goes the jetway. And then we'll come back to doors. Armed doors for departure. Doors are armed. Let's see. Parking brakes are not on. Parking brakes are on. And we'll remove the chocks. We've cleared all moorings. And we're done with that page. Go to the electronic flight bag over here. And let's have GSX push us back. GSX. Prepare for pushback and departure. It's going to be a Southwest Airlines. And here comes our crew. Hi, ground crew. And that looks good too. No ATC, so we're on our own. CTAF, thanks Loviz, is 124.3. 124.3. Okay, we got 124.3 set. 122.8 is next for us.
Checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
122.8 is set. If you're flying with us, make sure you use CTAF. Yes, we're in the U.S. U.S. does need CTAF. Electric hydraulic pumps going on. Is everything done up here? Yep, we're all aligned up there. All right. Let's see. Altimeter set. IAS Mach heading and altitude set. Flight directors are going on. Flight directors are on. That looks really good. Let's start squawking mode Charlie. And that goes to transponder. And we go to on, and that is mode Charlie. And everything looks good to go over here. FMC, progress, and straight back. No turns.
Release parking brakes.
All right, anybody behind us? Probably not over here. Oh, there's somebody over there. Let's wait for that airplane to go by, because I'm at a little bit of an angle at this gate. And if I'm at an angle, that means I might push into that airplane, and I don't want to do that. Their engines are running, mine aren't. So you don't want to be mean and waste somebody's fuel. That's a good Lone Star livery for flying into Dallas. Wow. Kind of cloudy today in the Big D. Probably not the nicest weather. All right, that looks really good. So they're moving on. Seatbelts on. Seatbelts are on. Let's do the rest of our fuel pumps. Fuel pumps looking good. Anti-collision light can go on as well. And everything looks good up here. I think it's time to go. Okay, we got a Southwest over there. I don't see the other one. Let's go. And parking brakes going off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
And another one is pushing back over there, but that should not be a factor. And everything's good to go there. Somebody was saying, starting a Boeing, you have to turn off your packs first. So air conditioning packs left and right off. It's a Boeing, so start engine 2 first, the one on the right side. Ground start. Starter valve is open. N2 is going up. Oil pressure should start to increase. And then once it increases, you don't want to see it go back down again. Otherwise, you have an oil leak. And that's not good. And 25% fuel. Straight back to the crew line, and we're done.
Set parking brakes. Unlocking
Parking brakes are set, and ground start engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. Check the oil pressure again on engine number 2. Make sure it's holding. And 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and fuel. That's about the size of a person. Well, her head just had a physics violation.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Yeah, that's one thing you get with GSX is violations of the laws of physics. Don't tell Neil deGrasse Tyson. Ooh, we've got a little fuel in the center pumps. Gotta get center fuel tanks on. I hear Captain Russ flying with us today. Two good starts on our engines. Packs going back on. Generators flipped over to the engines. Generators are good. Isolation valve is off. APU bleed is off. Let's do yaw damper. I already flipped the engine generator switches over. Everything else looks good to go over there. Done with the APU. Flaps are going to be 5 for takeoff. Flaps are 5. Auto brakes to RTO. And taxi light going on. Cabin calls, seats for taxi. Parking brakes off. And away we go. Throttle's up about halfway. And that's going to be our takeoff config check in a Boeing. It would beep at us if it didn't like us. And we're going to get out of that Southwest Airplanes way right now. Come over here, airport data traffic.
7 Southwest 40, departing runway 8, departure to south.
Looking good. This is Charlie November. Denver traffic, Southwest 441 is exiting the Charlie concourse at Charlie November, taxiing to runway 8 via Mike. Denver. Good night, Sunjammer. Thank you for coming in today. I hope you had a really good day today. And life is good in Jammerland right now. I hear it's a bit on the, still pretty chilly out there and soggy. Bryler Gaming, that's one of the good jokes. Your phone might be spying on you. And everybody laughed, including Siri and Alexa, right? Better look at your phones and make sure I didn't set them off, right? I didn't set trim. What's really cool about the Denver scenery here is we've got everything isn't just flat. You've got the big snow ditches along the taxiway, the north and south taxiways. Hang on, Bryler Gaming. Yeah, that one definitely deserved a drum roll too. That's one of the funny ones. Okay, that looks really good. Out we come. Trim for takeoff is supposed to be 4.95. And we'll come over here and wait till we get on this long straightaway. Dallas, here we come. I wonder if anybody named Debbie is a passenger on our flight to Dallas. That was a real pathetic joke about what I'm told was a pretty bad movie. 4.95. That's probably good. It's not a bad movie, it's a naughty movie. Okay. All right, let's come on down here, and we're going to come over and do Tara. What do you call a spy in a bathtub? 007. And let's turn on the auto throttles. I guess they do that at the gate. I always feel like you don't turn on your auto throttles and stuff till you're away from the gate area and stuff like that in case the auto throttles decide to throttle. You know? Denver looks good today. The airport, the clouds look a little dreary. That's right. On the departure, watch out for the demon horse. Full name is Blucifer the horse. And if you haven't heard about Blucifer, Blucifer has the horse has its very own web page, wiki page. I know I forgot something. I've done Tara. I've got all my fuel pumps on. Hydraulics are on. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. Some 737s, the probe heaters on the 737s, some of them are auto and some of them you have to turn on. So you always want to check your probe heaters and stuff, okay? Probe heaters are good. Bryler Gaming met, stop. Bryler Gaming met a spy. Hang on. I almost taxied onto a runway there. Who does he work for? I'm 6. Dude was at least 40. Referring to MI6, right? I think that plane's gone. Yep. Denver traffic Southwest 441. Taxiing onto runway 8. Holding for about a minute and then departing Denver. Let's do strobes. Cabin call. Good evening, Jimmy boy. This is going to be a VNAV and an LNAV departure. VNAV, LNAV, active. Senor Tomas, after we arrive in Dallas, we got a quick flight from Las Vegas to Area 51. We're going to check out the new scenery for Vegas and the new 737-600, which is what they have at Janet Airlines. It's almost quitting time for Senor Tomas. This is going to be a relatively long flight, Senor Tomas. So don't feel like you got to drive home really fast or get home quick. Landing lights, looking good. And let's look and see. Do we see anybody on TCAS here? I don't see anybody there. Maybe we need to look up on this airplane. There's Russ that just took off. Want to get a little bit of spacing before we take off. We'll need all the spacing we can get. Hey, Green, thank you for updating that. I was about ready to do that. Thanks, Green. How did the ATR handle? It worked for everybody. For me, it was a little tragic. The whole simulator just stopped. I could click a few buttons. It was like a Wasm crash, but I didn't have the green monitors. So I basically got to go and reload in at Queenstown and watch people land. All right, I think we can go. So parking brakes off, throttles up about halfway. Start the clock, click the screw, and up and away time. Going to be a little crosswind from the right. Okay, so that was indeed a type of Wasm, even though we didn't get the groovy new green screens.
80 knots.
Checked. Command is engaged. Autopilot's got us. Landing gear to off. Auto brakes to off. Flaps to 1. You really do get kind of busy in this airplane on takeoff. Heading back to straight up. Denver traffic. Southwest 441 is clear of runway 8. Departing to the south on the sleek arrival. Have a sleek landing. Smithwood, you're right. I should do the other side. I need my co-pilots to do that. And there goes flaps up. Flaps are up. Landing gear is off. Auto brakes are off. Good night, GT Boy. Thank you for coming in today. Have a wonderful Friday evening. We'll see you next time. And no ATC, so let's just go ahead and climb to flight level 350. We'll have enough ATC before too long. There we go, flight level 350. Okay, we're in climb mode, looking good. And Love Field is 605 miles to the south of us. We'll have 10,800 pounds fuel in the tanks when we land. Should land at 0015 Zulu. Holy moly, this is going to be a long flight. Luke Flight Deck, welcome in on YouTube. So far, so good. We got our Southwest out the gate. Texas, here we come. And we got a couple of constraints going out. That's mostly for arriving traffic. And a nice little turn there. That's kind of what it looks like out here right now, out east of Denver. I don't think it looks as green as this. At least it never looked that green to me when I got to ride out of here, but... And as we look up, we should probably see that's going to be Pikes Peak probably in the distance, down by Colorado Springs. We'll miss most of the springs, I think.
2550 lining up the current runway 8, purchase southeast.
Oh, curly hair. This seemed like a good flight. We've been doing a little bit of a longer flight every now and then. There's nothing wrong with that. And we got to come back to check out the Excoder scenery. We've really got to come back, and I need to see that. Because the Denver scenery that I've got is getting a little bit old. Nice turnaround there. Lots of low clouds hanging along the front range today. I was figuring there'd be a lot nicer weather. There's high pressure all over the western United States now. But I have a feeling we're about ready to go and jump into the landing lights off. Taxi light off. APU is off. Everything looks good up here. 10,000 foot cabin call. Dial this around here, straight up. Senor Tomas, I've driven from Iowa to Denver 3 times. Oh, Iowa to Denver, I-70, that whole route. I drove I-70 once again. I said, I'll never do it again. I'll go somewhere up north or somewhere down south. It's just so boring. You could click the top left screw on the left side of the course knob and it syncs the heading. So I could do that. I generally, now that I've got an autopilot, I just I just dial it in myself. That's the only reason. Yamasaki, but you could do the screw up here and it'll take care of it for me. Oh, Senor Tomas, you went out for skiing. Well, in that case, I can understand, but wow, what a long drive. And into the clouds we go. Got our speed up there, looking good. Ground speed is a whopping 368 knots. We got a 13 knot headwind right now. Didn't really see a lot of jet stream here. So hopefully it isn't too bad. And dial that back around over there. Always like to keep it straight up. Ruben says that all of a sudden ATC has popped on for Dallas. So here we all are coming out here. Looks like we got a little ATC. Salt Lake is up. LA is up. And everything down in Houston's up. Nothing in Dallas yet. Oh my gosh, look at all the airplanes coming down from Denver right now. Look at all the airplanes coming in from Denver. The Dallas people are saying, we're not signing on. Some are, some aren't. This is the Feel the Love FNO. Join us in ZFW with Love to Spare. We're lighting up the Dallas area featuring Dallas, Fort Worth, and Love Field. The event starts... (23:59) Zulu. Loviz, are we going to beat ATC in? Really? I don't know. My arrival time is, it's estimating my arrival time at 00:15 Zulu. What's your, over on mine, what's your seg? Well, you're in the little rocket airplane, so you're going at warp factor 10. You're in the fast one. Oh, altimeters. And standard. And looks like our fuel tanks are starting to run a little dry. Center tank's dry. Let's turn off the pumps. There we go. Loviz gets in there at 002. So actually, if you slow down, well, it's supposed to be on then. Ruben, it says 7 minutes before it starts for you. It's supposed to start at 23. It's supposed to start basically in an hour, is when the VATSIM event starts in Dallas. Tim Dog suggests not being at the ZFW border until the event starts. And I usually go to about 80 miles here. And that looks good. So Colorado Springs is coming up here on the right side of the airplane. And I don't think we're going to see a lot of Colorado Springs today. Oh, maybe a little bit down there. Hi, Colorado Springs. That's about it. Loviz might do a hold or vector. I don't know. Probably vector is better. I mean, trying to do a hold here in the U.S., they'd probably think you were doing something seriously exotic. We don't do that many. We're starting to do a few holds in the U.S., but hardly any. VATScope has, Ruben says that VATScope has the wrong time. Let's go ahead and let the flight attendants get up. Flight attendants getting up, ready to start handing out some beverages and peanuts. No, wait, pretzels. They don't do peanuts anymore because of peanut allergies, right? Sphinx Music from the night train from Trondheim to Oslo. Really? Sphinx Music, how's the train ride tonight? Is that one of those night jet overnight sleeper trains? Sphinx Music? Trondheim to Oslo. I'll bet that would be fun. Hookem, welcome back to you. Yeah, that would be a fun, I don't know, maybe it's miserable for you, Sphinx Music, but it sounds great. Smooth ride, it's a sleeper train. And seatbelts to auto. And you've obviously got a little bit of good ATC. Yeah, Sphinx Music, you got some good ATC on that train ride, right? No, you've got some good Wi-Fi internet. Really good Wi-Fi internet on the train. 26,000 feet. Is this a fun trip or is it a business trip? $26,000. Everything looks good there. Legs. I'm just going to make sure I don't have any discontinuities in here. It's vectors at JFry to the runway. So all that looks good. Back to the climb page. Let's see. Polyot says, with the automated signaling system used by trains in the UK and Europe, is known as ATC. So, oh really? Automated signaling is known as ATC for trains in the UK and Europe. So I was a little bit right after all. Okay. See, I'll fit right in. Everything you need for a comfy trip. It's a short trip to visit family. It stands for automated traffic control. Now, is that one of those sleeper trains where you get on at like 9 o'clock at night, spend the night, and then in the morning, like an hour before you get into the station, you basically filled out a card before for, you know, breakfast, so like a roll and juice and coffee or something like that, and they'll bring, you know, like a light breakfast by your sleeper berth in the morning? And how is train food? Like the Caledonian Sleeper to and from Scotland and Cornwall, purposely a slow train that sits at stations for a lifetime to make it a sleeper. It has a restaurant carriage open all night but no room service, and Ruben says the train food is better than airplane food. Daniel, yes, there will be ATC waiting for us when we get there. The Caledonian Sleeper from Scotland to Cornwall. That's supposed to be like the longest route, right? Scotland to Cornwall? And it spends all of its time sitting at stations? Another Ruben has had, your only experience was the Eurostar. I'm going to guess that, you know, some of the food on the Eurostar might have been watered down. Hey, Melvin Leroy, welcome aboard. Doing great, Hookem. Thank you for coming in today. And Sphinx Music will be in an ERJ for the return trip. That'll be a little faster. Okay, here's the one that Polyot was talking about. This is the Caledonian Sleeper website. AvGeek is going to knock out a research paper before the flight into Area 51. Okay, AvGeek, we'll see ya. Dickie just did a resub for 22 months. Thanks for the resub. Thank you very much for coming in, Dickie, and happy weekend. Russ had half a gallon of blueberry juice. EFHK did, so it was a Finnair flight, right? Dutch trains run like a metro, so no food or drinks on board anymore since the 2000s. Really? Southwest 120 really wants to talk to ATC and is doing a hold. Polyot's been on the Eurostar. Premier food is nice, just not much choice like an airplane. November 321 is flying into Denver. And there's information from Tim Dog. So let's see. Here is this train. It's going to be Scotland and London. Tour the Caledonian Sleeper. So let's see. Here is an en-suite, club en-suite room. And this is a 360 view. So let's see. It's 2 bunks. There's a wash basin over here. Not very good for looking out the window, but it's probably an overnight sleeper. There is, hey, we got a waste bin. That's good. We got towels. Hey, we got a toilet. And you can flush. Does it flush in the real thing too? Okay, so we can flush the toilet. The window blind is down. Yeah, I kind of figured the window blind was down. There's 2 windows. Well, this is nice, but you can't, and I guess it's an overnight, so yes, it must be an Asobo. It's an Asobo train. So I guess that's kind of, oh, they've got a shower too. There's a shower? Okay. Well, that's not bad. Well, I don't want to go full screen. So that's there. That looks relatively comfortable. I'd still want to be able to look out the windows a little bit more in this one. So there's a double room. Here's a classic room. I'm guessing that all of these are for sleepers, so you really don't get on this train to look out the window. This one doesn't have a toilet or a shower. So 2 bunks, and it's got a sink, but that's about it. Polyot says if you want, they've got regular seats too. The sleeper experience. There's food. There's the club car. So there's a club car. And that looks, I guess, okay. Oh, there's a place for, so this is nice. So if you're traveling alone, you won't take up a whole booth or something. So there's places for single people. That looks okay. Mashed potatoes, meat, and some sort of orange paste. Okay, that looks like it's good for family. That looks tasty. Ooh, brew in the cockpit. So that's good too. Food and drink. Here's breakfasts. What do we have for breakfast? Scottish cooked breakfast. Bacon, poached eggs, portobello mushroom, toasted tatty scones, puddle dub link sausage, farmer's son haggis. Yeah, probably not on a train. Black pudding and Lorne sausage. They also have a vegan cooked breakfast, a continental breakfast. They've got BAPs. There's a BAP thing. And a Scottish porridge. And so the Scottish cooked breakfast would be 13 pounds. There's a nice little breakfast sandwich. They've got hearty mains, delicious desserts, and sumptuous starters. Hearty mains. What do they have for a hearty main? I'm booking trains right now. Paris, Lyon, Barcelona, and Madrid for your trip in a couple of weeks. It's high speed all the way. They have a buffet car, whatever that is. That low vis is where if you're traveling, You go in and they're playing music by Jimmy Buffett. It's basically a restaurant's car, and it's pretty standard. This is the starters menu. Here's main courses. Venison stew with horseradish, mashed potato, and green beans. I noticed that you can't zoom in on this. Lentil ragu, Maxwell's haggis, and a smoked cheddar mac and cheese and parsley crumbs. I do this, the mac and cheese would be good, right? Desserts, lemon curd tart, black mousse cake with forest berries, Scottish cheese plate with Sarah Gray's apple and pear chutney and grapes. Here's their light bits. Ooh, that looks like it could be almost a pizza something or other there. Toasted sandwich with tortilla chips, nachos with cheese. A single malt whiskey, 11 pounds for a malt whiskey. They've got all sorts of wine, white, red, and sparkling. They've got Scottish craft gins, beers and ciders, Black Island Berry Red Kite, or Black Island Blonde Lager. They have Thirsty Cross Traditional Cider and Yardarm, alcohol-free Yardarm. There you go. And all sorts of spirits and soft drinks. And hot drinks. Ooh, they have hot chocolate. So that'd be perfect for going to bed. So there's the Caledonian Sleeper. Well, that would be a fun trip to do once. I don't think I'd want to do it for business and stuff. But that would be a fun adventure. You know, if you just did it once for sure. Loviz learned my lesson about last class on longer routes. It's worth the money. Polyot wants a double-double. Or as Mel Brooks said, how we doing here? I had to look at the airplane for a second. Manafee has done a training session for SPF Tower. Congratulations. And I missed some chat while I was focusing on that, but that looks like okay. The bedrooms look nice. Let's see. Course heading is up. Our ground speed's about 439 knots. Let's see, we're 287 miles to top of descent. Love Field is 454 miles to the south. Landing at 0017. Irby says you want a San Miguel beer. Oh, I know. Yeah, I've become such a lightweight. I can't do shots and stuff like that anymore. CT Aviation, welcome aboard. But, you know, some of the real creative ales would be good. They didn't have, like, Newcastle and Guinness, though, on there. I would have thought that they would have had Newcastle and Guinness, or maybe that's only for out-of-towners like me. Single malt is not considered a shot. Truthful Dread says it's a short, not a shot. Polyot says that the double-doubles are illegal, as you are not allowed to sell any more than a double in a glass. So the way around that is they will sell you 2 glasses, both a double, and what you do with the double glass after the sale is up to you. Let's see, Josias, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. And Manafee was at Lake Monroe. So you would just buy two double-doubles, and then you could pour it into one glass and chug it down or sip it or something like that. And everything looks good there. Let's see how our spacing looks going into Dallas. Did you put the drinks back? Yeah, I didn't. Oh, back to the X-Plane days. No ATC yet, but DFW Approach is online. Somebody said that in chat. Let's see. Manify said, would 2 double doubles make an octuple malt? I think it would make for a hell of a hangover the next morning, to be honest. Hey, look at that. Denver Approach popped on after we left. That's right. Cold Smoke and Moscow Mules was what we had all back in the day when there were a lot more brew in the cockpit flights. I guess I got old. Yes, what you do with your drink is up to you. They just can't sell it to you like that because of the Weights and Measures Act of 1985. SCE, welcome aboard. Are you in the SCE Plop? Are you in a 777 over here going to Dallas? American Flight 6. There's a big airplane over there. Hey, look at that. There's airplanes over El Paso. I guess the party balloons got discovered. Polyot is okay. Work mode kicked in. I just a Scala referenced legislation. You did.
Delta 1405. Delta 1405, Denver Tower.
Oh my gosh, we're still picking up Denver Tower. Should go to 122.8. SCE Plop is coming in from Honolulu. Wow, you did a long flight. JSG Droid has a 3-day weekend. Hi, JSG Droid. JSG Droid, we are currently getting ready to fly into Denver. No, we're flying into Dallas Love Field. We're going to be landing at 0017. So let's see. If you took off from maybe Oklahoma City, and then after that, JSG Droid, we're going to do another quick one from Vegas to Area 51. Vegas to Area 51. Let's see. Polyat, I'm so used to writing the reference, WMA, when I write legislation that I do it with. Well, I suspect you've been doing it for so long you have to do that. SCE says it's late in Italy. But as a Canadian, I had to watch the Olympic hockey game versus Switzerland, which is killing 3 hours of your flight. How's the game? It's definitely a Friday night ops. Landy is about smoking an old-fashioned. Irvy's fallen in love with local breweries' black cherry cider. It's very... Oh, yeah, most of the ciders really are. Did you see what I put into Discord? Shader Dude is doing Oakland Oceanic. So now we could start doing the flight out to Hawaii someday. I am not on Sim Update 5. I don't have the beta. Oh, you won. So 5-1. So that had to make your flight a little bit better. That definitely made your flight better. All right, climb is good. We're stable. Seatbelts are off. Looking good there. And Apocalypse Please has arrived. Welcome aboard. Yeah, it starts at 23:59 Zulu. Yes, Sim Update 5 beta is now out. So Apocalypse Please, my landing is at 0017. So there we go. Welcome in. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. I am going to take this opportunity. Hi, Pilots Give. I'm going to take this quick opportunity before ATC pops on to put a little more tea in the big Airbrow mug and be right back. You ought to take this opportunity with no ATC. If you've been flying with me for the past 5.5 hours, you should stand up too, get an extra beverage. I will be right back. Please don't touch that remote. Everything looks good. Did you get extra beverage? Are you all set with your for landing? We actually have the possibility of 2 runways. So one of the things that I like to do is go and pop in both frequencies. Hey, small bats, welcome back in. Happy finally Friday and happy weekend. So the one we're expecting is 111.5. So flip it 11150. Make that your primary. Change the mode to an ILS here, and then go get the other one, 13 right, and that one is 111.1. Now you've got both of these all set up here, and it's all good to go. So you can, if they flip the runways, you just flip that one little button, and you're good to go either way. Polyot, I know you like to watch review videos. Here is one on the Caledonian Sleeper when you are done. Let me go click that, and I will. By clicking it, it'll put it in my watched. So this is what I'm going to be watching while I'm making dinner tonight. The luxury night train to Scotland. I would love that. Yes, I will. I've got it. It's in there, and I can't wait to see it. Thank you. I actually do like those things. Lovis, I think my Vector Fest is going to work out well. Oh, that's right. Lovis, the Vector Fest. What? Your Vector Fest. I was wondering if that was an exotic beverage for a second. No, Lovis is doing S-turns and stuff to kill time. What are we having for dinner? I have no idea. Not a clue right now. 133. Let's go ahead and just put that in right now too. 133. There we go. 133, and that's all set.
Reinforcements incoming.
Hey, Captain
More
Whip is
agents
here.
joining
Hi,
the
Captain
spy
Whip.
flight.
Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. We are southwesting down to Dallas Love Field. That's time to whip our hair back and forth. I don't know. I always feel like when Captain Whip comes out, whenever I see that, I always think about that song from Devo from all those years ago. I don't know if that's a Captain Whip favorite or not, but that's what I think of. Let's see. Coming in here. Do I need one of those red funny hats or something? 685 is minimums. We might as well get it done now. So 685 is minimums. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 85, right? 685. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check that out. 685. We're good to go. Small batch. Your earbuds died. Were they like battery powered? Were they like battery powered? I got the ones with wires, just because battery would run out on me every day. Okay, so we got minimum set. We have the ILS set for both the runways coming on in. We're ready with, we think we're going to get 13 left, but we have 13 right if we need it. If they tell us to descend on the the Jeffrey, I think, arrival, that's 11,000 feet at Greg's. So we're good to go there. We're all briefed and ready to go. Unless, of course, you don't wear briefs, and then we're boxered to go, and that's up to you. Captain Whip broke the MD-11. What happened? How did you break the MD-11? That thing's like bulletproof. ZLP says we're all like Polyot, sexy, smart, and pale. I totally missed that reference, so I should probably pre-read things before and make sure I understand them. They were battery powered. I didn't get wired because my iPhone Pro. Oh yeah, you gotta have that for the iPhone Pro. No autopilot from Oakland to LA with VATSIM. Really? No autopilot with that thing. Were you able to make it, trim it up so at least it wasn't all over the place? All right, everything looks good here. Top of descent, 181 miles. El Clocko says we are about 35 minutes away from the VATSIM event starting. Captain Whip says, yeah, the MD-11 is stable, and you can trim it up to make it stable. Really should do a full flight in an airplane on VATSIM someday with no ATC. See if I could actually pull that off. I think it would be pretty bad. It would be pretty bad. Tim Dog's RAM usage is getting high. I'm not in a hurry, so Tim Dog is going to reboot. I did notice when I started the computer, I walked away to get a breakfast sandwich and come back, and I noticed that a Windows 10 update came in. I got it taken care of before the live stream, which I was really glad to do, because usually when those updates come in, it just trashes the flight. I have to restart everything. Buckeye says to stretch right now. Well, if we have who is the palest spy, I wouldn't. You're working, well, yeah, you're in South Florida. I think a little bit of sun is okay. It's the way too much sun. You both drink way too much glog and stay inside. Man, we're just scenery rich on this thing. It's been nothing but clouds this whole flight. Nothing but clouds. Next flight for us, we got one more short one after we land at Love Field. We're going to do Las Vegas to Area 51. Area 51, there is scenery for Area 51 if you would like over at flightsim.to. Also, if you're going to fly Area 51, one of the things that you're going to need is, obviously, they don't have charts for Area 51. Loviz located the place where you can get charts for Area 51, and I'm going to put the link in to chat. You will need these charts for Area 51. Where can you find the Sim Toolkit Pro, Sim Brief, and Navigraph? I don't think you'll find any of those in the MS store. Those are all things you have to get outside of Microsoft Flight Simulator. So now Navigraph, I don't know if Navigraph stuff is going to work if you're on a console. I'm not sure. Loviz, I was just going to get it. I know you put it over on Discord earlier. I didn't know. Yeah, Sim Toolkit Pro is still around. No kidding. KevCon, okay, yeah, you need to get all of those outside of Flight Simulator. Fuel for landing, 10,900 pounds. We're good to go there. Generally, These are the charts for this. Hi, Captain Chris. Happy finally Friday. Welcome, welcome. So there's 18 charts to come in to Area 51. Here's a SID. Here's the airport itself. Generally, we come in on runway 32 and take the Foxtrot taxiway in. And then this is the ramp area that you're going to park your Janet flight at. And then here is a local ILS for runway 32. They have a Yankee and a Zulu. And it's a fairly short flight that we're doing. But you'll need the extra charts for this flight. And I just put in a link so that you'll have those. Yeah, Xeon Zebra, we're going to go and try the 737-600, which just came out from PMDG. We're going to take it from the updated Las Vegas version 3 airport out to the airport that must not be named. Because it's all super duper secret squirrel. Probably going to have to start our own descent for ourselves. So not an awful lot coming in here. We do have Dallas. Let's go ahead and see what they've got for love. There is an ATIS up. Love Field, arrival departure information, Victor, winds 150 at 8, 10 miles visibility, simultaneous visual approaches 13 left and right. So we're all good to go there. And that looks good. Looks like Albuquerque popped up. That's right. It's Janet Airlines, a secret squirrel airline. And Loviz also, yeah, so there isn't an updated scenery from the Vegas side, but if you want the special scenery for Groom Lake, Homey Airport, there's a free scenery from flightsim.to. And it's kind of worth it. It's worth it to pick it up. It's kind of cool to go looking around there. Okay, this looks good. Top of descent is 122 miles. Let's see, we could also go and get that ATIS. The altimeter for Love. The altimeter for Love Field is 2996. So, 2996 on the altimeter. And now with the baro is set and the altimeter is preset, so we're all good to go there. I think it's supposed to be 2359 Zulu. If you come on over here to the VAT USA calendar page and do the Feel the Love, it says over here that it starts at 2359 Zulu to 0400 Zulu. FSX used to have a Janet Airlines mission, and when you were flying to Area 51, you'd see a spaceship. See, that's fun. Gonna go watch a movie with the flatmate. Irby, have a great evening. Thank you for coming by. Happy finally Friday, happy weekend. Hope it's a good movie. You know, hopefully not an airport movie or anything like that. I mean, unless you want to watch Joe Petroni or something. It's only for 2020 and not for 2024. Okay, Eagle Eye, thank you. Oh, it does. We've been there in 2024. Oh, the scenery. Yes, we've been to Area 51. Irby is not going to be watching Joe Petroni tonight. Watching Venom. Okay. Well, don't be scared by it. You know, you wouldn't want to throw a hissy fit about the snakes. I don't think that Samuel L. Jackson shows up and talks about those snakes in a plane. Trolling on the internet? I'm shocked that that happens. Okay, everything's good here. Let's see. Divert fuel is 5,800 pounds. Probably don't have to worry about that. And we'll start our initial descent. It's 11,000 at Greg's. We're coming in via Stinley. So the first altitude is 240 at Burroughs.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
Let's see. Two-Tone Murphy is here. Hi, Two-Tone Murphy. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming by today. Thank you for bringing the best emote for Flight Simmers on Twitch. The always full pint of Guinness. Welcome aboard. We're southwesting today. Enjoying a very, very nice flyby. Thanks to the latest update for Chase Plane, which is back too. Oh, I think that the sense of humor is pretty much dry everywhere here. Here, it's considered sense of humor is dry with a twist. Although that sounds like Xenia on a top, so I better change that. Two-Tone, thank you for the nice raid. Welcome, Raiders. We are doing this flight going into Dallas Love Field for the Friday night ops. And then as soon as we land, we're going to move over, check out the new 737-600 and also the Vegas scenery update. And we're going to fly it over to Area 51. As we like to say, it's the airport that must not be named. So it's going to be KLAS to KXTA. Not that kind of TA. We're nice. Tim Dog is going to fly Lone Star 1 tonight. Yeah, I was kind of holding out just a little bit, but it was okay. All right, just fixing that for later, and we're all good. And let's go and it's time to start cleaning up notes here for the flight. So we know they're landing on the 13s. We don't know, we don't need that. We know we're going into gate 17. So we got that. We don't need this flight level 230 anymore. And we're all set with notes. Cool. Polyot says KFC or Burger King? Burger King. Are you doing an airliner for the Vegas flight? Senor Tomas, it is an airliner, but it's for a secret airline called Janet Airlines. It's a super secret spy airline that everybody knows about. Polyet says it's nearly midnight and I realized you haven't eaten all day. You need to have food. You can't be not having food. It's time to open up the web browser and have something delivered. You haven't eaten all day, huh? Hey, look at that. The clouds are breaking up a little bit. top of descent's coming up, so I'm just going to go ahead. I don't see ATC for us now, so 11,000 feet is the bottom of the descent, and we'll just clear ourselves to descend on the arrival. Cool. So what is it tonight? You were talking about Burger King, KFC or Burger King? I like Burger King better. A flame-boiled, the flame-boiled Whopper is always okay, although I think a Whopper's like gotten to be too big for me. And oh, really? The last round of treatment. Cheers. And continued victory on that front. Well, it's good that at least the appetite kicks back into gear after a while. I think that's probably a good sign. Top of descent, 54 miles. Nothing to worry about there. Ooh, I think we had this set to above. We should now go to neutral. One to 2.8. And we're waiting for DFW Center to pop on. It's all standard. None of the 48-hour infusions. That's great. I imagine the 48-hour things were just murder. That's awesome. Standard treatments are great. Let's see. November 321 is on the way to Dallas. Happy landings in Dallas, November 321. When Tim Dog gets hyper-focused, I can go hours. I can too. It depends on how hyper-focused I am. Like, you know, Tuesday was enter in every transaction that I did this year into a spreadsheet. So basically from like 9:30 in the morning until 5:30 that evening, I got up probably twice, you know, filled this thing with tea, refilled it once, had the coffee cup filled once, and that was it. By the time it was over, it's sort of like, I had some microwave pot pie or something that I put into the microwave. I'm glad that's only a 1 year kind of a thing. And top of descent is 37 miles out. Nice clouds tonight. Usually when top of descent pops in, I start to bring the map in a little, so from 80 to 40 miles. And then we should also change this to ahead and down, TCAS below, so we don't, you know, descend into anybody. That's just rude. And we never want to be accused of being rude, right? Stanley, that's the beginning of the star. So Stanley's the beginning of the star. $23.45 for the descent. So 3 minutes before descent. Hayatoa made it from YSSY to YMML and back again. It's the milk run. And you got your certificate for Say Intentions. Congratulations on getting the Say Intention certificate. And that's like a milk run thing or an ATC certificate. That's really a big deal. And no CTDs. I mean, can't we wait for the day that we're not worried about CTDs? Fort Worth Center wants to chat. 120775. 120775. You got the milk run certificate. There we go, 775. I'm going to put this back to 35,000 feet. I don't want the airplane to suddenly start descending me. There we go. I hear low vis on frequency. So it's a milk run.
Fort Worth Center, Roger, welcome.
Fort Worth Center, Southwest 418, just started descent down Jeffrey 5, Patton Road.
Southwest 418, Fort Worth Center, Roger, DFW altimeter 29904.
Fort Worth Center, American 2974 on the ground, Oklahoma City request.
Chris GTC is having a problem with AI ATC in Flight Sim 2024. It's still showing. So like the text is showing, but you just don't hear it anymore, right? There's got to be a way to turn that off. Fort Worth Center, very good evening. Southwest 441 just past Stinley at flight level 350.
Southwest 441, Fort Worth Center, Roger, welcome. Descend via the Jeffrey 5 arrival, the DFW altimeter 29904.
2994 on the altimeter, descending on the Jeffrey arrival for Southwest 441. Okay, so back to 11,000 feet here. Up. Back to 11,000 feet on the altitude. I want to turn off the voice and text. All right. Trying to remember, because that's like, those are like the first things that I turn off in the sim, and I did that like, oh my gosh, that was like over a year ago. I mean, the AI ATC is so annoying. I don't think it's in assistances. I don't think it's assistances. Okay, the airplane started its descent. I think this is just controls. Yeah, I can't look at setting. Well, wait a minute. I think I can. Maybe it's over here. No, I can't do settings. I have to get out of the flight.
American 2974, Fort Worth Center, clearance available, advise and radio copy.
We've started our descent. Dallas, here we come. It's barbecue time. Loviz is going to try an AI answer for you. Tim Dog says there's multiple things you have to turn off, including character voices. Yeah, those character voices, boy, they could be really bad.
Fort Worth West.
It's the Holmes. I'll stop.
Alaska 2786, Fort Worth
No,
Center,
Chris,
welcome.
we definitely questions are always okay. We just can't get to some answers sometimes, and trying to remember it's hard. Uh-oh, Bad Hammer's coming out. Yep, that's the character voice that I can be banned for. I could do the good old boy down there from Dallas way. That's going to be no problem at all. But, you know, if I want to be that one guy, it's that one too many Guinnesses over there at the pub and meets up with Mr. Holmes after coming across the moors, then I start to get in a little bit of trouble. Loviz, put all the information you'll need there. There you go, Chris. That's how you do it. Thanks, Loviz. Thanks, Tim Dog.
American 6 Heavy, contact Lone Star approach 119er.87.
119er.87, American 6.
An American 2974. Yeah, just our request here at Oklahoma City. We just want to make sure this is the right frequency.
American 2974 Fort Worth Center, a permit is advised when you're ready to copy.
Alright, ready to copy. We got auto HCC squawking 4562, ready to copy.
Okay, we're right on our descent. Everything is preset. The information that Loviz put in, Chris, is right in chat. It's in chat, just a few little messages above. Loviz, see where it says Loviz, go to settings, assistance options, piloting.
American 2974.
Loviz put that it's in chat is where he put it for you. That's what you do.
Filed, maintain 5,000, departures with me, squawk 4560.
Alright, we are clear to DFW. I saw 5,000, departure with you, and squawk 4562 for American 2974. Thank you so much.
American 2974, read back correct call for taxi, Oklahoma City, altimeter 2992.
2992 will call for taxi 2974.
Loviz is also known as Gemini.
Reduce speed to 250, once you get past, I believe it's, actually stand by on that, but reduce speed to 250 for now.
250 knots for Southwest 441.
Southwest 441 after Greg's, you can resume the published speeds.
Published speeds after Greg's for United 441.
Southwest 418, contact Lone Star approach 119.87.
119.87, Southwest 14.
Oh, Chris is in YouTube chat. Okay, hang on. I can put it into YouTube chat. That explains it. There you go. I put it into both chats for you. It should be in YouTube chat for you now, Chris. That's right. We're on two different channels right now. So sometimes the chat just doesn't in there. Slowing down the speed. Loviz is going to change the name to Claude. Is that another one of the AI names out there? I really have not used any of that. I mean, I know that, you know, on my web browser I've got Gemini, but I've never touched it. Loviz says that the Claude AI is really good. JSG Droid's flying with us today. JSG Droid got home.
Forward Center, good evening. Frontier Flight 2550, descending out of 340 via the...
So JSG Droid's just coming in.
Frontier Flight 25.
You came in from Kama.
Forward Center, welcome. You can continue to send via the Victory and the DFW altimeter.
That was a good choice of an airport. Way to go.
Via the Victory 2, altimeter 2994, Frontier Flight 2550.
Amarillo. Lubbock, Amarillo, they always seem the same to me. I probably get in trouble for saying that. Loviz says it's time to get on the AI bus before it passes you by. Well, I'm kind of afraid that it probably has. I got my hands full with just Twitch, YouTube, and keeping Stormy up in the air. Pandora's Pilot is back. Welcome back in. Thanks for coming in today. Happy Friday night. Published speed. Yes, that's the speed in the charts. So as we're coming in, I have to stay at a slower speed until Greg's. And then I could go to 280 knots and then 250 knots at Greg's.
American 2974.
So they made me, yeah.
And some requesting by 1 second.
What about 74?
Loviz says that AI is great for flight simming. Oh, you mean Claude is great for flight simming? I don't know. Published speeds there. I mean, seriously, it's 250 at Greg's, and that's the only other published speed. So Xenon Zebra. First of all, if you're in Flight Sim
American
2024,
for runway 10
get,
right taxi via Charlie Alpha.
you get Lido charts. Now you have to go into this flight planner to get to them, but they have Lido charts in Flight Sim 2024. The thing is, if you want to have, get charts in here, like in the PMDGs, you're going to have the Navigraph charts subscription. It's a little, the Navigraph thing is a little bit pricey, but if you're going to be flight simming a lot, Xeon, Zebra, and especially on VATSIM, you really will want it eventually. And that's true. Aerither, the thing is the Lido or Lido, I've heard it pronounced both ways. It doesn't have all the airports that Jeppson has. It only goes to places. Where they make them. They don't just do it for every airport. They go to places where there's a demand for it. Yamasaki, is that Avia Planner? Avia Planner, nope, that's not Avia Planner. I've got Avia Planner. Where is it? I mean, when it first came online, I got Avia Planner thinking it'd be really cool and groovy, but they really haven't updated it much. There it is. Yeah, see, I haven't been in a while either. Yeah, they haven't done much, which is too bad. I was really excited because they're supposed to be a part of, the real stuff. And so a lot of the charts in here are out of date. They did just bill me for another annual subscription, though, so it's like $25 a year to get Avia Planner. Yeah, Lido's made for Lufthansa at first.
Southwest 441, reduce speed to 230 until advised.
Speed now 230 till advised for Southwest 441. Brakes. They lost the license, Avia Planner did? Really? That's too bad. I was really kind of excited about what they were going to do. It's too bad. Since Microsoft Flight Simulator got the charts, they haven't been able to update anything. Oh, altimeter. And let's see. Love ATIS 2996 is Love. I think they said 2994 though. May need to use theirs.
Forward center, hello from Southwest 1959. We are climbing.
Southwest 1959.
Thanks, Juggernauts, they did say that.
Maintain flight level 310.
Up to 310, Southwest 1959.
Alaska 2786, descend via the Victory 2 arrival, DFW altimeter 29904, and
alright, descend via the Victory to Alaska 2786.
I didn't know that Navigraph had Lido charts. I thought that they were just Jeppson. We get them. Navigraph. Yeah, I didn't think they had them. No. I used to get them. Oh, they moved back. Okay. I used to get them through, I believe, Aerosoft had something that you could get those charts, and I really liked it. Then it got a little pricey. Just having both of them there. And you actually have your choice of either Lido charts or Jeppson charts in the Phoenix Airbuses, which is great. Aerosoft sunsetted it because nobody used it. It wasn't, yes, the application, the app really was crappy. I just love the charts. The charts were great. I can find stuff a lot faster in the Lido charts than I can the Jeppsons. And truth be told, so Jeppson's been around since airplanes started.
American
I mean, they've been around for freaking
turn
ever.
right heading 200.
And Lido basically got to go to school on Jeppson and make a better product. And I really like it.
Departure, runway 17 right.
Ruben overshot the runway. Uh-oh. Well, that's going to happen every now and then.
Southwest 441, contact, Lone Star approach 118.1.
118.1 for Southwest 441. Thanks. There we go. Lone Star approach. Lone Star approach. Hi there from Southwest 441, descending on the Jeffries arrival with information uniform, maintaining 230 knots.
Southwest 441, how you doing, Spy? Lone Star approach. We'll get you down here in about another 5 minutes here.
Thank you. I'm the other way around. See, Tim Dog finds stuff information faster in Jeppson. See, it's always different. Everybody's a little bit different in what they like and what they prefer. And thing is, you probably have also, are better at finding stuff in there.
5,000 for 4,000
Chris, that's our next flight. 11,000 feet, everything's good. Ring the bell for the flight attendants, ask them to start putting some stuff away and get ready to sit down for landing. There's Greg's about ready to make our turn, and life is good. Juganauts, have you guys ever tried using a real world route from Simbrief? Yes. Not, a lot of the routes that Simbrief pulls from are real world routes and stuff. Sometimes it doesn't know the waypoints if your data is out of date. Chris is going down to Mexico City.
Southwest 441, descend and maintain 5,000.
Descend and maintain 5,000, Southwest 441. Landing lights. Continuous restart. Cabin crew. We're all ready to go with our approaches. So, Juganauts, I generally use the Navigrad Charts apps routing too. Now, we go over and we use Simbrief, right? You're talking about Simbrief. Loviz got the RNAV X-ray, runway 13 right. So you see over here, I'm using this is where I go to get my flight plans. And from what I understand, Simbrief goes to the real world and sees what the real world is flying between the two airports that you put in and gives you a good route. And that's kind of the way I do that. So they're doing RNAV X-ray to 13 right, huh? RNAV X-ray to 13 right. So we need to be ready with that just in case. Airplane's not descending very fast, is it? I frequently have to intervene and just go to a vertical speed at this point in time. Lovis says expect to do the RNAV X-ray to runway 13 right from Netny. And that was on the chart there. There's Netny. So we're going to be coming in on the right side. One three right. So no high speeds. Charlie 4 back into the gate area. That should be easy enough. Loviz says well, that's good that they're using both approaches, Loviz. That means they're approachable. Deputy Dog, welcome aboard. Is that you, Deputy Dog? Nice to be here. Thanks for coming in. That's what we generally do. Whoever's up front, it's just like the people who are up front in a bike race. People who are up front in the bike race, you draft behind them, and so you help the people behind you on the bike race.
Southwest 441, contact Lone Star 124.3. We'll see you play.
124.3 now for Southwest 441. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. 124.3. 124.3. There we go. Lone Star approach, very good evening. Southwest 441 is descending to 5,000 feet, maintaining 230 knots. Hi, Gasper.
Southwest 441, Lone Star approach. Expect the RNAV X-ray runway 13 right approach from Netny.
Southwest 441 is now expecting the RNAV X-ray for runway 13 right, and our transition is Netny. Southwest 441.
Southwest 120, descend and maintain.
Okay, we're also on the right side. I'm going to just pop my ILS in there for a little bit of extra. So 111.1. I'm going to flip that in there just to have that. It's good. Ooh, Polya, what kind of pizza did you get tonight?
4,000 direct to Knoxville, Delta 269.
Delta 269, reduce speed to 210.
Reducing to 210 now, Delta.
After Jeffrey.
Lone Star approach, Southwest 197, 9.6, right before the 6.
After Jeffrey, we do 143 degrees.
Lone Star approach,
143 is the turn.
Expect the RNAV Whiskey runway 13.
Oh, that's right. There's a special one, right?
Alright, we'll expect the RNAV Whiskey from 13 left from Knoxville and 95 on
Those 441 departs Jeffrey heading 180, descend to maintain 4,000.
Descend and maintain 4,000. After Jeffrey, we will depart 180 degrees, Southwest 441.
Southwest 120, reduce speed to 210, cleared direct.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Zersky, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard.
Contact Lone Star approach on 123.9.
123.9, Delta 269. Good evening.
Ah, I hear Slant Alpha Adventures.
Descend and maintain
Slant
5,000.
Alpha Adventures is flying today. Okay, let's get ready to start doing airplane things like, flying ourselves.
Southwest 120, contact Lone Star approach 123.9. 123.9.
1239 might be next for us. There we go. 123.9. Heading select 180 degrees. Balo says, is it time for pineapple and pizza? Or maybe that one I don't think Polyot gets to have pineapple and pizza. Nor would Polyot want pineapple and pizza. Zersky, bonsoir, back to France. Hey, thanks for coming in today. Zersky, bonsoir, thank you for coming in. I hope it is a beautiful evening in France tonight. Polyot cannot eat pineapple anymore and is thankful for that. 4,000 feet, 230 knots. I'd say flaps 1. Auto brakes 3. And speed brakes. Phalo will have your pineapple.
Level altimeter 29095. Expect the RNAV Whiskey runway 13 left approach from
2995 on the altimeter.
Alright, we got you full on board. We'll expect the RNAV with 13 left.
A nice sunset approach into the DFW.
So this 197 descend to maintain 4,000.
Not a 4,000, Southwest 197.
Polyot will not be serving pineapple on pizza. Otherwise, you'd have to give yourself the ban hammer, right? Let's select ourselves a landing speed. 148. Thalo notices the lack of a pineapple off pizza emote. I think that the pineapple and pizza emote, it's not mine. That emote is just one of those generic emotes that's available on that set.
Speed 240.
And it's very popular on the spy flight, so.
Southwest 441, descend to maintain 3,000.
3,000 now for Southwest 441.
Southwest 4469, descend and to maintain 5,000.
5,000, Southwest 4469.
Southwest 197, reduce speed to 210.
Speed 210 at Southwest 197.
Southwest 197, contact Lone Star, approach 123.9.
Approach on 123.9, good day, good luck, Southwest.
Southwest 441, maintain 210 knots, cleared direct net me.
Speed now 210 knots for Southwest 441. We are direct to Netney.
Southwest 441, contact Lone Star, approach 123.9.
Now 123.9 for Southwest 441. Thanks. Good luck. And bring in the map another click. Lone Star approach. Hi there. Southwest 441's at 3,000, maintaining 210 knots. Direct Netney.
Southwest 441, expect RNAV runway 13 right approach from Netney, reduce speed to 190.
Reducing speed now 190, expecting the RNAV for runway 13 right from Netney, Southwest 441. Flaps 10. Casey is in chat. Welcome back, Casey. Thank you for coming in. Deputy Dog, thank you for that 210. And we're all good to go there. 3,000 feet looks good. And let's go and get...
441 cross Netney at about 3,000 RNAV X-ray runway 13 right foot.
Crossing Netney at or above 3,000. After that, we are cleared for the RNAV X-ray runway 13 right, Southwest 441. So after that, we're good for 16,000 feet. I'm going to put that in there, but we'll do our own little descent. So that's going to be 16,000 feet, and everything looks good to go there. Exiting to the left at 10 knots. Daniel is back. You made your first big event in VATSIM. Congratulations, Daniel. And this is looking good. And 190.
That was the 41 reduced to final.
Now final approach speed for Southwest 441. Gears down, and final approach for us is gonna be 148. We'll call it 150. A little more flap action here. Gear down, 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes. And this looks good. After Netney, we can descend.
Southwest 197, contact tower 123.7.
Over to tower 1237 today, Southwest 197.
Southwest 441, company traffic, 10 o'clock, 4 miles east to the left or straight, contact tower 123.7.
123.7 now for Southwest 441. We'll watch out for the company traffic. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Tower. Love Field Grounds 121.75. 121.75. There's Love Ground.
Love Tower, Southwest 197, short final, nav X-ray 1.
Southwest 197, Love Tower, runway 13 left, clear to land, 1 rolling on the left right now.
Clear to land, 13 left, Southwest 197.
A lot of Love Tower. Hi there, Southwest 441's about 2 miles from Abuti and on the RNAV X-ray for runway 13 right.
Southwest 441, Love Tower, good evening, runway 13 right, clear to land.
Clear land, 13 right, Southwest 441. Taxi light going on. And I think that the autopilot's had far too much fun. Autopilot is off. Captain's got the airplane. We actually get to do a little bit of flying. How about that? I don't know. Probably going to regret that, right?
Southwest 4419, contact departure. Have a great flight.
See you.
Subscriber confirmed.
Ferdo Zero just
Top
became a
clearance granted,
subscriber.
agent.
Thank you.
Loyalty noted.
I don't know if I said your name right, but thank you for the sub. Twitch Prime, thank you for using that here. I know you only get one. Tim Dog is departing out of Houston right now.
Departure was issued on clearance at
Houston.
118.55. Bye-bye.
Gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes. Cabin secured.
South 197, right turn when able, ground point 75 and clear.
Right when able, ground point 75, today, Southwest 197.
Glide slope. Glide slope.
Auto throttle's off. Hi, Big J plays.
100. 50. 30. 10.
Reverse. Green.
Hello, Tower, Southwest 4469 with you on the Whiskey 13 left.
South 4469, runway 13 left, cleared to land 1130 at 8. Southwest 441, left turn when able, contact ground point 75 and clear.
Left turn right now for Southwest 441, grounds .75. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend. Tim Dog's Lone Star 1 tonight. Big J plays. This is the 737-800 from PMDG. We're going to do one more flight tonight. We're going to go from Vegas to Area 51, and we're going to take the 600, which just got released. And love ground. Hi there. Southwest 441 is just off runway 13 right. Parking tonight is gate 17.
Southwest 441, love ground. Welcome to Dallas Field. Taxi park via Charlie Delta. Have a good night. Thanks for flying.
Charlie and Delta, taxi to parking for Southwest 441. Have a great Friday night ops from Southwest 441. Mikey is doing Pensacola to Dallas tonight. What are you flying tonight, Mikey? Hi, Robbie Bobby. Welcome aboard. Landing felt good.
3.7, pilot country 41.
Stu's flying tonight, too. Let's see. Is this landing anything for me to crow about? Probably not. So let's see. Minus 170 was my landing rate. 1.11 Gs. I think it's time for a little unsportsmanlike celebration. Unsportsmanlike celebration is beginning right now. A minus 170. How about that? Woohoo! That felt really good. It does. Yeah, Big J, it's about the same. Debating if I want to fly or chill with some Stardew Valley. I'm sorry, is that a game or is that something to eat? Is that like a beverage? Loviz, I will go to gate 18 then. I would say, yep, we've got butter. It's a game. Polyot says that is a very good game. Let's turn off our landing lights, blinding everybody here. APU going on. And starts off. And we're coming on over to the ground chart here. And we're going to go to gate, I think it's at the bottom here. So we're going to come in here. We'll grab gate 13. Good old lucky 13. That'll work for us. Let's see. Chris wants Jägermeister tonight. It's a game, but yeah, it sounded like a really tasty beverage to me. AvGeek, we're on VATSIM for the next flight. Yeah, that way you could fly whichever sim you want and don't have to worry about multiplayer. And Big J Plays says Stardew Valley is good too. I grow pumpkins in real life because of the game. Really? Big J played it a ton during COVID, and it spills into real life. Really? Okay, we got one that just pushed back over there, so let's go to the end of the jetway instead. There was a guy who sold everything to buy a farm because of that game. Really? I don't know that I would do that. And so there's the airplane that pushed back. We'll just go to the end of the gate here. Is this the one that has Whataburger in the middle of the terminal? Thalo, you know about Stardew Valley too? Taxi light off. So Thalo has played that game too, huh? Generator's over, so the cabin just doesn't go pitch black and scares the passengers. And there goes engines. Transponder is going to go to off, and we'll turn off all but one of the fuel pumps. Let's get the bleeds on to keep the packs going. We don't need the electric hydraulic switches anymore. We can turn off navigation. All of that looks really good. And anti-collision lights can go off. Oh, I left my strobes on. That was bad. And everything looks good there. So seatbelts, let's flight attendants get up first. There we go. That looks good over there. Blow out of that. Go to ground operations, set chocks. Request ground power. And jetway connection. Here comes the jetway connection. Door management, disarm the doors. And we made it. I don't know if I would try that. I'm just not that great at that sort of stuff. I mean, it's great to hear that other people think that it's a really cool game and they like it. I think we made it. Nobody was hurt. JSG Droid is 25 miles out. So JSG Droid made it into the air too. And took off, I think, from Amarillo. It was Amarillo. So I think we all made it. Let's go. And while JSG Droid's coming in, there's that Southwest taxiing out. So we did that. And the airplane looks good here. We'll turn off the caution. Let's go and look at the new Vegas airport. JSG Droid, keep coming in. Let us know what your landing is like and how it goes. And we're going to go and see what's happening with the new plane and stuff. Pandora's Pilot, that earpiece, are you using it for ATC voice or for all sound? You mean this? It's all sound. It's ATC, it's my microphone. I'm a old school broadcaster, really old school broadcaster. So I need to be able to hear the full mix. Otherwise, I feel like I'm missing something wrong. Core Media, we're going to do Vegas to Area 51 in a Janet Airlines flight. So Janet Airlines, the super secret squirrel airline. So let's first go and see what's happening at Vegas. And it looks like everything's picking up here. All right, what do we have here? There's KTEX, there's Reno. So here's Vegas. Departure runway is 1 right full length and 1 left. So 01 right and left is what we're expecting. Hey Toby, good Abend Toby in Germany. Thank you for coming in. It's late tonight. I hope you are doing really good. Thanks for coming by. And we're going up to KXTA up there. So we're good to go there. All right, let's go get the scenery and we'll wait for JSG Droid. We'll look around the airport a little bit. And this is updated. This is like scenery version 3 for Vegas from Fly Tampa. And here comes Microsoft Flight Simulator. There we go. All right, let's go and do a flight plan. Oh, wow. I felt bad for the delivery guy, but now that I have my food, it didn't last long. Yeah, I always look outside if I'm thinking about, boy, I'd like a pizza or I'd like something delivered today. And then I look outside, and if it's really dark or if it's cold and snowing, I usually don't. I just feel like it's their job and everything, but I want to be nice. Okay, let's do the flight. New flight plan. Ooh, I forgot. Janet Airlines. Their call sign, it's WWW. So WWW Flight 441, KLAX, KXTA. There we go. We're going to be in the 737-600, 736. You missed it. I forgot the property gate is open, so he couldn't. Okay. He was greeted by a sprinkler. He's on a moped and got soaked. Oh no. Oh no. Is it really cold tonight? I hope it's not really bad tonight. Okay, departing 1 right and landing runway 32. That's about right. I'm going to add in 15 minutes of extra fuel. I'm going to change my fuel units to pounds. Oh my gosh. Loviz is already at the Janet terminal. We've got like 4 places to park at Janet. All right, all of this looks good. Let's generate a flight plan. That's right, a free wash for the moped, right? A free wash for the moped. Chris, yeah, so the way I understand it, the Air Force owns the airplane, but they hire civilian company contractors to fly the airplane and do that. Oh no, Tim Dog has got Amazon packages that haven't shown up. That sucks. That's never fun. PDF of the flight plan. That's really never fun. Oh, a little bit of an island vibe right now in the music. And title, and we're good. Pre-file on VATSIM. Ah, we have our Rocky Horror Picture Show reference there. I'm sure they've used that a lot. Oh, I heard that it's taking a while for the pre-file stuff to work tonight. Probably everybody trying to file a flight plan going into Dallas tonight. Nope. Doesn't help to go and get another one open. Uh-oh. Well, maybe we are going to multiplayer. Hopefully we can get this in. I don't know if it's one of those where you repeat, just try it over and over. I've heard that it was having issues. Somebody mentioned that earlier today too. Okay, let's come on into Vegas. Low-vis is already at Janet Gates. There's low-vis over there. And there's the Janet area up there. Says UPS. Yeah, right. Low-vis says get out and go in. Okay, so just try and hit the button, give it a second. If it won't go in, keep trying. There we go. All right, 19,000 feet. 19,000 feet and file. We're filed, we're in. Okay, so low-vis is over there. We'll go grab one of those gates over there. Let's clean up some flight notes here. And what was it? 190. And our route is over there. That looks good. We don't need that taxi. We don't need that gate. We don't need those runways anymore. And all that looks good. Low-vis has a super secret PDC. That's right. It's all secret squirrel on this flight. First flight tomorrow is another ATR flight. This time we're doing Reykjavik to Akureyri. Janet, flight 120 is now cleared to nowhere as filed. All right, that looks good. Just waiting on the simulator. And JSG Droid is on the way in, so we'll look a little bit around Vegas before we hop in. Ooh, I haven't seen Sphere Vegas on this new one, so I can't wait to see what Sphere Vegas looks like. Departure time's a normal time, 1800 Zulu. That is 6 p.m. in London and 1 p.m. in New York City. All right, this looks good. What else can we do? Do we need any more beverage? Nope, we're good with beverage. Really looking forward to seeing that video that you sent, Polyot, about the review of that train. Those are kind of fun. Senor Tomas says, for SimMarket sceneries, do you just need to make sure it's installed on the SimMarket Windows application? That's pretty much it. Yeah, for SimMarket, use their application. Just make sure that you've got your default, you got your settings right so it puts it in the right place. Careful, it could lead to going down a rabbit hole. Oh, what? The train videos? I'm lost in train videos anyway. I'm already deep down the rabbit hole. I mean, it certainly won't be a real life thing. I'm kind of trapped here, so. But I enjoy getting to see those. I mean, you've heard, I've told the story about that one train video where it was a long train cab ride video in, it was a cab ride video in Austria, and it went by the Rattenberg area, which is Rattenberg. That's our nav waypoint into Innsbruck. But as the train was going in the opposite direction, and I went in and grabbed something and came back and looked at the screen, and just as the train was coming around the bend, there was this castle on the hill. It's a real world train ride, and I looked up and I know that castle. It's the castle of the Eagles. And the train went through Werfen. So yeah, rabbit holes there. I'm all over that. Senor Tomas wants to do the Cardinal route from Chicago to Philly. Jeff the Hawkeye guy. Hi, Jeff. Lovis says flaps 1 unless you want to head to the moon. That's the way after everything that happened in my world, that's about the only way I'm going to be able to do that. And it's just fine. I'm getting to do some really cool traveling of the world on YouTube. The house airline always wins. That's right. There we go. And engage. It's for the little gray man. Are we, Chris wants to do a Mexico City flight next week. There's a VATSIM event to Mexico City that we need to go and look for and fly that one. It's kind of a long flight in from the U.S. I already preloaded the airplane, so it shouldn't take a long time, and preloaded the airport, so we shouldn't have to do awesome stuff. Nobody got the house joke. I thought I turned it into the house airline joke, so I probably screwed it up for you, Mikey. Here, hang on, Mikey. Loviz says it's, so we ought to plan it Thursday night. So we'll do next Thursday. We'll do, that is our third flight. So that's the Mexico City event, MMMX. Okay, I popped it in there so I won't forget. KDEN just landed at Area 51 from Vegas in a Black Hawk. 56 minutes for your flight, really? Ready to fly? There's another Janet. That was a static Janet over there. And then let's go and start VATSIM. Jag has given up on Microsoft 2024. The planes load dark screens, no power via the battery's GPU. It's taken the sim fun out of it. You're going to go back to 2020? You know what, Jeff? If it works for you, that's great. I don't understand exactly why it's being such a brat for you. Something's a little bit weird, but you know, and don't worry, the band thing there, that's just you had that period between darkened screens. That'll get taken care of. But it shouldn't be that way. Boeing 737 and connect. They should be doing Mexico Mondays. We're on VATSIM. And if we look over there, there is Loviz. Oh man, there isn't model matching. JSG Droid had a very good landing rate. That's perfect for Friday night ops. Way to go, JSG Droid. All right, let's go and look around the airport just a little bit. So we got to get in the airplane for a second first. Low vis, absolutely. Starting earlier. Should we make that our second flight low vis or the third on Thursday? You know best. Man, there's no model matching for Janet. That totally sucks. Well, first of all, let's take a look at the city. And we've got a nice, much nicer city here. That looks pretty good. There's the Pyramid Hotel. And it looks like they've got some of the good scenery here. That's right, we can't model match an airline that doesn't exist. There's the MGM with David Copperfield. That looks pretty cool. That's right, I was going to the Sphere. I was going out to the Sphere. Yeah, the PMDG headquarters is out here. So I guess since PMDG is located in Vegas, I guess that's, you know. There's the Sphere. There's the Westin Hotel. I think PMDG, I think they're in one of these buildings like over here. I think it's over in, I think that's where they are. It's where coffee costs $15 a cup. If you turn off photogrammetry, it's going to look better. I have no problem with that. Let's do that. Settings. I've never really liked photogrammetry anyway. Graphics. Frame gen, I bet it's here. Displays, building, trees, plants, objects, volumetric. Nope, it's not on that one. Exposures, anti-aliasing. It's in the online menu. See, that's no fair. Online. Photogrammetry, off. Never like that. Let's see. The one with the cylinder in the middle is PMDG. Save and go back. And resume. All right. So let's see. Where are we? There's the Sphere. I absolutely love Sphere Vegas. They've got a cool little Instagram page that I enjoy. I don't know how it works for them as far as their business, but I just think this is really cool. Okay, so let's come on over here, and Pauliot says that PMDG is in this building with the circular thing. See if we can see Robert Rendazzo's office. No, now there's a building where one doesn't exist between PMDG and the Sphere. Did you disable it in the library? So there they go. The building that I was hovering over is not there IRL. Really? This isn't it? Well, that's too bad. I'm going to go to sleep. Daniel, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for coming in. Okay, Vegas looks pretty good. That was the PMDG office, but they share it. So they don't have the whole building. They just rent some space in there. And here's our airport. And I have always really thought that some of the scenery taxiing and the billboards going into the airport, I always thought were really well done. They seem really realistic coming in here. This area that they've done, and this isn't even the airport area, but this area they did a really, really good job. And then they've got the area, they've got the tunnels. And some nice terminals over here. All right. I'll bet JSG Droid's getting closer. So we're all ready to go to Area 51. And I think the band just gave up. They need to do a model matching for Janet. All right, here we all are. Let's get ready to rumble. First, how about we'll turn the band back on. Okay, we got that going. And everything looks good here. Let's see. I did get a PDC. What did it say? Call sign, Whiskey, Whiskey, Whiskey 441. Destination, the Lola 3 departure. Altitude 190, cleared. Advised spot number and ATIS for taxi. So we can start up here. No pushback needed. AIG has models for Janet. It's just FSLTL that doesn't. Come on, FSLTL. You should have. Let's see. Let's request some ground power. Door management, disarm our doors, and we got one door open, so that's already good for us right there. So that looks really good. Stairs are in place. That works. Let's do data from SimBrief. There's data from SimBrief. We'll flip this over to Navigraph. And let's come on over here. Departure. Vegas Airport. We'll get a basic airport chart. We don't need parking. Departure is the Lola 3 departure. Lola. And the Loha 3 departure does have an initial climb clearance, and it is 14,000 feet. They didn't give us an altitude, so put that 14,000 feet in your notes to make sure you do that. Okay, so that looks good. Let's see if there's an arrival set of charts in here. I can't imagine that there is. KXTA chart error. No charts for KXTA. So that's why you need those PDF charts. So we'll just leave this over here with those charts, and that's good. All right, power up the plane. Flying time. Position lights. Oh man, they're already on. Flight level 190. Before I forget. Flight level 190. Good. Let's get a fuel pump on. And we'll do an APU on. Let's see, we should do emergency exit lights. The galley power is on. Window heaters going on. And we'll pop on the IRSs. Mikey Moz says help. Jimmy Boy is in chat. We had a good day. We started with a really nice flight in from Geneva. The Geneva to Frankfurt flight was really nice. That was a really enjoyable flight. Curly Air says, watch out for a rocket. I think Low-Vis is taxiing out. There goes Low-Vis. APU's coming on up. Let's get the bleed on. FMC. Nav data is out of date. Well, we could fix that. Let's go to the little disks and install the new nav data. Here we go. That's so nice that we can go and fix that. As mean as I am about a couple of cups of coffee, it's so nice that we can go in and update nav data just like this from the tablet and just get it all set up there, which is really, really nice. All right, position in it. We are at KLAS Vegas. I don't think we've got an actual position number. We'll just get the GPS and pop that in there. That looks good. And route. Put that up there. And request flight plan. Didn't go and get the flight plan from VATSIM. Well, that's it, but I guess we'll select it. Shouldn't it go out and get us? Something was weird about that. Route uplink is ready. It didn't go to the normal place to get the flight plan. That was weird. While we're waiting for that, let's get the... Let's see, we've got the APU is on. Let's get the packs on. There we go. Keep the passengers nice and happy, right? Route data uplink. And Jason, that's about it. Activate it. Oh, let's put in a flight number. 441. And activate it and execute it. All right, did you guys give us a runway by any chance? It didn't. Lola 3 departure. Let's see if Lola 3 says anything. Lola 3, all runways. Okay. So, we're expecting one right or one left. They may take us off on one left. Is it on the ATIS? Did I admit? I got the ATIS earlier. Let's check. We looked at it earlier. Let's see. Landing runways. Departure runways is one right full length and one left at Bravo. My guess is, since we're on the west side of the airport, we'll blast off on one left. Loviz is departing the scene of the crime, and Loviz says one left. Cool. Thanks, Loviz. Okay, so this looks good. Departure and arrival. Departure, runway 1 left, Lola 3 via Jason. Execute. Index. Arrivals, we're expecting the ILS, and we have to go to the old charts for this. No arrivals on this one. Let's go for the ILS Yankee, runway 32. ILS Yankee 32 via Smicky. Yeah, why not? Okay, via Smicky. And execute that. If this many Janets took off at the same time IRL, no doubt the news would speculate, oh yeah. In the real world, they would go absolutely, they would think, oh my gosh, the aliens are coming, or the world is ending, or the supervolcano is going to blow up. Yes, state visit from Planet Glob. Yeah, or some crazy stuff like that, right? All right, route looks good, performance in it. Our clearance, 190. Flight level 190. Over here on the flight plan, our cost index is 35. Let's see. Winds are 357 at 35. Okay, reserves are going to be 4.7. I need to reset that. And zero fuel weight should be 110.9. 51.9. The airplane is in... Holy moly, it's in kilograms. This airplane's in kilograms. The livery is in kgs. We need better numbers. That's right. I could have also changed it in the FMC. All right. Now then, let's just come over here and we'll do new data. And now this should be in. Okay, now this looks better. So we need, first of all, a new set of reserves, 50.34. We're at 51.9. So that's our new zero fuel weight. But don't forget to go and fix final reserve and alternate 2.139, so 2.2. 2.2 is our kilos there. Okay, that's good. So that's all good to go. We had to figure those things out over there, and that's great. Execute it. Let's see. APU, everything's good to go up there. Nothing to worry about there. Let's come on down here. Let's see. Let's check block fuel. 4.86. I'm at 11.4. That didn't load correctly. Well, I have more than I need, so let's just not worry about it. Let's fly the airplane. It'll be fun. APU generator. Disconnect ground power. Start closing some doors. Ground. And we'll go close that 1L door. And arm doors for departure. Ground vehicles. I'm going to remove the stairs. And then release the ground power unit. Come on down here. Parking brakes are on. That looks good. Chocks removed. Stairs are going away. Clear that. Let's do performance tool. And Loviz reminds us to use flaps 1. We think it's going to be runway 1 left. All right, so change flap configuration to flaps 1 for takeoff. 2995 on the altimeter. 295 on the altimeter, and calculate. You have no ATC, so it's any runway you want. Oh, ATC went away. I guess the spies scared him away. Hourglass, yes, Hourglass is the song. This is one of the good ones. There's actually a lot of really good music at Epidemic Sound. Okay, so let's see. N1 limits are going to be takeoff and 32 degrees. takeoff. Flaps 1. Center of gravity should be 23.8. It is. Speeds to take off. 133, 134, 140. 133, 134, 140. Speeds are good. 140 in here. ATC's gone, so we'll clear ourselves up to our cruising altitude, 19,000 feet. That's good. Done with that page. Let's go to electronic flight bag and come on in here. And our departure heading is too small to read. 014. 014. Let's recycle the flight directors. Get the autopilot ready. Flight directors back on. Zero that out. Everything's good to go up there. Doors are closed. Seatbelts going on. Hydraulic pumps going on. Electric hydraulic pumps are going on. Let's see. Low-vis says we go silent at Jason and we stop our squawking. Let all squawking stop. Let's see. Our squawk is 7275. 7275. There we go. That looks good. And everything looks cleared there. Let's reset the throttles. That looks good too. I think it's time to go. Let the party begin. Fuel pumps going on. Fuel pumps are on. Seat belts are good. Cabin crew seats. Anti-collision lights going on. I think we can go and start engines. We just start engines from here. Packs off. It's a Boeing. We start engine 2 first. Starter valve is open. Everything's good. And 20%. I think if you're debating Navigraph, Big J plays, it depends on whether or not you want to do a lot of VAT simming. If you want to do jump into the world of VAT simming and jetliners in VAT sim and stuff like that, then absolutely yes, you should. But if all you want to do is just casually fly and flight sim and party like it's 1999, the nav data that's aboard will do just fine for you. Mikey is joining us on the flight today. Bryler Gaming says it is minus 16 degrees Celsius. Bryler Gaming, that's a little chilly. That is chilly, Bryler Gaming. It is getting dark. Wow, got dark fast. 42 degrees. 6 degrees Celsius. And we got a good start on engine number 2, starting 1. Engine number 1 starts. Check your oil pressure on engine number 2. It is a wee bit chilly. Yeah, that's the way to put it. Fuel. Got some fuel in the center tanks. Mikey says there's a heat wave in New Jersey. 44 degrees tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to be almost 60 again tomorrow. Absolute insanity. Senor Tomas, are you in that 737 over there? Okay, are you already started, ready to go? I'll just wait for you. Let's see. ATC called it a day, so what we need is CTAF for Vegas is 119.9. .9. Yes, that's right. Beach weather. Senor Tomas is spooling up engine 1. Groom Lake has a CTAF of 118.7. Thank you. Low-vis, 118.7 is CTAF in Groom Lake. Okay, all is right with the world there. Let's do packs. Let's do generators. Let's do isolation valve and turn off the APU bleed. And let's kind of come up here. Probe heaters, you have to turn your probe heaters on manually. We need yaw dampers on. Everything else looks good. APU can go off. Flaps are 1 for takeoff. And auto brakes max. I think we're ready to go. Let's get ready to rumble. No, let's see. I think it's just Janet is what they use for the call sign. Janet Airlines. I think it's just Janet. Yep, the call sign is Janet. Your flight number is Whiskey, Whiskey, Whiskey. Or if you want to be really, really mysterious. All right, let's turn that on. That looks good. Parking brakes off. Vegas traffic, Jeanette 441's a 737 pulling out of the super duper secret squirrel lot. We are taxiing down to runway 01 left. Vegas. You have to sound really mysterious on the radio, too. Got a nice Southwest over there. Rich on Wheels says it is no degrees where you are. It's just no degrees at all. Let's do airport, data, traffic. I'm gonna squawk Terra. It's a VNAV LNAV departure. I'm gonna arm my auto throttles. And there's the super secret airline. Let's see, Polyot says I should taxi faster. Taxi like we stole it. Damn it, Scotty, I said more power, we're going too slow. Captain, the engines can't take it anymore. But we're Janet Airlines, we have to taxi like badasses. Trim for takeoff is 5.5. Hey, we're going a whole 8 knots now. Janet always taxis like somebody's chasing them. Flashed by Flash, is that your name? Good evening from Germany. Good Abend, Flash by Flash. Thanks for coming by. Hope it was starting to warm up a little bit where you are. It's been pretty chilly there lately. Let's see, I think it was runway 1 left at Bravo is where we're supposed to go on this one, according to the last ATIS. Polyot says we really could take off at Whiskey. I got an airplane coming in over there. I think they're landing on the right side. Bryler Gaming wants to go to St. Martin. We've been there we go there a lot in the sim. We've never been there for real, though. I've never been there. There's whiskey. La Poliad has been on a yacht there, but you never got to fly in. Look at that cute little airplane. I mean, it's so much shorter than the other 737s. Vegas traffic, Jeanette 441 is lining up and taking off. Runway 01 left. Vegas. Strobes? There's the Harrison Ford message. I'm using the French pronunciation of Janet Airlines, so we sound all mysterious and stuff on the radio. Okay, one last check. Anybody coming? I don't see anybody. Got a little bit of a crosswind, not a problem. Landing lights. Throttle's up about halfway. Clock. Thrust. Yes, the more you overthink the plumbing, the easier it is to stop up the drain. That is a classic, Scotty. Really like that one too, Will. Hey, Sphere Vegas has got a basketball. Hi, Sphere Vegas. Look at this, the perfect turnaround, Sphere Vegas. That's perfect. That's great. This is the departure we always want. Flaps. Direct to Penske. And AP. Landing gear off. No, I gotta fix that. I have to do that with every one of these planes at least once now. Fortunately, we can fix it here. Now we can turn that off. Good. Landing gear is going up. Nice climb. Speed's coming up nicely. Coming up on 10,000 feet. Landing lights. Taxi lights are already off. Seatbelts to auto. Everything looks good there. Field elevation at Groom Lake is 4,494 at the edge of the runway. That's about as close as we'll get there for landing elevation. And make that a little bit bigger. Out we go there. There's Lola, the end of the star, 10,000 feet. A great sunset arrival tonight, too. It is. It really feels good, doesn't it? The airplane is just so sporty. Is that Shaq's basketball? Oh, that would be funny if it was. Minimums to land is 4,700 feet. Setting it up a little bit early. It's a short flight. The sooner you set these things up, the better. Four, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4,700 feet. The ILS is 111.3. Inbound is 325. Always good to get that set up too. It's going to probably be a visual landing, but if you set it up early in case you need it, it's there for you. Vegas has a live YouTube cam at the airport, and you see 737-600s there. The 600 does feel way good. Looks like Loviz has successfully landed in time for his connecting flight to his home planet of Jupiter. And better get home soon too, because Buster is ready for dinner, right? Loviz had a 20-mile final. All right, everything's off up here. That looks good. And we come over here and bring the map out another click. And over there, Jason, is when Loviz says we turn off the transponder and go dark. Actually, Buster is not happy and has tried to disconnect the rudder pedals. Uh-oh. No kidding. Have you been flying too much today? Tim Dog has made it to Dallas. Tim Dog is going to do continuing service to Memphis. And are you southwesting today, Tim Dog? Altimeter's checked and set. Uh, 11,000 at Smicky. And we need to come down here, 122.8. Loviz says 118.7 is CTAF for Groom Lake. Our super secret squirrel spy plane is working great. That's also top of descent. Let's go in and initial descent of 11,000 feet. 11,000 feet. And we're 20 miles away from going silent. Okay, so that looks good. And landing speeds, 137. We'll call it 140 at flaps 30. Loviz forgot to cut your throttles, and I had a lovely float. Luckily, yeah, it's a crazy long runway. So that's so that they can test some of the super secret airplanes that they have. It's 11,998 feet. And you got one taxiway Papa right here in the middle, and that's all you got, right? But Loviz says that the runway at Edwards Air Force Base is the longest in the world, so it's longer than 11,000 feet. Oh, Big J plays. They're both okay. I mean, the Boeing FMC is all right, I guess. I've really become a huge Airbus fan. I just really, really like the way it's set up, you know, especially for very, very busy ATC events and stuff like that. You know, it's me and the little baby bus, the A319. The McDo, the autopilot, just the way the airplane was built to fly very well in crowded airspace and not overload the pilot with too much to do. Polyod says there's a runway at Kamdo Bamda in China. I bet I really butchered that name. 14,220 feet. And there's Jason. And Loviz says it's time to turn off the transponder. Transponder is now off. We have gone dark. There, Polyot says there is another unpronounceable airport, and it's 16,404 foot long runway. I'm not going to try and pronounce that one. Okay, so we're still showing up on VATSIM radar. But it does, I don't know, it says our squawk was supposed to be 7275. It doesn't say whether we're squawking or not, but we're not. So we're just a hole in the sky. And we've started our descent. Polyod says it's a joint Russian and China airport. So there's lots of marijuana there. And Edwards Air Force Base, they made it really long. It's 15,000 feet, and they did that for the space shuttle. You have to disconnect to stop showing up on VATSIM radar. So we're not truly being an invisible airplane. Let's see, Groom Lake. I don't know how we're going to get an ADAS there. KXTA. This will probably cause an explosion. Here is KVGT's ATIS. I think this is the nearest ATIS. So the altimeter at the nearest airport is 2995. Altimeter's checked and set. That's right, we should have asked Loviz. Well, Loviz had to go and take care. Loviz's co-pilot was becoming unruly. We'll let it continue down to 6,600. And that's at Ogte. And that looks good too. Loviz just used the altimeter setting from Vegas. They really are pretty close together. I mean, 2995, I think that was Vegas, right? Yep, 2995. So that was good. Got a pretty decent cabin. I haven't really looked at it much. Nice descent. It's going to handle it. Let's go back over there. Auto brakes, low. You know, it's going to be, you know, thrust idle reverse. Reverse idle is what they call it. .7. If you are a TFDI MD11 Collector's Edition, you need to rerun the install manager. Some files in the last update did not go out to you, so you need to go and do that. GSX ground handling choice for KXTA is United Airlines. Who would have known? Yeah, that sounds a little weird. Speed's coming down nicely. Nice little turn. Not sure that there's too many alligators down there, but my guess is there's probably a bunch of rattlesnakes. And maybe a giant Gila monster. I'm wondering if my team are going to have legal issues to deal with next week. There's a Southwest joining us into Area 51. Very possibly. There's the airport up ahead. Lights, seat belts, continuous restart, cabin call. I'm going to start doing my own speeds here. Airplane's a little upset here. We're going to need to throw out speed brakes. It's trying to descend us kind of quickly. Yeah, it's a special charter, Polyot. No problem. 180 on the speed. Speed brakes are out. Just not doing much good, is it? By the time we get there, let's call it 140 to land. 140 to land. How about wheels? Let's see. Landing gear on. And landing gear down. Gears down, speed's coming down nicely. Let's put away the speed brakes, start rolling out some flaps. There's flaps 5, looking good there. We need to rearm the speed brakes. Speed brakes are armed, auto brakes are good. I think that the autopilots had too much fun. Captain gets to play with the airplane now. Groom Lake traffic. Jeannette 441 is on a 7-mile final for the big runway, runway 32. Groom Lake. How about some more flaps? Set. Lights are good. Everything's good up there. Senor Tomas got to contact me from an alien in V-Pilot. Really? You sure it just wasn't Commander Data? Polyot says today's been a good day. I thought today was a great day. I really did. Your suggestion about the flight in New Zealand was awesome. We need to go back and do that one. We've got a flight coming up in Iceland. It's our first flight tomorrow. And then I think I've got a flight listed after that too. Wow, it got dark fast. Wait a minute, it's really dark here. Shouldn't it be getting a little bit darker here? I'm trying not to get yelled at by the airplane voice about glide slope on this one, so I'm watching my glide slope. It's probably going to find a way to yell at me about something else, though.
1,000.
And then, of course, I did. Oh, man.
Flight slope.
Oh, I got it again.
Flight slope.
Can't win.
Flight slope.
Little picked up a breeze from the left.
Slope.
The wind shifted as we came over the hill.
Flight
That's right.
slope.
All the buildings are invisible here.
Flight slope.
They all have cloaking devices.
Flight
Nice
slope.
to have fun. So we also
Flight
ought to go
slope.
back and do Paro
Flight
soon,
slope.
too.
Flight slope. Flight slope. Flight slope. Flight slope. Flight slope. Flight slope. Flight slope.
Oh, come on. Yell at me all the way down, voice. You know you want to do it. JSG Droid wants to go to Lee in India. It's a high altitude airport where you have to set custom waypoints. Groom Lake traffic, Jeannette 441 is now clear of runway 32. Taxi to parking, but don't tell anybody because it's a secret. Landing lights, continuous restart, strobe lights. Speed brakes down. Flaps going up. There goes our leading edge slats. There goes the flaps up. Everything's good up there. Let's turn on the logo lights because there's no logo on the light. Jeff, it felt pretty good today. Your Loviz's father-in-law flew B-2s and was doing bombing runs out of here. Had an emergency at Groom Lake. Even though they all had top secret clearances for nukes, they kept them far away from everything. Well, you know, this is where they keep the flying saucers. You know, it's where they've got transporter technology and stuff. I'm sure there's a whole building somewhere around here that's just dedicated to William Shatner and stuff like that. Loviz, there's multiple ranges around the area too. Oh, I'm sure. This is, you know, where they'll test stuff. That's right. ET has got to have, Jeff, there's got to be an ET building. You know, along with Shatner, I'm guessing Spielberg has an annex on a building here. So, there you go. Well, yeah, everything that they want to keep super secret squirrel, they're going to keep well below ground, you know, because we're not the only people that have, you know, spy balloons out there and spy satellites. And party satellites. He said, throwing a little bit of Captain Sarcastic out there. Let's see. After here, it's right turn into the gate area. No, we second right so that we can, because we park nose out here. Park nose out. Nope, there isn't a taxiway. We have to take this one and zigzag back in. I'm sure that, Jeff, they've got to have a Stargate here. Absolutely. Probably 2 Stargates. And if they don't have a Stargate, what's going on here? Hey, there's the Southwest flight. There's the Southwest flight. And then we kind of come in here and grab a parking spot. If you don't have the scenery for this, there is scenery that is available at flightsim.to. It's free. You know, it works in both the sims, so absolutely go grab it and take your drone cam and go looking around here. The floating Volanta Stargate shows up in Loviz's scenery. We'll go down to the end because I think we need 2 more parking spaces for two spy flights coming in. I've seen the Volanta Stargate a few places. I don't think I see it here because I think I've already checked it off. I think I checked my Stargate thing here. Yeah, you have to fly through the Volanta stargates to get it checked off in your sim. That's probably about as good as that gets. Parking brakes on. Parking brakes are on. Oh, somebody didn't start up his APU. APU starts. Come on over here. Ground operations. Can't do anything with the engines running here. Pauliette says they have an alien prison here. And you saw it in the Independence Day movie. Yeah, I would think that they would have to have something like that here. And every now and then they bring in Clint Eastwood to see if Clint Eastwood can break out of the prison. A very nice lineup of airplanes. Look at them. Pretty cool. I think we've got one more coming in. It's a documentary. That's right. It's a documentary, not a movie. And the APU should be almost ready to go. Wait for the generator lights to show up. There we go. Flip that over. And generators are good. Engine number 1, engine number 2. That looks really good. We've already stopped squawking. Fuel pumps going off. We can do those. We don't need electric hydraulic pumps. Those can go off too. Probe heaters go off manually. We'll turn off the nav stuff. Nav stuff goes off. Let's get the APU bleed and the isolation valve open so we can keep the airplane ventilated. And cabin crew and seat belts can go off. Anti-collision light can go off. Come over here, put in chocks. We got chocks. Let's do that. Let's see. I don't want a jetway. I want stairs, but I don't know how to get stairs. If you click it over to stairs, I don't know how you request them. Disarm the doors. Open up the cargos. Yeah, I don't know how you go and request them from there. Another airport, the Sion in Switzerland, that is a great camera one. That a Canyon one. Hi Slash, welcome aboard. The Epstein files are here. Yes, they probably have their own wing here. Paulia did a post in, so add it there. GSX works, just request deboarding. Okay, let's do GSX. GSX and request deboarding. And that's how we get stuff. American Airlines, Allegiant, Delta Envoy Express Jet, Frontier, Southwest, SkyWest, Prime Air, United. Well, we'll just use United stuff. There we go. There we get stairs. Oh, and we're also going to get unloading here too. Yay. Oh, we're going to get a back set of stairs too. Thank you, Loviz. GSX, that takes care of it, right? That's right. It's just a normal airport here. And here comes United. Now, do we need to open our own doors or will it open them? Let's see. They're going to send a bus for the passengers too. I bet we need to open the doors. Let's open the doors. Open the 1L and 2L. There goes our doors. Oh, are the people going to get off? And they'll send buses and people. Oh, look at all the suitcases coming off. I wonder if some of the suitcases have glow-in-the-dark alien things in there. Well, how about that? We're getting the full treatment here. That's why they don't want nobody to go, to even go through there. Nope, nothing strange going on here. Nothing strange going on here. But I gotta say, I really do like having the 737-600 back. Here comes our bus. There comes our bus. And here comes passengers, right? Passengers are deboarding. All right, all of them have a top secret security clearance. I think I requested a ground power cart, didn't I? No, let's request a ground power cart. That way we can plug in. Jules, welcome aboard. We did 4 good flights today. Really enjoyed Frankfurt Friday. The event is always so much fun. We'll pop that in for the generator, but we'll use the APU for air conditioning. So we'll do that for air conditioning. Except James, the janitor. Yeah, they have to blind him. Watch the Abigail case when you get a chance. Okay. Jeff has 2 CT scans, 2 MRIs, a PET scan in 6 weeks. Really? You're going to be glowing in the dark too. Passengers? No, look at that. Oh, wow. Our passengers don't look like super secret agents. Yeah, they don't look like super secret agents here, do they? Well, maybe they do. Maybe they are super secret agents. They've got it's the perfect cover. They look like just normal, everyday people from an airport, right? You know, GSX has really worked hard on the people. They don't walk like really, really bad zombies anymore. I mean, those were really pretty cool, weren't they? The zombie walkers. But we made it. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was arrested. And what a fun day. I really also enjoyed the flight in New Zealand. My sim froze up, but it was a really great flight. That's right. IRL, they probably look like tourists with luggage. Aliens delivered. Janet 9927 made it. Senor Tomas, welcome on in. What a great day. Thank you for flying with me tomorrow. Oh, yeah, that's right. We have a Rio Air Bridge tomorrow. There's a Rio Air Bridge tomorrow, and that one is Sao Paulo to Rio de Janeiro. So we'll start off with an ATR flight from Reykjavik to Akureyri, and that one is in Iceland. So that's our first flight, and then Sao Paulo to Rio de Janeiro, Santos Dumont, a super short runway, and a super tight turn to final. So we got that, and then we'll find some other activity to get involved in too. In the meantime, I'm going to say thank you for being here. Briarler Gaming, yeah, this should be our new Spy HQ. Thank you for coming in today. I hope you are doing really good and all is right with the world where you are. There's been some really nice support today too. Thank you for some really great support as our passengers get off the airplane. Let's see, what have we got going on today? Let's see if we can raid somebody. Who's flying? Stu is doing some flying. Stu's going into DFW. That was where we went to. Loviz is going to take the F-28 for the air bridge tomorrow. So Loviz is going to do the F-28. Let's go and see what Stu's doing. Stu normally does ATC. And you'll usually find Stu at Indianapolis Center. Oh, was Moose flying? I didn't see Moose up there. Thanks, Tim Dog. Iron Bidul, did I say that right? Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate you coming by. If you are thinking F-28, see if you can load it before the stream. It was stuck in loading. I should do that. Yeah, there was something wrong with that. All right. Thanks for coming in. I really hope that you're having a great finally Friday. I hope you had a really good plans for a weekend, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Thanks for the really good support. There was some nice gift subs, some cheers, and the resubs. But as always, thank you so much for being such great Flight Sim friends. Cannot wait to see you tomorrow. Until tomorrow, though, I'll cut it here and stop rambling. Thanks for being here. Have a wonderful evening. Take good care of yourself. It's crazy out there. Get all the rest you can. You need that. And have a really wonderful evening. Have a nice night. Cheers.